Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter discovered the truth about love's magic. Here is short summary. Harry Potter discovers that love is not just an emotion, but a powerful form of magic capable of changing destinies. As he learns to harness its strength, he must confront his greatest challenges yet, and decide whether love can truly be the key to defeating the darkness. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Ginny and Harry walked into the kitchen and received several amused, and altogether surprised looks. Hermione smiled when she saw them, and Ron raised his eyebrows at Harry. Harry looked confused for a moment until he happened to glance down and see that he was still holding Ginny's hand. He flushed slightly red, and took his hand away from her. Ginny looked sad for a moment until she caught Harry's eye and he smiled at her. Harry then went and sat down by Dumbledore, who had been observing the two teenagers with his customary twinkle in his eye. "Professor, did you know that Lucius Malfoy and the others have escaped from Azkaban?" asked Harry. Dumbledore, Bill, Molly, Arthur, and Remus all looked at Harry in astonishment. Albus replied, "Yes, Harry, we just found out earlier this afternoon. The question is, how did you know?" Harry smiled, "I have my ways. Also, what happened at the minister's house? Was anyone hurt?" Harry was again the recipient of several amazed expressions as Albus answered, "No, Harry, there were no major injuries and the Aurors managed to catch 2 Death Eaters." Harry smirked, "So, that's why old Tom is in such a fume." Dumbledore frowned. "What do you mean, Harry?" Harry tapped his scar. "Professor, you know that I can read Voldemort's emotions through my scar. I have actually gotten a little better at it since he possessed me at the ministry that night." "What do you mean that you have gotten better at it?" broke in Lupin. "Exactly that. I don't have to deal with any pain from the reading. Also, I can shut it off." Dumbledore smiled. "So, you've learned to control it. Now, you don't have to worry about him sending you visions." "I don't know about that, Professor. I can shut it off after I start getting images or feelings through the scar, but I can't stop them from starting. So, if he showed me something, then I might watch it to try and determine if it was real, but I still wouldn't be able to necessarily tell the difference between fantasy and reality," stated Harry. Arthur leaned forward. "It's a start though. It's progress." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed, Arthur, it is most definitely progress." "Well, Harry, it appears that I don't have much to tell you." He broke off as Molly set dinner on the table and everyone began to tuck in. He continued, "Once everyone had their food, there have been 3 major attacks while you were out of contact. The attempt at the minister's home. We were prepared for that one. The raid on Azkaban. We expected that, but since the Dementors are still in control, there was little that we could do. The other was from the Giants. They attacked a contingent of Aurors that were hunting for them in the mountains. Luckily, no one was killed, but the Giants got away again. There have been a few homes raided and destroyed, but thankfully no one has been killed yet. So, it seems that you already knew most of what I came here to tell you tonight." Harry nodded. "Perhaps." At that moment Kingsley and Tonks came out of the fireplace. Molly stood up and began fussing. "All right, children, hurry up and finish your dinner. The rest of the order will be arriving soon and we will need the kitchen for the meeting." After this statement, Hermione, Ginny, and Ron looked expectantly at Harry, but he merely shook his head and continued eating. By the time the 4 teenagers were finished with their food, Mundungus Fletcher, Snape, McGonagall, and Mad Eye had arrived. Molly began to shoo Ron, Hermione, and Ginny out the door when she noticed that Harry had not gotten up. "Harry, dear, come on, we need to get the meeting started." Harry merely shook his head. "I will not be leaving the room. I intend to remain for the meeting. I will join the Order of the Phoenix." "That's just perfect, Potter. You're as arrogant as your father," snapped Snape. What happened after these words occurred so quickly that most of the people in the room didn't even see it. Harry leapt from his seat at the table and spun around to smash his fist into Snape's face with all the force that he could muster. By the time that Snape actually hit the ground, Harry's wand was in his hand and leveled at Snape's nose. "If you ever insult my father again, Severus, I will curse you so horribly that they will never be able to let you out of St. Mungo's. Do I make myself clear?" The menace dripping from Harry's voice surprised everyone in the room. Snape was so shocked at what had occurred that he could do little more than nod meekly. Harry returned his wand to his robe and then turned to the rest of them. "As I was saying before I was interrupted, I intend to join the Order of the Phoenix." Molly couldn't contain herself any longer. "Harry, you're not an adult, yet. It's not your place to join in the fighting. We are supposed to be protecting you. You need to stay at school and just be a kid." Dumbledore shook his head. "No, Molly, Harry is right. It is time for him to join the Order." Molly looked positively livid. "Albus, you can't be serious. He is just a child. He's not ready for anything like this." Harry slammed one of his fists down into the table. "Molly, I am not a child, and you can't protect me anymore. This is my battle, just as it is everyone else's in this room." "Oh, Harry, be serious. You aren't old enough. The Order is for adults that know how to handle themselves in situations that require courage and quick thinking." Harry looked revolted at what Molly had just said to him. "How dare you say that to me? When was the last time you dueled with Voldemort?" Everyone in the room flinched at the name except Lupin, Moody, and Dumbledore. "I'm not old enough to deal with situations that require courage, but you can't even stand to hear his name spoken. Where is the courage that you just spoke of? Voldemort. Voldemort. Voldemort." The room flinched again. "It's a name. Nothing more. It has no power to do anything to you. I spoke it. Hell, I'll even insult the bastard. Voldemort is a sod. As you can see, I wasn't struck by lightning. I did not fall over dead. Hell, I didn't even get a runny nose. Exactly what is there to be afraid of from a name? Molly, I know you just want to keep me safe, but that's not something that any of you can do. I'm going to face Voldemort in battle again. I'm going to kill him. And guess what? There is absolutely nothing that any of you can do to change that fact." By this point most of the men in the room were looking at their feet. Molly, Hermione, and Ginny were crying. Tonks was sniffling while leaning on Remus' shoulder. Remus cleared his throat. "Well, I believe that we have business to attend to. Molly, if you would lead those three out and charm the door, we can get to work." Molly proceeded to lead the three of them out and then cast an imperturbable charm on the door. The three teenagers walked up the stairs not quite believing what they had just seen. Dumbledore stood. "I believe that our first order of business is to welcome a Potter back into the Order. Next, I believe, we need to hear a report from Severus." By this time Severus had cleaned up his face. "The only thing that I really have to report is that Lucius Malfoy is going to be sent in an attack on Potter. He is to be given this task to make up for his blunder in the Department of Mysteries. Their aim is not to kill him, but to kill one of his friends and hopefully capture him in the process. The Dark Lord has become somewhat obsessed with the idea of catching Potter." Harry muttered. "So, that's what he wanted him for." Albus leaned over. "Sorry, what was that, Harry?" "My apologies, Professor. I was just commenting that that was why Voldemort was sending for Lucius earlier." McGonagall questioned. "Mr. Potter, exactly how do you know that you know who sent for Lucius?" Harry looked puzzled for a moment. "Oh, sorry. I meant to tell all of you this immediately, but I got caught up in my argument. Earlier I said that I was gaining control of my connection with Voldemort. Well, that was the understatement of the century. This can't go any farther than this room. I don't even wish for it to be common knowledge among the Order. I've learned that the connection goes both ways. I can send visions to Voldemort. It also means that he can home in on my thoughts and what I am seeing, just like I can to him." Lupin spoke up. "Isn't that dangerous for us, right now? I mean, he could be watching through your eyes. You don't have to worry about that. I can keep him blocked off as long as I'm paying attention. It takes too much effort for me to do it all the time, but for now we're safe from his prying eyes. I have to be very careful to keep any dangerous knowledge hidden deep in my mind so that he can't find it before I realize he's in my head." Mad Eye broke in this time. "Does he know that you can peek into what he's doing?" "Yes and no. He knows that sometimes I get glimpses of what he is doing from the scar. He's known that since the Tri-Wizard tournament. He doesn't know that I can consciously control it though. He knows that I have discovered how to block him off, though. He tried to invade my mind a few weeks back to find out things and I shut him off. However, he thinks that it is because of my occlumency training, and not because I have gained control of the connection between us. Kingsley leaned in. So you're saying that you can spy on him without him knowing it? Yes, and again no. I can, but I can't stay active in his mind for long. If I do, then he will realize that my mind is present, and then he can block me off. So, I basically just have to take a short peek. If I stay he might realize that I have learned to control the connection. That would be bad. Also, speaking of spies, Professor Snape, I caught a conversation earlier between Bellatrix and Voldemort. They suspect a spy among the Death Eaters. They don't know it's you yet, but they will be watching anyone they even slightly suspect, and you know that you are going to be at the top of that list considering you didn't show up that night in the graveyard. Snape nodded coldly but refrained from making any snide remarks. Molly finally spoke. Okay, this is enough to absorb for one night, but I want to know what you meant by the fact you said you were going to kill you-know-who, Harry. Harry sighed. So, Professor, I take it they don't know about the prophecy. They know it exists, Harry. They don't know what it says. However, I believe that it is time for the Order to know what it entails. Bill rubbed his hands together as Dumbledore drew out his pensieve, finally. Harry looked across the table at him. You will wish like hell that you hadn't said that after you hear it. Bill's eyes widened at the expression on Harry's face when he said that. Dumbledore proceeded to remove the memory from his head, and place it into the pensieve. He then tapped his wand to it and the ghostly image of a young woman rose and began to speak. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The ghostly figure sank back down into the pensieve. One could have heard a pin drop in the silence that filled the room. Arthur stood up. I, for one, have heard more than I can process in a single night. I think that we should call it a night. The others nodded mutely as Harry stood up and began walking towards the door. He didn't quite make it before Molly Weasley had swept him up into one of her bone-crushing hugs. Oh, Harry, she sobbed. Harry surprised her by returning the hug just as fiercely as she gave it. I'm sorry, Mrs. Weasley. You have been more like a mother to me than I ever could have hoped for. It has to be this way, though. There's nothing we can do to stop it. I know, Harry, I know, but I don't have to like it. Harry nodded as the two broke the hug and he again headed for the door. Molly stopped him with her voice this time. Harry. He turned around to face her. I would prefer it if you called me, Molly. Harry smiled. Yes, Molly, I'm going to go up and go to bed. Harry climbed the stairs with trepidation, because he knew what was going to happen once Ron, Hermione, and Ginny found out the meeting was over. When Harry got to the door of his and Ron's room, he sighed as he heard the babble of voices that was coming from inside. It seemed almost as if all three of them were trying to talk at once. Harry steeled himself at the barrage of questions that were about to be thrown at him and stepped into the room. Harry, what is going on? What happened in the meeting? I can't believe you did that to Snape. He could have hurt you. That was awesome, mate. I just wish that we had gotten a picture. Harry held up his hands to stem the flow of questions and statements. One at a time, one at a time. First, what happened in the meeting stays there. Second, Snape didn't have a prayer of hurting me. Third, no, it wasn't awesome. If Snape wasn't such a prat all the time it would never have happened. Anything else? Hermione looked stunned. Are you telling us that you aren't going to reveal what happens in the Order meetings? Yes, Hermione, that is exactly what I'm telling you. I will tell you anything that I feel you absolutely need to know, but beyond that it is Order business. Ron looked stunned. We deserve to be kept in the loop, Harry. You can't shut us out. Harry shook his head. I'm not trying to shut you out. Anything major happens, and I promise the three of you will find out about it. Everything else, And it's safer if you don't know. Ginny asked, "What do you mean safer? Do the three of you not get it? After what happened at the Department of Mysteries, Voldemort will do anything in the world to lay hands on one of you. He knows that if he gets you that he has me. It's safer for you to know less because that means he can't get anything out of you if he captures you. We need every advantage we can get." Ron looked sullen. "Then, why do you get to be in on everything? What makes you so special? You do deserve an answer to that. Remember the prophecy that we broke?" All three of them nodded. "Well, I know what it says. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it involves, because that is the last thing that Voldemort needs to get his hands on. However, let's just say that the prophecy makes it impossible for the Order to keep me out of things. I no longer have a choice in the matter. The three of you do. If you can stay out of danger, then you are going to." Ginny huffed. "We want to help, though." Harry held up his hands to forestall any further objections. "I know that you want to help. When I need your help, I promise I will ask. When it becomes necessary for you to know something, I will tell you. Until then I'm afraid that it has to be this way. I just hope that you all understand." Ginny stood up and walked over to him. "I understand, Harry. Anytime you need me though, I'm here." Harry smiled. "Thank you, Ginny." He turned to the other two. Hermione and Ron stood up and walked out without even looking at Harry. Harry sighed. "I hope they come around." Ginny patted him on the shoulder. "They will, don't worry. I'm going to go to bed. Good night, Harry." Harry smiled wanly. "Good night, Ginny. Thanks again." Ginny smiled as she walked from the room. Harry laid down on his bed and fell asleep within moments. The next morning Harry awoke refreshed and ready for another day. He looked over to see Ron still asleep in his bed. He quickly got up and went for the shower. Once he finished he got dressed and headed down to breakfast. "Good morning, Harry, dear," greeted Mrs. Weasley as he walked into the kitchen. Hermione was in the kitchen, but when she looked up and saw Harry, she got up and walked out without speaking. Harry sighed. "What's the matter, Harry? Ron and Hermione are mad at me because I won't tell them what happened in the Order meeting last night." Mrs. Weasley whirled around to look at Harry. "You didn't tell them?" "No, Molly, I didn't. I'm going to eventually, but I'm just not ready for them to know what the prophecy says. I can't tell them what's going on with the Order without telling them the details of the prophecy. I know what their reactions are going to be. I'm just not ready to face that, yet," Harry replied. Molly smiled at him. "I understand, and they will too, eventually." She put a plate of eggs and sausage in front of him. "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry snorted. "I can't believe I forgot my own birthday." Ginny walked in. "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry looked up smiling. "Thank you, Ginny." Ginny sat down beside Harry after grabbing a plate, and began to eat. Then, Ron walked into the kitchen and grabbed food. He then turned around and walked out to go eat with Hermione. Harry shook his head. "This is going to be a long summer." Ginny patted him on the shoulder. "Again, don't worry, they won't stay mad at you forever." Molly broke in. "Ginny's right, dear, they will come around." Harry nodded. "I know, but I think I'm going to go up to my room and meditate some more. I'll see you at lunch." After Harry had left the room, Ginny turned to her mother. "Mum, why does everything have to happen to him? Why can't he just relax and be normal?" Mrs. Weasley shook her head sadly. "I don't know, dear, but I do know that he is the bravest young man I have ever known." Harry walked into his room upstairs, and locked the door behind him. "Okay, Voldemort, let's see what I can dig out of your mind this morning." Harry sat on his bed and arranged his legs and began to focus. He entered Voldemort's mind fluidly and easily. While maneuvering his way through Voldemort's subconscious he came across something that he had never seen before. Voldemort's animagus form. He concentrated on the form, and discovered that Voldemort was a raven. A little more digging and Harry uncovered the training to become an animagus. He began the equivalent of downloading the information into his brain. Suddenly, there was a knocking on his door. Harry shook himself from the connection. "Who is it?" "Harry, it's Ginny. Did you know that it was lunchtime?" Harry glanced at the clock beside his bed and noticed that it was afternoon. He jumped up to go and open the door. Hi, sorry, I must have zoned out in there. Let's go eat. Ginny smiled. Okay, but can I talk to you later? Harry smiled. Of course. I always have time to talk to you. Ginny blushed and led the way down to the kitchen. When the two of them entered, Ron and Hermione got up and left. Ginny acted like she was about to say something to them, but Harry placed a hand on her arm and shook his head. Anything that you say to them will just make the situation worse. It's best just to leave them be for a while. Harry grinned mischievously. In fact, it's probably a good thing that they aren't talking to me. Ginny looked at him in amazement. How can you say that? If neither of them can come to me to complain about the other one, then they have to talk to each other. If they finally stop bickering and start going out, any loneliness I go through will have been worth it. I'm not going to let you be lonely, Harry, Ginny said. Harry grinned in reply. I know, but it's not the same. I like talking to you, Ginny, but Ron and Hermione have been close to me for a lot longer. I'm more comfortable around them than I am you. Although, I have a feeling that sentiment is going to change. Ginny blushed. Well, she stopped when Harry placed a finger on her lips. Then, he bolted for the door to see Arthur and Remus help a limping Bill into the foyer. What happened? Asked Harry. The Death Eaters attacked the minister's home again. We were sent by Dumbledore to check on the aftermath. One of the Death Eaters that we thought was stunned jumped up and hit Bill with a curse. He's okay, but the Medi-Witch said that he would be limping for a day or so, answered Lupin as he and Arthur helped Bill to the couch. By this time the rest of the household had ran into the sitting room. Were there any casualties? Asked Harry. Lupin nodded as Molly began to fuss over Bill. One Auror died, and Mad Eye ended up in St. Mungo's with broken ribs. He's going to be okay, isn't he? Arthur replied. Yes, Harry, Alistair is going to be just fine. Which Auror died? Persisted Harry. Bingans, replied Lupin. I don't believe that you have ever met him. Harry shook his head mutely in reply. I think I'm going to go upstairs to my room. Call me if anyone needs me. Then, Harry raced up the stairs and locked himself in his room. Now, to see if I can pull off this transformation. Harry pulled out his wand and sealed the door so that it would take magic to open it. Then, he began the exercises of altering parts of his body. He extended his fingers and then reverted them. He changed the shape of his head. Then, he lengthened his arms. Next, he altered the length and shape of his legs. All right, now to try the total transformation. Harry said aloud to himself. I just need to picture the animal that I wish to transform into and then will myself into that form. Harry summoned a full-length mirror and leaned it against the wall. He stood in front of it, and willed himself to be a Black Panther. He began by picturing himself in his mind's eye as the panther. Then, he closed his eyes and focused on the form. As it became sharper and more defined in his mind, he could feel himself changing more and more rapidly. After a couple of minutes, he opened his eyes to see a Black Panther staring from the mirror back at him. Next, he pictured himself as a human again and transformed back. I wonder if I can do more than one form. I guess that it's worth a shot, mused Harry aloud. So, next he pictured himself as a golden phoenix. This seemed much more difficult than the first one. So, he poured all of his concentration into achieving the form. It took him nearly 10 minutes to accomplish the feat, but when he opened his eyes there was a golden phoenix staring back at him. He spread his wings and took a once around the room. Then, he reverted to his human state. Phew, that was tiring. I guess I need to try the panther again and see if I can still do it. So, he attempted the transformation to the Black Panther again. It was much easier to do this time and he had the transformation completed in less than a minute. He reverted to his natural form, and almost fell onto the bed in exhaustion. I guess I had better rest for a while. That really takes a lot out of you. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. He quickly removed the locking spell, and said, "Come in." Ginny entered the room almost hesitantly. Harry, you said that we could talk later, and I was hoping now would be a good time. Harry smiled widely. Of course, come on in, Ginny. Harry, you told me earlier to ask you some questions later, and that you would answer them. Ginny began before Harry stopped her. I believe that you are twisting my words, Miss Weasley. I told you that I might answer them. I never promised anything. So, let's see what your questions are," replied Harry. Ginny sighed in exasperation. "When you told Hermione that appearances could be deceiving earlier, you told her to keep something between the two of you. What were you talking about?" Harry shook his head. "I will answer that question one day, but that day is not today." "Next question." Ginny huffed. "Well, then, how were you floating?" "I don't know exactly how I was doing it, but I do know why." "So, if you're interested, then sit down and prepare for a story." Ginny proceeded to sit down in one of the two chairs in the room, but Harry shook his head. "You don't have to sit all the way over there." He lay on one side of the bed and then patted his hand on the other. Ginny blushed profusely, but came over and sat on the bed. "I'm not sure how to start, but you have to promise that this doesn't go any farther than this room. You can't even tell Hermione and Ron yet." Ginny nodded for him to continue. "I can tap into Voldemort's mind." Ginny looked bewildered. "What do you mean?" Harry ran his hand through his hair. "I can see what he sees, hear what he hears. I can even page through his thoughts and memories as if they were a book to read off of the shelf." Ginny looked at him in amazement. "Are you serious?" Harry nodded. "Very serious. That's what I was doing when you walked in on me the other day. I don't understand why yet, but when I enter Voldemort's mind I float." "Weird. How do you think I feel?" "I'm the one with a line to the inner workings of the most evil man currently alive," said Harry. Ginny smiled. "At least you will know how he thinks, so you can tell the Order how to fight him." Later that night, Remus, Molly, Bill, and Ginny gave Harry a small birthday party that Ron and Hermione refused to come to. They both stayed upstairs. Molly put her hands on her hips. "I'm going up there and give those two a piece of my mind." Harry caught her arm and shook his head. "Let them be. They will get over this in their own time. Besides, it's their loss. They're missing an awesome cake." All of them laughed. The night ended merrily for the five, and Harry went to bed later that night, perfectly content. The next 2 weeks at Grimmauld Place settled themselves into a nice routine. Harry would go down to breakfast in the morning, eat and then be given some chore to be done for the day. Most often Ginny helped him with his chore and then he would help her with hers. Ron and Hermione did much the same, but continued to avoid Harry like the plague. There was another Order meeting that Harry attended, but nothing of consequence was discussed except for the security arrangements for when Harry and the others finally went to Diagon Alley. Finally one morning, Hedwig arrived with the Morning Post and the students' Hogwarts letters were included. Harry opened his and found the standard letter from Professor McGonagall in the standard green ink. However, it was a bit longer than usual, and there were 2 more sheets of paper included. "Dear Mr. Potter, enclosed is the list of books for each possible subject that you may take at the NEWT level. Also enclosed is a class list. As a 6th year you must pick which classes that you wish to continue. We must receive your return owl no later than August the 25th. Note that you are to catch the Hogwarts Express on September 1st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." Harry pulled out his letter to mark down that he wanted to continue with potions, transfiguration, charms, defense against the dark arts, and herbology. While he heard this he heard a squeak from his left. He looked over and saw Ginny holding a shiny prefect badge in the Gryffindor colors. Harry smiled widely. "That's great, Ginny." Mrs. Weasley turned around and asked, "What's great?" Harry reached out and grabbed Ginny by the wrist and turned her arm to where Mrs. Weasley could see what she was holding in her hand. Mrs. Weasley leapt onto her daughter and buried her in a hug. "Ginny, that's wonderful. I'm so proud. My baby is a prefect." Just then, Hermione and Ron came into the room. Ron asked, "Who's a prefect?" Ginny mutely held up her badge. Hermione squealed, "Ginny, that's great. I'm so happy for you." Ron smiled. "Great job, sis. Now, you can join me and Hermione in the prefect's carriage." Mrs. Weasley beamed down at her daughter. "So, what present do you want when we go to Diagon Alley tomorrow?" "Can I have an owl, Mum? I want a snowy one like Harry's." It was at this moment that Ginny noticed that Harry had slipped from the room unnoticed. "Where did Harry go?" she asked. Ron snorted. "Who cares? Ginny jumped and slapped Ron across the face hard. You should. I thought he was your friend. Although, I don't know why he would want you around. All you are is a giant prat. Then, Ginny ran up the stairs to find Harry sitting on his bed. Harry, why did you leave? Harry smiled. In case you haven't noticed, Ron and Hermione don't stay in a room where I'm present for more than a few seconds. They were congratulating you on making prefect, so I beat a hasty retreat. You didn't have to leave. Harry smiled. Yes, I did. Did I tell you how proud of you I was? Ginny shook her head. No. Then, I should be ashamed of myself. Ginny, I'm very proud of you. You earned it. Harry, thank you. Harry smiled. You're welcome. Do you play chess? Ginny did a double take at the change of subject, but nodded. Good. Do you want to play with me? I haven't had a game in a while, and I would like to play. Ginny grinned. I would love to play with you. Harry then suffered 3 humiliating defeats in a row from the youngest Weasley. Finally, he said, I give up. Have mercy. What is it with you Weasleys and chess? Ginny smiled impishly. It's a gift. I can tell. I've never won a game against Ron, and I don't see that I would ever have a prayer at beating you either. Ginny shook her head and said, no, probably not. Harry pointed a finger at Ginny. You had better watch yourself, Ginny, or I'll transform and eat you. Ginny raised her eyebrow. Transform. Harry clapped a hand over his mouth in surprise. Then, he said, did I really just say that? Ginny nodded. Spill. What do you mean transform? Harry stood up and closed the door. At this rate, you're going to know all of my secrets. This one is really big. The Order doesn't even know about this, yet. I'm an unregistered animagus. Ginny looked at Harry as if he were crazy. Do you really expect me to believe that, Harry? In response to her question, Harry changed into the Black Panther, and then quickly back into human form so that he could cover Ginny's mouth to keep her from screaming. When Ginny indicated that she wasn't going to scream anymore, Harry let go of her mouth. You were serious. Harry nodded. I told you. Remember, though, that one is the mother lode secret. I haven't even told Dumbledore, yet. Why not? Harry shrugged. I'm just waiting for the right time. Ginny said, I'm going to go to my room for a while. This was kind of a lot to take in. Harry opened the door. I'll talk to you later then. Ginny walked out of the room and then within 30 seconds she was back. Harry looked up from where he had sat on the bed. That didn't take long. Ginny shook her head as if she were trying to dispel a particularly disgusting image from her brain. I just saw Ron and Hermione snogging. Harry jumped up. Yes, it's about time. How can you be so happy about the fact that they are keying? Well, now that the two of them are together, I can chase the girl that I want without feeling guilty, supplied Harry. Ginny put her hands on her hips. So, who is this girl you want to chase? Do I know her? Harry nodded. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you do. Ginny motioned with her hands. So are you going to tell me? Harry shook his head. Ask me again sometimes. Maybe I'll tell you. Ginny just stomped her feet and whirled around and swept from the room. Harry smiled to himself. She's good at that. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Unfortunately for Harry, nothing else about the morning was any good. He went downstairs for breakfast to be greeted by Remus, Tonks, and Sturgis Podmore, who he knew were assigned as his guards for the day. Mrs. Weasley sat a plate down in front of him and smiled cheerily. Morning, Harry. However, the 3 other teenagers in the room refused to look at him. After breakfast, Ginny, Hermione, and Ron went upstairs to get ready, but Harry hung back to talk to the adults. He fidgeted for a moment before Tonks said, So, why aren't the others talking to you? Harry scratched his head. Well, Ron and Hermione aren't talking to me because I won't tell them what goes on in the Order meetings. They haven't spoken to me since the day before my birthday. Lupin nodded. We knew that, Harry, but Ginny has been hanging around you quite a bit the past couple of weeks. His lips quivered in an almost smile that all of the adults shared. Harry coughed. Yeah, well, I kind of made her mad yesterday. Mrs. Weasley looked at him kindly. What did you do? Harry squirmed uncomfortably. Well, Ginny caught Ron and Hermione keying yesterday. All of the adults exchanged smiles at this. Ginny came and told me about it. So, I sort of did a victory dance. So, she asked me why I was happy about it, and I told her that now that Ron and Hermione were together that I didn't have to feel guilty about chasing the girl that I wanted to date. Tonks put her head in her hands. Oh, Harry, you didn't. Harry looked confused. Didn't what? Tonks shook her head. Harry, you never tell a girl that likes you that you're planning on chasing another girl. I didn't. Remus looked at him. You just told us that you did. No, I didn't. Tonks sighed. Yes, Harry, you did. You told her that you were going to chase another girl. Harry shook his head stubbornly. No, I didn't, because I was talking about her. Tonks started to contradict him again. What? Harry blushed as Tonks, Remus, and Molly crowded closer to him. Molly leaned over the table. What does that mean? Harry flushed even redder. It means that I want to date your daughter, Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley smiled. I told you to call me Molly, dear. I have only one thing to say about the idea of you dating my daughter, though. Harry cringed as though he expected her to tell him to stay away from Ginny. It's about time. Harry gaped. What? Molly smiled. I have been waiting and hoping that you would finally notice her one of these days. She has had a crush on you for so long. What finally changed your mind? Nothing changed my mind. I have never gotten to know her. It's hard to know whether or not you like someone when you can't have a conversation with them that contains more than 6 words. Harry replied. Tonks looked at Harry. Why couldn't you have more of a conversation with her? Harry snorted. 6 words is basically as far as I could ever get before she would either do something clumsy, which would embarrass her and she would take off, or someone around would say something to embarrass her and she would take off. It's really hard to get an idea of what someone's like when all you ever see of them is their back and flying hair as they flee from the room. By this point all of the adults were laughing wildly at Harry, who stood up and went to get ready for the day. Tonks looked at Molly. I knew she liked him, but I didn't realize she had it that bad. Molly shook her head smiling. It was worse. After the first day she saw him at the train station, she spent the entire next year talking about nothing else. She was smitten from day one. Lupin grinned. Well, from what I see, young Harry is just as smitten. It's not as if there was ever any doubt that he would fall for her eventually. Tonks looked over at him. What does that mean? Lupin smiled even wider. Well, Lily was a redhead. So, every male Potter for the last 5 generations has married a redhead. Harry didn't have a chance. It's in his blood. Molly looked sharply at Lupin. Does Harry know that? Lupin shook his head. Not a clue. I promise I'll tell him when he puts a ring on her finger. Molly harumphed. Well, I'm sure that will be some time away. Lupin really grinned then. I wouldn't be too sure of that, Molly. James was in his 7th year when he proposed to Lily. 1 more year to go. The 4 adults heard footsteps on the stairs, so they broke off the conversation. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny came into the room together. A few minutes later Harry came in. Mrs. Weasley hurried over. All right, everyone grab a pinch of flow powder. Remus, you first. Tonks, Sturgis, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny. Each person called out Diagon Alley and leapt into the flames. They came out in the leaky cauldron. Mrs. Weasley came out last and began brushing the soot off of everyone with her brush. Let's go then. Everyone stay together. We're going to go to Gringotts first. When they arrived at Gringotts, Lupin, Molly, and Harry went down to the vaults. Mrs. Weasley got money from the Weasley vault. Harry scraped a sack full of galleons and sickles into a pouch for himself. Then, they were back to the lobby, and out into Diagon Alley. They went to the apothecary for Ginny, Hermione, and Harry to restock potion ingredients. Mrs. Weasley spoke up. We're going to stop by the twins' shop next. We'll get your books at Flourish and Blots after that. We'll go to get your owl last, Ginny dear. Ginny smiled. Okay, Mum. The group filed into Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Harry immediately noticed that there were a lot of young people crowding the store. It was easy to see why. The shelves were covered with different types of candies that produced a myriad of effects. The twins were obviously working overtime coming up with new inventions. Harry slouched against a wall, while the Weasley family spoke to the 2 practical jokesters. After a few minutes the rest of the family began wandering around the store to look at different things, and the twins came over to Harry. "What's the matter, mate?" asked Fred. Harry shrugged. "Ginny, Ron, and Hermione aren't talking to me." "Why not?" asked George. "Well, Ron and Hermione haven't spoken to me since I joined the Order and refused to tell them anything that was going on. Ginny got mad at me last night, because she thinks that I like some other girl," answered Harry. Fred and George exchanged glances and then smiled at Harry. "Don't worry, mate. Ginny won't stay mad at you for long," said George. "Yeah," Fred nodded, "she's liked you for entirely too long to stop talking to you. I wouldn't be surprised if she started talking to you before the day is out." George clapped Harry on the back. "Yeah, buck up. Our little Ginny has got a temper as fiery as Mum's, but she's really soft-hearted. She'll forgive you for liking another girl." Harry protested. "I don't like another girl, though. It was all a misunderstanding. I was talking about her." Harry broke off as he realized what he had just said. Fred and George both grinned widely. "Don't worry, Harry. Your secret's safe with us. We just wanted to know for ourselves. You better take care of her." Harry nodded. "You don't have to worry about that. Ginny can take care of herself just fine, but if she ever needs some help, I'm going to be right there beside her." Molly Weasley walked over. "Harry, it's time to go to the bookshop now." Harry nodded and waved goodbye to the twins. He followed Molly and the rest of the group to Flourish and Blott's to buy their books. As they exited Flourish and Blott's there was a distinctive pop that signaled the apparition of a wizard or witch. Suddenly there was a scream as someone noticed the 6 Death Eaters. Sturgis went for his wand and was immediately stunned. 2 other Death Eaters had their wands leveled at Lupin and Tonks while 3 more covered Molly, Hermione, and Ron. The 6th grabbed Ginny by the arm and held their wand at Ginny's throat almost like a knife. The one holding Ginny spoke. "Where is Potter?" It was immediately obvious that this Death Eater was female. Everyone looked around as they realized that Harry wasn't with them. The woman tightened her grip on Ginny and repeated loudly, "Where is Potter?" "Calm down, Bellatrix. I'm right here." The Death Eaters turned to see Harry standing in the street with his wand drawn. Bellatrix laughed. "So, are you prepared to fight for the little girl, Potter? I killed your half-breed boss's basilisk 4 years ago because he threatened Ginny. The question isn't whether I'm willing to fight for her, but if you are willing to die to attack her." A Death Eater to the left of Bellatrix snorted. "Still trying to play the hero, Potter?" Harry smiled. "Lucius, I was wondering when you were going to come out and play." Lucius took a step forward but one of the other Death Eaters said, "Remember what we are here for." Lucius stopped himself. Of course. Here are the terms, Potter. You come with us willingly, and we let the girl go and leave without killing anyone." Harry interrupted him. "I have a better idea. You let Ginny go, and I decide not to kill every one of you right here and now." Bellatrix laughed shrilly. "Potter, you have gotten bold. We can disapparate from here with the girl and there would be nothing you could do about it." Harry raised his eyebrows. "Really, I would like to see you try that considering you are all bound by a disapparation jinx." Lucius boomed laughter at that. "You expect us to believe that you can cast that spell, Potter? My, what fantasy." Harry smiled knowingly. "Try it and find out." Lucius attempted to disapparate and discovered that he could not leave the alley. "He's right, we are bound." Bellatrix turned her masked face towards him. "No matter, Potter. You will remove the jinx and come with us or I will kill the girl." "I don't think so, Bella. You won't kill her." Bellatrix laughed evilly. "Oh, Potter, I assure you that I will." Harry shook his head. "No, you won't. In case you haven't noticed there are oars all over the place. The only thing keeping them from attacking at this very moment is the fact that you are holding Ginny. The second you remove the hostage, I'm afraid it's back to jail. So, as I said, you won't kill her." "Perhaps you are right, Potter. We shall see how she handles the Cruciatus Curse, however." Bellatrix proceeded to flick her wand up to cast the Cruciatus Curse on Ginny. In the split second that the wand was not pointed at Ginny, Harry acted. 2 spells rang out from the 2 wands that he had. 1 in each hand. From his right hand came the first, Accio Ginny. From his left came the second spell, Expelliarmus. Two things happened immediately. Ginny was ripped from Bellatrix's grasp and Bella's wand went flying. A moment after Ginny was away from Bellatrix, a dozen stunners caught the 6 Death Eaters and sent them to the ground. Harry hugged Ginny to him. "Are you okay?" Ginny began crying onto Harry's shoulder. "Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry I didn't talk to you this morning. I was so mean." Harry was patting her on the back. It's okay. You're all right now. Don't worry." Mad Eye walked up to Harry as the other Aurors were binding and enervating the Death Eaters. "I'm impressed, Potter. Where did you get the second wand?" Harry smiled, Sturgis, and handed the wand over. Moody laughed. "Well, good job. We landed 6 Death Eaters today." Harry shook his head. "We need to let one of them go." Everyone around him screamed, "What? I'm serious. I need a messenger to go back to Voldemort. This is the best I'm going to get." Moody nodded. "All right, Potter. Which one do you want to let go?" Harry replied immediately, "Lucius. Except for Bellatrix, he's the highest-ranking Death Eater. I wouldn't let that bitch go if my life depended on it." Everyone looked to be in shock, both from Harry's request and his use of language regarding Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry pulled Ginny's arms away from his neck and pushed her gently towards her mother. "Sorry, I've got to go work." Moody and Harry walked over to where Dawlish was putting the body bind on Lucius to prepare him for transport to the Ministry. "Hold it, Dawlish, we're going to let this one go." Dawlish looked at Moody as if he had lost his mind. "What?" "You heard me. Potter needs to send a message to the Dark Lord. He needs an errand boy. We figure that kind of job is right up Malfoy's alley," replied Moody. "The minister will not approve of this." Harry stepped forward. "Well, considering all the hell he put me through with trying to get me kicked out of school last year, he owes me a few. He'll get over it. If he doesn't, he can take it up with the business end of my wand. Finite Incantado. Now, Lucius, you're going to be a good little boy and take a message back to Tom for me." Lucius gritted his teeth. "You can go to hell, Potter." Harry smiled. "You have a choice, Malfoy. You can take the message to Voldemort, or you can go into custody with the Aurors. Your choice." "Fine, Potter, what am I to tell the Dark Lord?" "First, tell him that I know the contents of the prophecy. All of it. Tell him that I know he's going to die. Tell him that I know how to kill him. Tell him that he and I have a date with destiny that will come soon. Tell him to be afraid, very afraid. Now, go." Lucius disappeared as quickly as he was given leave to go. Mad Eye swung around to look at Potter. "What the hell was that about? Are you crazy?" "No, when the Order meets again, I'll explain what I just did," replied Harry. "That will be tonight. As soon as Dumbledore finds out about this he's going to be livid," muttered Moody. Harry smiled and shook his head. "You may be right, but I would be willing to bet money that before the night is out, that Dumbledore will think what I just did is one of the funniest things he has ever heard." Ron and Hermione both came running over to Harry. "Are you crazy, Harry?" shrieked Hermione with tears in her eyes. Ron was extremely pale. "She's right, Harry, you could have gotten yourself killed." Harry snorted. "So, now you're talking to me. I'm going to check on Ginny." Harry then walked back over to where Mrs. Weasley was holding Ginny. He put his hand on her shoulder. "Ginny, are you okay?" Ginny turned from Mrs. Weasley's arms to fling herself at Harry. "I'm so glad you're all right, Harry." Harry smiled as he wrapped his arms around Ginny. "I'm fine, Ginny, and I am so glad that you weren't hurt." Mrs. Weasley enveloped both of them in a hug. "Thank you so much, Harry. You saved her again. You brought my baby back to me." Ron and Hermione looked on in horror as they realized what they had done. Then, they hugged and began to cry. Harry shook Ginny very gently. "Ginny, come on. Look at me." Ginny looked up at Harry with a tear-streaked face, and Harry smiled. "Everyone's okay. No one got hurt. I think it's time to go and pick out your owl." Ginny almost jumped in surprise at the ordinary statement and smiled broadly up at Harry. "Let's go." Then, they walked into Aelop's Owl Emporium hand in hand. Later, that afternoon after they returned to Grimmauld Place, and Ginny had settled her new snowy owl in his cage, Dumbledore entered the kitchen. He looked sharply at Harry. "We need to talk. Miss Weasley, I must ask you to leave us alone. Yes, Professor. She patted Harry on the shoulder as she left the room. Arthur and Molly walked in and closed the door behind Ginny. Then, the three adults sat down at the table. Harry, I must ask why you did this. He sounded almost disappointed. Harry replied, who else is coming? Dumbledore replied, Remus, Tonks, Kingsley, and Alistair will be here momentarily. We'll wait for them, then. I have no desire to have this conversation more than once. Besides, I have a bet with Moody on your reaction, sir. Dumbledore's eyes widened. This is serious, Harry. You let a known Death Eater go free this afternoon to send an insult to Voldemort. Harry smiled. My reason for letting Lucius go was hardly that trivial, but I will explain in a moment, and I dare say that you will agree with me. Dumbledore merely nodded his head. We shall see. A few minutes later all of the others were assembled around the table to listen to Harry. Lupin spoke first. All right, Harry, why did you let Lucius go? Harry snorted. Well, that was direct. I know what all of you are thinking. I decided I wanted to send Voldemort an insult. I was being childish. I should have known better. In fact, most of you are probably thinking right now that it was a mistake to let a kid into the Order of the Phoenix. All of the adults exchanged glances and it was readily apparent that Harry had hit the nail on the head. Harry snorted again. Well, you're all wrong. Tell me, Remus, what did Voldemort spend all of last year trying to get? Lupin shrugged. The prophecy. You already knew that, Harry. I did. Now, Tonks, can you tell me why he wanted it so badly? Tonks looked puzzled. He wanted to know how to kill you. Harry smiled. Exactly. Kingsley entered the conversation then. So what does that mean or prove? Well, you have all heard the prophecy. Does it tell Voldemort how to kill me? All of the adults shook their head. However, Voldemort believes that the prophecy would tell him this. If he believes that, doesn't it follow that he would believe that the prophecy also holds the key to his death? Lupin nodded. It would follow the logic of the argument. But, Harry, the prophecy doesn't tell you how to beat Voldemort. Harry smiled even wider. I know that. He doesn't. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes began to sparkle again as he looked at the boy, no young man in front of him. Alistair broke in. So, you sent that message with Lucius to make Voldemort think you know how to kill him. How does that help us? It doesn't really. At least not yet. All the message accomplished was to piss him off. I'll get to that later. You, however, Moody, get to answer the next question. What is Voldemort's greatest weapon? People are afraid of him. That has always been the dark side's greatest advantage. Exactly. I just took that weapon away from him. If we had merely sent the Death Eaters to the Ministry under custody, Voldemort would have known that he lost today. He would have simply assumed that he had been betrayed from within, and guessed that the Aurors were waiting for the Death Eaters. However, by sending Malfoy back to let him know what really happened, you let him know how badly and easily that the Death Eaters were beaten. Which lends credibility to the message that you sent, finished Lupin. Harry nodded. So, the more powerful I appear to be, the less likely Voldemort is to attack for fear of exposing himself to me. He's going to set up another attack as soon as possible. My guess is when we get on the train to King's Cross. As long as I make it through that fight unscathed, the plan will work beautifully. Voldemort will think that I have both the knowledge and power to destroy him. It will make him play the game carefully. So, basically what I just did, ladies and gentlemen, is to buy us time. I don't know how much, but it's more than we would have otherwise. Dumbledore laughed out loud. Harry, exactly when did you become so diabolically clever? Harry grinned mischievously. Professor, I am the son and godson of marauders. Also, I have been on the receiving end of several of Voldemort's diabolical schemes. You don't stay on the bad end of them as many times as I have and not pick up a trick or two. Moody, I believe I won the bet. I told you he would laugh before the meeting was over. Moody growled. That you did, Potter. I believe I'm going to have to change my opinion of you. Then, he flipped a galleon to Harry. Lupin let his head sink into his hands. I can't believe this. We've created a monster. He turned to Arthur and Molly. Are you sure that you want to let your daughter date him? He said as he pointed at Harry. Arthur turned sharply as Molly smiled. What's this about Harry dating Ginny? No one has asked me yet. Harry flushed. Well, see, I told your wife that I wanted to. Arthur shook his head. You were supposed to ask my permission. I haven't started dating her. I haven't even asked her out. Harry protested. You were planning on doing it, though, weren't you? Asked Arthur accusingly. Harry looked left and right as if he didn't know what to say or do. I need to go to my room. As long as there isn't any more order business. I'm going to go. Molly Weasley's voice rang out. Harry James Potter, get back over here. Now, Arthur, she said sternly. Stop torturing the poor boy. Arthur smiled. Harry, you have my permission to date Ginny. Harry looked up. Really? Then, his look changed to one of terror. Now I have to figure out how to ask her out. Oh, brother. Alistair Moody cackled. This is amazing. He can match wits with the Dark Lord, but he's afraid of asking out a girl. Harry shook his head emphatically. It's a lot harder to deal with girls than it is Voldemort. At least when I make him mad I can throw a curse at him. If the girl is mad at you, it's a whole different game. Being on the bad side of the Weasley temper isn't something that I would wish on anyone. Harry stated. The adults burst out laughing at him once again. To the Hogwarts Express. Harry spent the last week and a half of the summer meditating and goofing around with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Ron and Hermione had apologized over and over again for ignoring him. Ginny had thanked him over and over again for saving her life. There was one final order meeting before the trip to King's Cross. It was to discuss the defense plan. Harry jumped right in. First question, who's going to be there? Dumbledore smiled. You don't waste any time, Harry. Kingsley, report. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood up. Okay, we have been trying to approach a few people outside of the Order to help us. We don't want to make a full ministry action out of it because the Death Eaters would get wind of it. Outside of the Order, Dawlish, Adams, and Amos Diggory are going to be there. From the Order, myself, Tonks, Alistair, and Sturgis are going to be waiting in the station with the other three. Remus, Arthur, and Molly are going to be traveling with Harry and the others. I understand that Professor Dumbledore is going to have professors stationed on the train to protect the students. I just don't think we've got enough people for this. Harry shook his head. No, anymore, and they would just break off the attack and flee. We've got to make it seem like an even match-up. I expect there to be 8 to 10 Death Eaters at the most. Voldemort isn't going to be willing to risk more than that. They won't attack until they see me. So, the key is going to be making sure that the other students are on the train. With Amos, and the other 2 Aurors, there will be 10 of us. It should work. Professor Dumbledore, we need the boarding whistle for the train to go off 10 minutes early. That way we can ensure that most of the students will be out of the way. The few stragglers will get on when curses start flying. Dumbledore nodded. I understand. However, I don't like putting the students in danger, Harry. Harry looked stricken. Do you think I do, Professor? I hate this, but the attack is going to come, and I would rather have it now when we are at least ready for it. Dumbledore smiled. I know, Harry, I know. Molly asked. What did you mean by there will be 10 of us, Harry? Dawlish, Adams, Diggory, Remus, Kingsley, Sturgis, Moody, Arthur, Nymphadora, and me. I know you did not just call me Nymphadora, Potter. Harry grinned mischievously. Sorry, Tonks, but I just couldn't resist a tension breaker. Harry continued to smile impishly at Tonks while she waved a fist at him. Molly inserted. I believe, I make 11. Harry shook his head. You won't be in the fight, Molly. You have a much more important job. Molly looked at him in surprise. What is that? Getting Ginny, Ron, and Hermione onto that train and keeping them there. If I know those 3, they will fight tooth and nail to get to me. I don't want them hurt. Molly smiled. I understand, Harry, but we don't want you hurt either. I know, but I don't have a choice but to be involved. If I'm not there, Voldemort will think me a coward, and then the whole plan comes crashing down around our heads. Molly began to cry slightly. But, what if you die, Harry? Harry snorted. Don't worry, I have no intention of making Ginny a widow before I even propose marriage to her. The entire room looked at him in shock. Harry paused and then flushed red when he realized what he had just said. That didn't come out right. Lupin smiled. No, Harry, I think that came out just perfect. Harry blushed even deeper and then said, never mind. Back to the subject at hand. The Death Eaters won't make their move until they see me. We will intentionally arrive at the last minute so as to avoid the other students. The way I see it, it's the best we can do. Dumbledore stood and laid a hand on Harry's shoulder. It isn't easy to have the weight of the world on your shoulders. Harry shook his head mournfully. No, it's not, but it's a burden that I am willing to carry. Not that I have a choice in the matter. Alistair spoke up. Just remember, Potter, you don't have to carry the burden alone. If I thought that, Moody, I would have already been crushed. Why don't you go ahead and go to bed, Harry? You have a long day ahead of you tomorrow. Harry shook his head. Why is it that I get the feeling that I'm going to be spending some quality time with Madame Pomfrey before tomorrow is over? Said Harry ruefully before heading up the stairs to bed. The next morning while everyone was getting ready, Harry cornered the other 3 teenagers in the kitchen. Today, when we get to platform 9 3/4, something is going to happen, and I expect the 3 of you to keep your heads down, and obey orders immediately and without question. Ron asked peevishly, and if we don't? Harry whipped out his wand and leveled at Ron's nose. I stun every one of you right here, and you get to wonder what's going on instead of actually knowing. Your choice. Ron and Ginny nodded, but Hermione asked, if we're following orders, what are you going to be doing? Something you will consider idiotic, I am sure. Harry replied evasively. Hermione continued, what are you going to be doing? Harry held up his hand. You'll see. Just remember what I said. You have to do as you are told and get on that train. I want your word that no matter what happens, that all 3 of you are going to get on that train. Hermione nodded. We will, Harry. He spun around. Let's go then. The group arrived at King's Cross with barely a minute to spare. They all rushed towards the barrier. Harry stopped and drew his wand. So did Remus and Arthur. Harry turned. Molly, take Ron, Hermione, and Ginny first. We'll be just behind. Ginny grabbed Harry in a hug. Harry, you be careful. Harry smiled down at her. I will. Don't worry. The 3 teenagers and Molly disappeared through the barrier onto platform 9 3/4. Lupin turned to Harry. Are you ready? Harry nodded. Let's do this. The 3 of them stepped through the barrier quickly. As soon as Harry stepped onto the platform, there was the distinctive pop of apparating wizards. There were 10 of them decked out in their black robes and masks. The Death Eaters had barely sprung into being when there were curses flying in every direction. Harry tipped over his trolley and trunk and took cover behind it. He then started hurling hexes at the Death Eaters. He quickly assessed where everyone was. Lupin was squatted down directly beside him. Arthur was staying behind cover in the archway and occasionally popping out to fire off a curse before ducking back. Harry jumped and dropped one of the Death Eaters with a full body bind just as Mad Eye caught another one with a stunner. That left the odds at 10-8. Check that, 9-8, as Harry saw Adams go down to 4 stunners simultaneously. Dawlish managed to pick off another one. Harry leaned over towards Lupin. This is going rather well, but we've got to end it quicker, or someone's going to get hurt. I'm going to try and get up to where Tonks and Kingsley are. Cover me. Then, Harry jumped and ran to one of the wall sconces while hurling disarming charms at the Death Eaters. Once he ducked behind cover, he noticed that Diggory and Dawlish had dropped another Death Eater. He leaned and then had to jerk back to dodge a stunner. Damn, Harry mumbled under his breath as he saw Kingsley go down. That left Tonks 2-on-1. 2 of the remaining Death Eaters were dueling Amos Diggory and Dawlish. The other 2 were keeping Lupin, Sturgis, and Mr. Weasley pinned down behind cover. That left Harry open to try something. He looked around. Where the hell is Mad Eye? Then, he noticed him down too. Harry sent a reductor curse at the 2 Death Eaters hammering away at Arthur, Sturgis, and Remus. They leapt aside as the trolley exploded and Sturgis caught one of them with a stunning spell, while Lupin got the other with a body bind. Avada! Harry spun and leapt at Tonks. Cadabra! Harry just managed to knock her clear and the familiar bolt of green light bounced harmlessly off the wall. Stupefy. Harry managed to catch one of her two attackers with the spell. The other one whipped his wand around and said, "Explodra." Harry shoved Tonks out of the way as the spell hit and he was catapulted into the air from the explosion. He hit the ground with a loud thud. He rolled and then countered, Petrificus Totalis, and dropped the Death Eater in his tracks. He managed to lean his head and glance to see that the others had made short work of the remaining two Death Eaters. Tonks cradled his head in her lap as oars began popping onto the platform with many witches to clean up the mess. Dumbledore appeared beside her. "Is he okay, Tonks?" She looked up teary-eyed. "He saved my life." "I don't know. He got hit point blank with an explosion hex." Dumbledore picked up a rock and muttered, "Portus. Here, take this portkey. I told Madame Pomfrey to stand ready to receive Harry. I figured he would do something dangerous." Tonks grabbed the portkey and placed Harry's finger on it, then tapped it with her wand. They appeared right in the middle of Hogwarts Hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey bustled over to Tonks. "Help me get him onto a bed. This boy seems determined to make me have a heart attack." Tonks smiled. "He can do that." Amidst all of the confusion that occurred when the Death Eaters arrived, no one really noticed that the train had actually left. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny stood with Mrs. Weasley as long as they could see what was going on. Ron was ashen-faced, while the two girls had tears in their eyes. Hermione kept repeating, "We need to help him. We need to help him." Ron looked at his mother as Harry disappeared from sight. "Why didn't you let us help in the battle?" Mrs. Weasley shook her head. "Harry didn't want any of you involved." Ron persisted stubbornly. "Why, though, does he think we're worthless?" It was Ginny that answered, "No, Ron, he doesn't think we're worthless. He just wants to keep us alive. If we were out there fighting, then Harry would have to worry about us. That would distract him, and might get him killed." Hermione cried even harder, and Ron swallowed the lump that had formed in his throat. "Well, we're not accomplishing anything standing here. Let's go find a compartment. I don't think that prefects will even bother meeting after this." The three made their way down the corridor while Molly went in search of some of the professors. They found Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood sitting in a compartment alone about halfway up the train. They dragged their trunks in and greeted the two. "Hi, Neville." "Hi, Luna." Neville looked up expectantly. "Hi, guys. Where's Harry?" Ginny and Hermione started crying again, which left Ron to answer, still out on the platform. Neville looked horrified. "Why didn't he get on the train?" Ron shrugged. "I don't know, but I think he was the target. If he had tried to leave with us, the Death Eaters would have followed." Luna asked dreamily, "What happened? We couldn't see properly from this far up the train." Hermione composed herself enough to answer, "When Harry came onto the platform, the Death Eaters appeared, and they started fighting. It seemed like there were several people helping Harry, though. He wasn't by himself at least." Ginny sniffled. "Like that would have mattered. Harry would have tried to take them on by himself. When I see him I'm going to kill him." Ron nodded. "I know exactly what you mean, Ginny." Hermione started crying again. "I just hope he's all right." Neville smiled. "Cheer up. Harry will be fine." Ginny looked at him. "How do you know that?" "He always is. I have faith that Harry will come through in any situation," replied Neville. Ginny nodded. "So do I." The five teenagers continued to talk and express various worries about Harry's safety. Then, they would discuss strangling him for putting them through this. This continued until the compartment door opened to reveal none other than Draco Malfoy flanked by his two goons, Crabbe and Goyle. Ron looked up. "Shove off, Malfoy." Temper, Weasley. "I'm amazed actually. I expected you and the mudblood to be out helping Potter," responded Malfoy snidely. Suddenly, all five of them had their wands leveled at Malfoy. "I said shove off, Malfoy. Threatening a prefect. All of you are going to be in serious trouble for this." Hermione smiled acidly. "I don't think so, Malfoy. In case you haven't noticed, there are 3 prefects in this room." 4. Inserted Luna, and she flashed her prefect badge. Hermione smirked. "So, as you see, you are outnumbered. I suggest that you leave." Neville broke in. "As Ron said, Shove off, Malfoy. Draco smiled. Just watch out. I'll catch you alone eventually. Ginny smiled. You should be the one to watch out, Draco. Harry will be the one to catch you. After what I saw him do to the Death Eaters in Diagon Alley, I would be careful if I were you. Draco snorted. We'll see, Weasley. We'll see. After that the three of them left the five to themselves. A few hours later, the train arrived at the station in Hogsmeade. The five of them got out and prepared to head to the castle. Dumbledore walked into the hospital wing. Poppy, how is Harry? Poppy bustled over to him. He's fine, Albus. He's just sleeping at this point. How bad were his injuries? She shook her head. I have no idea how he was still conscious when he came in. He had 3 broken ribs, a broken arm and a fracture in his skull. Not to mention several cuts and bruises. How long will he have to stay here? Asked Dumbledore. Poppy shrugged. I suppose he could leave in the morning. He should wake up later, but I would like him to stay overnight. Dumbledore nodded. I'm sure that his friends will want to come check on him later. Please allow them to wait until he wakes. After they have spoken to him for a little while, you may send them back to their tower. Poppy nodded. I will let them stay with him for a while, Headmaster. Dumbledore smiled. Well, I must get downstairs to prepare for the feast. I'm sure they will be here as soon as they are through eating. Poppy smiled. I am sure they will be. At just this moment the 5 teenagers in question were crowding into a carriage for the trip from Hogsmeade up to the castle. Ginny piped up. I wonder if Harry will be at the feast. Hermione nodded. I hope so. You know, with all that has been going on, we haven't asked the pivotal question. What are you on about? Replied Ron. Hermione inserted. Who is going to be the defense against the dark arts teacher? I heard it was going to be an Auror. Neville put in. Where did you hear that at, Neville? Asked Ron. Gran. It makes sense, said Hermione. Ron looked confused. What makes sense? Hermione said churlishly. Honestly, Ron, I don't know how I managed to ever have a conversation with you. It makes sense for the defense against the dark arts teacher to be an Auror. I wonder which one it is. Ginny smiled. I, for one, hope it's Tonks. Ron grinned. That would be great. She's a lot of fun. Ron, our teachers are not here to be fun, chided Hermione. Yeah, I know, they're here for our intellectual development or some such rubbish. Hermione, do you ever just lighten up? Asked Ron. I can't just lighten up because you won't take anything seriously, so I have to stay on your case, huffed Hermione. Ginny sighed. Harry is going to be so disappointed. Luna looked over dreamily. Why is Harry going to be disappointed? Ginny looked at Luna and grinned. He thought that if Hermione and Ron started dating that they might stop fighting. He was obviously wrong. Ron looked askance. Hermione and I aren't dating. Ginny raised her eyebrows. The way you two were stuck together at the lips the other day, you could have fooled me. Hermione turned beet red. You saw us. Ginny grinned cheekily. On 2 different occasions, I might add. Even Ron flushed at this. Luckily, at just that moment the carriage stopped in front of the castle, which allowed Hermione and Ron to beat a hasty retreat into the castle. The other 3 followed, giggling slightly. When they walked into the Great Hall, they looked around rapidly for Harry. When they didn't see him, they made for Professor Dumbledore at the staff table in a hurry. Dumbledore looked up and saw the group making his way to him and chuckled. Ginny got to him first. Professor Dumbledore, where's Harry? Is he all right? He's not hurt, is he? Dumbledore smiled. Don't worry. Mr. Potter is just fine. He's in the hospital wing sleeping right now. I've made arrangements for all of you to go up and wait with him after the feast. He should wake up in another hour or so. That leaves you all plenty of time to eat. Now, off to your tables. Luna went to the Ravenclaw table, while the other 4 made their way over to the Gryffindor table. Once everyone was seated, the doors opened, and in came Professor McGonagall leading the first years. She walked up in front of the staff table and pulled out the sorting hat. The mouth split open on the brim, and this song sprang forth. It was over 1,000 years ago, when the founders were united still. Before the days of woe. Before Slytherin broke the deal. Forged by the 4, who started it all. So, Hogwarts opened its door. And many young ones answered its call. Then, the four did divide the throng into the favorite of each. And while the four lived, they did bide their time and separated those they decided to teach. Now that the founders have left the throng, they left me to finish the split. So, each year I use a song to separate the students, and do my bit. Now, let us see to which house you belong. Step right up and we will see. Perhaps the ambition of Slytherin is for what you long. Or maybe a brilliant Ravenclaw is what you want to be. Some like hard work, and will go to Hufflepuff. Others keep bravery in their heart and will become Gryffindor. Now, on to the sorting for the tough. So, step forward and find out what's in store. Everyone clapped merrily as the hat finished the song. Then McGonagall pulled a list from inside her robes. When I call your name, come up and put on the sorting hat. It will tell you which house you are in. Then, she began to call out names. While she was doing this, Ginny leaned over and asked Hermione if Harry was all right. Why is he in the hospital wing? She shrugged. I don't know, Ginny, but we're going to find out shortly. I guess we just have to wait. Ginny nodded mutely as the sorting was completed and Dumbledore stood up to begin the announcements. Welcome back to Hogwarts. We will begin with the repeated announcement. The Forbidden Forest is off limits to all students, regardless of year. Quidditch captains will be informed of their duties by their heads of house within the first couple of days of term. Quidditch tryouts for each house will be determined by the captain. I would like to introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Ms. Nymphadora Tonks. Surprisingly, Tonks didn't react to the usage of her first name. There was much polite applause, but none as loud as Hermione, Ron and Ginny. Dumbledore continued, also, due to the success of the Yule Ball that was held during the Tri-Wizard Tournament, we have decided to have a ball the day before Christmas vacation begins. The ball will be open to all students in 4th year and above. Although you may invite a younger student if you wish. Dress robes will be worn as it is a formal occasion. I'm sure anyone who does not have dress robes will be able to find whatever they need at the division of Gladrag's wizard wear that has opened up in the village. I know you are all wondering about the attack at platform 9 3/4. It is my pleasure to inform you that there were no serious injuries incurred by any of the participants in the battle. Also, all 10 of the Death Eaters that were involved were captured by the Ministry. This was a great victory for us today. It was all brought about by the hard work of one student. I ask you to raise your glass in toast to Harry Potter. Most of the students in the hall raised their glasses and then drank a toast to Harry Potter. After this, the Gryffindors especially began to look around to try and find Harry. It was readily apparent that he was not present in the hall. Dumbledore began again. I regret to inform you that Harry was mildly injured in the attack. He will rejoin you in the morning for breakfast. For now, however, let's eat. As Dumbledore sat down, the magnificent food for the feast appeared on the table. All 4 Gryffindors began to put food on their plates and eat rapidly, for they wanted to get up to the hospital wing and see Harry. After a hurried meal in which Ron ate as much as any 3 people, the 4 Gryffindors got up from the table and headed for the door. They were joined by Luna and they turned to look at Professor Dumbledore, who merely smiled and nodded for them to go ahead. The 5 students made their way through the castle to the hospital wing. Poppy opened the door for them to enter. Be quiet and allow him to rest. You will have to wait until he wakes up naturally to talk to him. Ginny nodded. We'll be as quiet as a mouse, Madame Pomfrey. Hermione, as always, was after information. How long until he wakes up, Madame Pomfrey? Madame Pomfrey shrugged. Another half an hour to an hour at the most. Now, I have things to do, so stay right here. Luna, Ron, Neville, and Hermione gathered around the bed while Ginny began pacing back and forth at the foot of the bed. They stayed this way for about 20 minutes until Harry began to stir. He opened his eyes and saw 4 concerned faces looking down at him. Hi, guys. Hermione said peevishly. That's all you have to say. We've been crazy with worry all day. Harry snorted. I've been out that long. Yes, Harry James Potter, you have been out that long. You have got a lot of explaining to do. How dare you do this to us? I don't know what I would do without you around. Then, you go running off and try to get yourself killed. Burst out Ginny savagely. The other four backed away to allow Harry to look directly at Ginny. He smiled widely. "What exactly do you think you are smiling at?" snapped Ginny. Harry smiled even wider. "If such a thing were possible, you. Why are you staring at me? Does anyone else see what I see?" "Ron, I know you don't." "How about you, Neville?" asked Harry. Neville shook his head, wondering if Harry had taken a blow to the head. "Then, come over here and look from my angle." Harry motioned for Neville to come and lean down beside him. He pointed at Ginny. "Notice the almost challenging way that she places her hands on her hips. Then, look up and see the way that she is gnawing on her bottom lip. Then, you see the faint flush of anger in her cheeks. It almost matches the color of her hair. Now, as she really starts to get mad since I'm talking about her, you can see the flash of her eyes. So, now do you see it?" Ginny burst out before Neville could answer, since she could contain herself no longer. "Just exactly what is he supposed to see, Mr. Potter?" "That you, Miss Weasley, are an exceptionally beautiful young lady, and that your anger only makes you more attractive," replied Harry, beaming. Five jaws fell open at this pronouncement. Ginny flushed completely and bolted from the room. Her thoughts were a whirl in her mind, but one overpowering sentence thundered through her head. "Harry Potter just told me I was beautiful. Harry Potter just told me I was beautiful." This continued like a mantra all the way back to her room. Back in the hospital wing, Ron finally recovered enough to say, "I can't believe you just said that to my sister." Harry smiled. "She's not yelling at me anymore, is she?" Ron grinned. "No, she isn't." Hermione looked on disapprovingly. "Oh, Harry, please tell me that you didn't just say that to her to get her to quit yelling." Harry shook his head. "No, Hermione, I didn't. I meant every word. Getting her to stop yelling at me was a bonus side effect. Although, I didn't intend for her to flee when I said it." Hermione sniffed. "So, what happened at the station?" Harry snorted. "I'm talking about something pleasant and you have to bring up the battle. You're no fun." Ron jumped to Hermione's defense. "Well, mate, we are all curious as to what happened." "All right, I'll tell you. We expected there to be an attack on me in revenge for Diagon Alley. We knew their only chance of getting to me before I got back to Hogwarts was to hit us at King's Cross. So, we prepared for it. We won. End of story." Luna spoke up. "No, that is not end of story. How did you get into the hospital wing?" "Oh, that, I sort of jumped in front of an explosion hex that was aimed at Tonks," replied Harry. Hermione looked horrified. "Harry, you could have been killed." Ron and Neville looked impressed while Luna failed to show any reaction. Harry shrugged. "I'm still here." Hermione shook her head emphatically. "You can't take chances like that, Harry. How do you think all of us will feel if you get yourself killed?" Harry smiled. "I'm not going to get myself killed, Hermione. I wasn't taking a chance. I was doing what was necessary. Besides, I've had worse injuries falling off my broomstick. I'm sorry that all of you were worried, but it's time that you understand that this is for keeps. I might die out there fighting Voldemort, but it's a fight that I have to keep fighting." Ron broke in. "You need to let us help you." "No, Ron, I don't. When all of you understand that some things are worth dying for, then, you can go into battle. Not before." Hermione protested. "But we do understand that some things are worth dying for." Harry shook his head. "No, Hermione, you don't. Your reaction to what I did today proves that beyond a shadow of a doubt." "Then, how do we show you that we understand?" asked Ron. "You won't. I'll just know. Then, I will ask the others to let you join the Order of the Phoenix. Until then, you have to stay on the bench. I hope that you can accept that." All of them nodded. Now, on to happier matters. What did I miss at the feast? Who is the new defense against the dark arts teacher? Ron answered, "Good food. The normal announcements except for the ball, and Tonks is the new Dada teacher." "Tonks, excellent. Ball," echoed Harry. Hermione nodded. "Yes, there is going to be a ball the day before term lets out for Christmas holidays." Harry smiled. "Good, we need to have some fun." Ron snorted. "I don't know what you're happy about, mate. Do you remember how much trouble we had getting dates to the last ball?" Harry shrugged. Yeah, but they say that the first time is always the hardest. We've got that out of the way. It should be simpler this time around. Anyway, I don't understand what you're complaining about. You have a girlfriend. Ron jumped. No, I don't. Harry raised his eyebrows. You mean to tell me that after all those snogging sessions with Hermione this summer at my house, you still haven't asked her to be your girlfriend? Ron and Hermione both flushed red when Harry said this. Harry, how did you know about this? Stammered Hermione. Harry snorted. I know my house is pretty big, but it isn't that big. Everyone that came through that house this summer knows that the two of you kept sneaking off to snog. Ron muttered, well, I think it's time for Harry to get some rest. I think we should be going. Neville and Luna both laughed at Ron and Hermione's obvious discomfiture. Harry grinned broadly. Is there a problem, Ron? Ron, however, was saved from answering by Madame Pomfrey. It's time for all of you to go. Mr. Potter needs his rest. She shooed them all from the wing. Then, she brought a tray of food over to Harry. Here, you are, eat, and then you need to try to sleep some more. I'm sure after sleeping all day you will wake early. I will let you go back to the tower in the morning. Harry replied as he dug into the tray of food, thanks, Madame Pomfrey. She looked surprised considering that Harry had not argued with her at all. A.N. Bob 33, thanks for the review. I like the positive attitude much better than Canon Harry, myself. The next morning Harry awoke at dawn. He had a message lying on the counter beside him. It said, the password to Gryffindor Tower is Phoenix Fire. Harry smiled and began to change back into his clothes. When he was finished, Madame Pomfrey came over and informed him that he could leave to return to the tower. Harry walked through the castle. In the early morning hours it was practically deserted. Most of the paintings were asleep. Harry arrived at the painting of the fat lady and gave the password, Phoenix Fire. The portrait opened and Harry entered the common room. He walked up the stairs to the sixth-year boys' dormitory. None of the others were awake, yet. So, Harry rummaged in his trunk, and pulled out his robes. He then went to the bathroom and showered and then changed into his school robes. He grabbed a book on day-to-day charms that he had bought in Flourish and Blots and walked down to the common room. He sat on a couch in front of the fireplace and opened the book and began looking for a charm of some kind that would help him learn how to dance. He found a dancing charm that would train your feet how to move. I'll just have to find an empty room to practice in. I want this to be a surprise. Harry muttered to himself. You want what to be a surprise? Inquired Hermione. Harry jumped and quickly shut the book so that she wouldn't see what he had been reading. Nothing. She smirked. Don't give me that nothing line, Harry Potter. What are you hiding? Harry bit his lower lip. If I tell you, you have to promise not to tell anyone. Hermione nodded. Okay, I promise. Harry shifted nervously. I decided that I was going to learn how to dance for the ball. Why? Well, I looked stupid last time. Besides, I saw who the girl I want to ask went with last time. He stepped on her toes constantly, and I don't want to do that. Harry said. You wouldn't happen to be talking about Ginny Weasley? Hermione asked innocently. Harry flushed slightly. Well, I don't know. I thought you just said that you knew which girl you wanted to take. Hermione persisted. I do, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to tell you. Harry muttered. He was saved from any further questioning by Ron and Neville walking into the common room. So, are the two of you ready for breakfast? Asked Ron. Hermione shook her head. Trust you to be worried about food. Ron replied, I'm a growing boy. Harry said, hold on, I've got to go throw my book in my room, and I'll be back down. Harry ran up the stairs and then back down. When he walked back into the common room, Ginny was waiting with the other three. She blushed faintly when she saw Harry. He smiled at her. Let's go to breakfast. The four of them walked down to the Great Hall, and sat down at the Gryffindor table. While they were serving themselves bacon and eggs, McGonagall walked down the length of the table and began handing out schedules. Harry opened his and a note fell out. He picked it up and opened it. Harry, come up to my office this evening at 8 o'clock. Professor McGonagall and I need to speak with you. The password is Acid Pops. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster. What's the note for? Harry?" asked Hermione. "It's from Dumbledore. He wants to meet with me in his office tonight," responded Harry. "Why?" asked Ron. "Doesn't say. I'd bet it has something to do with Tom's response to the attack on platform 9 3/4. The others nodded. Hermione changed the subject. "So, Ginny, what do you think about the ball?" Ginny smiled. "Well, at least this time I don't have to wait on a boy to ask me. I already know I can go. I'm going to have to do a lot of altering to my dress robes. They don't quite fit anymore." Hermione turned to Harry. "How about you?" Harry shrugged. "I guess I'll have to get new robes. I've grown at least 6 inches since I wore the ones I have. At least this time I don't intend to make the same mistakes I did for the Yule Ball." "What mistakes were those, mate?" asked Ron. Harry paused as if considering how to answer. "First, I waited way too late to finally ask. Second, I asked the wrong girl. I have no intention of doing either of those things this time. I'm going to ask early, and I'm going to ask the right girl." Neville asked nervously, "How soon are you going to ask?" "I don't know when I should ask someone. I don't want to ask too soon, but I don't want to ask too late either." Harry grinned. "I think I'm going to ask the girl I want to go with, today." He turned to Ginny. "So, Ginny, would you do me the honor of accompanying me to the ball?" Ron fell off the bench into the floor. Hermione and Neville gaped at Harry. Ginny flushed a very deep red and nodded shyly. Then, she bolted from the Great Hall. Harry shook his head in exasperation. "She has got to stop doing that." Hermione smiled. "You keep embarrassing her." "How does me asking her to the dance embarrass her?" asked Harry in bewilderment. Ron got back into his seat. "Everything about you embarrasses her, mate." Harry leaned back over his plate of food. "Well, we're going to have to change that." To change the subject, how is everyone's morning on classes? Ron smirked. "I'm off first period. The only thing I have on Mondays is double care of magical creatures this afternoon." Hermione said, "Well, I have transfiguration at 9. How about you, Harry?" "The same, then I have double potions this afternoon with Snape." "How about you, Neville?" "I've got ancient runes at 9, then I'll be with Ron in care of magical creatures this afternoon." Hermione turned. "I can't believe I didn't ask. Neville, how did you do on your OWLs?" Neville smiled. "Pretty good actually. I got an O in herbology and Dada. I got an E in ancient runes and charms. A in transfiguration, divination, astronomy, care of magical creatures, and history of magic. I got AP in potions." Harry jumped in. "That's great, Neville. Which NEWTs are you doing?" "Care of magical creature, charms, herbology, ancient runes, and defense against the dark arts," replied Neville. Hermione nodded. "Good class schedule." Harry looked at his watch. "Well, my own, we had better get going. I don't think McGonagall would appreciate us being late on the first day of class." Harry got up. "I guess we'll see you guys at dinner. Let's hurry." The other two boys nodded as Harry and Hermione headed for Transfiguration. The two hurried up to Gryffindor Tower to get their books for Transfiguration. Then, they rushed to McGonagall's room to get seats in the front. McGonagall swept into the room a few minutes later as the class settled themselves into their seats. "I would like to congratulate all of you on your OWL results. I only accept those students who receive an E or O into my NEWT Transfiguration course. The main objective of the course this year will focus on various kinds of human transfiguration. We will begin small as this is exceedingly difficult. In deference to my animagus form, I would like all of you to try and transform your offhand into a cat paw." She went on to describe the incantation and wand movements necessary for human transfiguration. All of the students began attempting the transfiguration. There were some catastrophic effects. Harry waited until McGonagall's attention was focused on Parvati, who had managed to freeze her hand into a fist. Then, he waved his wand and pretended to perform the incantation, while merely transforming his hand into his animagus panther paw. Hermione happened to glance over from her work to notice Harry. "Harry, how did you do that?" Professor McGonagall turned to see what Hermione was talking about. "Mr. Potter, I believe that is a panther paw." Harry nodded. "I believe you are right, Professor. Panthers are cats. The enormity of what Harry had just stated was not wasted on McGonagall. She gave him one of her rare smiles. 20 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Excellent work. She moved off to begin helping the other students. Hermione rounded on Harry. 20 points, Harry. That's amazing to get that many in one shot from Professor McGonagall. He snorted. Don't act happy, yet. We have double potions this afternoon. Snape can take 20 points away from me in a matter of minutes. I'll just be happy to break even for the day. Hermione's face fell. Yeah, I guess you're right. We can hope, though. Harry shrugged. I suppose, but we had better get to work before McGonagall takes the points back herself. Hermione smiled and set back to work attempting the transfiguration. Harry made a mental note to practice the transfiguration in private to make sure he could do it without cheating. He waited until no one was looking and then reverted his hand. Soon enough the bell rang to signal the end of class. The students packed up their books to leave. Mr. Potter, might I have a word with you? Harry looked at Hermione. Library. She nodded. I'll catch up with you there. Harry walked up to Professor McGonagall's desk. Yes, Professor. He inquired. Was that your first attempt at human transfiguration? Asked McGonagall. In a manner of speaking. It was my first attempt today, said Harry meekly. How many times have you attempted human transfiguration? Harry shrugged. 4, maybe 5 times. Are you sure that is all? Harry nodded. Yes, I'm sure. It was just a few times that I attempted it. Well, Mr. Potter, I believe that will be all. I will speak with you again when you come to meet the headmaster this evening, said McGonagall. Harry smiled. I look forward to it, Professor. Then, he turned and picked up his books and walked out of the room. A few minutes later, he caught up with Hermione in the library. So, what did Professor McGonagall want? Asked Hermione. Harry grinned. She wanted to talk about my transfiguration, and tell me that she would see me tonight in Dumbledore's office. What do you think? Began Hermione, but Harry cut her off. Don't bother to ask. I still have no idea what Dumbledore wants to talk to me about. I will find out tonight, and if it isn't terribly confidential, then I will tell all of you about it later. Well, let's just study until lunch, then, said Hermione. Harry sat down beside Hermione and pulled out his Transfiguration textbook. He proceeded to begin reading about the theory behind human transfiguration, so that he could make sure that he could perform all kinds. Hermione buried herself in some obscure text that she had found on the shelf concerning human to animal transfiguration. They had been sitting there for about half an hour when Ron and Neville walked in. Here you are. We've been looking all over the place for you, beeped Ron. Harry shook his head. Considering I just had a class with Hermione, this should have been the first place you looked. Hermione socked Harry in the arm. Hey. Harry shrugged. You know it's true. This is your sanctuary. He turned to the other two. Hermione's motto, when in doubt, go to the library, and read a book about it. All 3 boys laughed at this. Hermione looked on disapprovingly. Ron grinned. Harry, you better watch out. Hermione looks ready to attack. So, the worst she can do is hex me. I'm not the one trying to date her. I don't have to worry about her being mad. You're the one that's going to suffer for it. Harry looked pointedly at Ron, who flushed red at this statement. Neville and Hermione laughed at Ron. Harry grinned. See, she doesn't stay upset. She knows that I'm just teasing her. Ron just shook his head. Let's go back up to the tower. Harry jumped up. Yeah, I want a game of chess before lunch. Come on, Hermione. We can study after potions. I'm sure Snape will give us plenty of homework. Hermione smiled ruefully, and got up to follow the boys up to Gryffindor Tower. They walked upstairs to the fat lady, and gave her the password, Phoenix Fire. Then, they walked into the common room to find Ginny sitting in front of the fire. She looked up and saw Harry. She immediately began to blush furiously. Harry smiled and shook his head. Hi, Ginny. She smiled. Hi, Harry. Then, she giggled. Hermione smiled at the obvious flirtation. Ron just rolled his eyes. Come on, Harry, let's play chess, said Ron as he pulled out the chess set. Harry said, all right, Ginny, do you want to watch me lose horribly? Ginny shook her head. No, but I'd love to help you win. Harry grinned. I could get used to that idea. God knows you're better than me. Ron looked up. How do you know Ginny is better than you? Harry chuckled. She beat me easily enough when we played this summer. Ron's eyes widened. You played chess with my sister this summer. Harry nodded. Yeah, is there something wrong with that? Ron shook his head. No, but I didn't know that the two of you played games together. Ginny spoke up. Harry and I did a lot of stuff together this summer. Then, she blushed profusely as she realized the implication of what she had just said. Hermione looked at Ginny coyly. Oh really? Exactly what did the two of you do together this summer? Harry looked at Hermione. From what I've heard, Ginny and I have done a great deal less than you and Ron. Ron asked quickly, what is that supposed to mean? Harry looked exasperated. Ron, how many times do we have to go over the fact that we all know that you and Hermione were caught snogging on more than one occasion at my house this summer? Ron and Hermione blushed. So, Ron, have you asked her to be your girlfriend? Ron shook his head. Harry pulled out his wand. Do I have to hex you to make you do it? Hermione jumped up. What is this? Do you think that I need you to force him to ask me out? I don't need charity. Harry laughed at her. I know you don't need any charity, Hermione. It's not like I'm trying to get him to do something he doesn't want to do already. I think I need to change tactics. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Hermione hotly. Harry grinned. Maybe instead of trying to talk the boy wonder over here into asking you out, maybe I should be threatening to hex you if you don't ask him out. Hermione stopped and stared at Harry with her mouth open in astonishment. Ginny and Neville laughed at her and Ron. Harry just shook his head. The two of you are entirely too easy to wind up. Come on, Ron, let's just play a game. The 5 students sat around and joked as Ron and Harry played a game of wizard's chess. Ginny occasionally gave Harry advice about what moves to make. Harry unconsciously reached out and took Ginny's hand. She flushed with pleasure and looked for 1 minute as if she was going to bolt again, but Hermione gave her a knowing smile and she relaxed. After Harry had managed to lose the game, he stood up. All right, then, it's time to go eat lunch. I've been humiliated enough for the day already, and I still have to deal with Snape in double potions this afternoon. Ginny got up beside him. Harry, Snape can't be that horrible to you, can he? Harry smirked. Are you kidding me? He already hated me before. After what happened the last time we spoke to each other, he's going to be even worse. Ginny nodded. Good point. The two of them began walking to the portrait hole still holding hands. The other 3 exchanged bemused glances at their expense and then grinned and followed the two of them down to the Great Hall. On the way down the stairs in the main corridor they all heard a voice ring out. You've got to be kidding me, Potter. You've taken to the weasel's little sister. Did you buy her or something? Malfoy. Growled Harry. He let go of Ginny's hand and took 2 running steps and vaulted the banister and seemingly flew through the air to land beside Malfoy. Somewhere in the jump he had drawn his wand, and now had it leveled at the bridge of Malfoy's nose. Now, I want you to notice how easy it was for me to get to you. The next time I come after you, Madame Pomfrey will be mopping up what is left of you. Do I make myself clear, Malfoy? Malfoy made a motion as if he was going to go for his wand, but Harry was quicker. His left hand shot out and grabbed Malfoy's arm and bent it around backwards. He leaned closer to Malfoy and whispered menacingly, I've warned you, Malfoy. The next time you cross me, I will treat you as a Death Eater. There will be no mercy. Remember my words. He pushed Malfoy away and pocketed his wand, and walked back to his friends. He smiled down at Ginny. Let's go get lunch. The other 4 followed him into the Great Hall, each one of them smirking at Malfoy as they passed. Lunch was a light-hearted affair of banter being exchanged between the 5. However, all too soon it was time to return to class. Harry stood up wearily. Come on, my own. It's time for us to go and grab our potion stuff, and prepare for the torture. Hermione grinned as she stood up. Maybe it won't be that bad. Harry looked at her skeptically. She shrugged. Okay, maybe it will. He turned and looked down at Ginny. You have any homework yet? She nodded. Do you want to meet in the common room later and work on it together? She nodded again. Okay, I'll see you after class. She smiled as he turned to walk away. Harry and Hermione made their way to Gryffindor Tower. They retrieved their cauldrons and potion kits and then headed towards the dungeons. They arrived outside of the potions classroom to discover only 4 other students. Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, Draco Malfoy, and Blaise Zabini from Slytherin, and Padma Patil from Ravenclaw. Harry looked around. Is this all of us? Padma nodded. There were only 7 O's on the potions OWL. Harry looked around bewildered. Who was the other one? Padma answered, Cherry Boot, but he wants to be a charm breaker. He doesn't need potions. At this moment the door to the dungeon burst open and Snape swept into the hallway and ordered them into the classroom. He strode to the front of the class and spun around to glare malevolently at the 4 non-Slytherins in the room. Since you are present in this class, you have obviously managed an O on the potions OWL. This will not help you in my NEWT course on potions. We will be doing very advanced potions in this class. I expect anyone that takes this class to perform admirably on the potions NEWT that you will take at the end of your 7th year. Anyone that I do not feel is performing up to standard will be removed from my role. There will be no playing around in this class. Is this understood? The class chorused, Yes, Professor Snape. Now, that I have your attention, we will be brewing a potion known as the Polyjuice Potion. This potion allows the drinker to assume the form of another person. What is the most important ingredient of Polyjuice Potion, Mr. Potter? You must have a part of the person that you wish to transform into, Professor, answered Harry. Snape looked surprised but recovered quickly. You will be working in groups of 2 this term. You will use one of the 2 cauldrons in your group for the Polyjuice Potion. You will use the other one for the other potions that we will be brewing this term. The Polyjuice Potion takes almost a month to brew, so we will be preparing the ingredients today and setting the lacewings to stew. He turned and began writing the ingredients on the board. Harry and Hermione grinned at each other and began unpacking the ingredients they needed. 2 hours later the bell rang to end class. Harry and Hermione were packing up their things when Snape called out, I want 3 rolls of parchment on the magically induced effects of boomslang skin on potions. Due Friday. Dismissed. Harry and Hermione quickly left class, and headed up to Gryffindor Tower. The 2 of them walked into the tower to find Ginny sitting at a table in the corner with her charms book out. Harry leaned over her and asked, What are you doing? My homework. I can see that. What is the assignment on? Asked Harry impatiently. Charms. Are you trying to be a pain? She nodded enthusiastically, yes. Harry laughed, You're very good at it. She smacked his arm playfully. Hey, that's not fair. Harry held up his hands in mock surrender. I only speak the truth as I see it. Hermione laughed at Ginny and Harry. While she was laughing at them, Neville and Ron came in through the portrait hole. What's so funny? They asked simultaneously. Hermione nodded at Harry and Ginny, those 2 arguing about Ginny's homework. Ron raised his eyebrows. What's funny about that? Hermione waved him off. You had to be here. It's time to start our homework, though. Ron grinned hugely. I don't have any. Harry looked at him, like that's something to brag about. You've only had 1 class. How about you, Neville? He replied, I've got a short translation for ancient runes. How much work did Snape give you? Harry beeped. 3 rolls of parchment on boomslang skin. I have to lay down for a few minutes before I even think about starting that. Harry laid down on the floor beside the table and happened to turn his head towards Ginny and saw a very familiar pair of mismatched socks on her feet. One of them was red with a pattern of broomsticks, while the other was green with a pattern of snitches. Ginny. Yes, Harry. Why are you wearing my socks? Asked Harry. Ginny blushed. I found them in your trunk and I thought they were cute. When? Over the summer. Why were you going through my trunk? Persisted Harry. Well, stammered Ginny, I was looking for some of your socks. Why? Ron cut her off. Don't worry about it, mate. She steals everyone's socks. She has some of mine, Bill's, Charlie's, Percy's, Fred's, and George's. I don't think that I have ever seen her wear a pair of her own socks. Harry snorted with suppressed laughter. Well, Ginny, if you want my socks that bad, you just have to ask. However, I do want that pair back at some point. They were a Christmas present from Dobby 2 years ago. He'd be highly upset if he knew that I had given them away. So, I'm afraid you're going to have to choose a different pair of my socks to take unless you want a very excitable house elf calling you my Wheezy. Hermione looked at Harry. You're what? Harry laughed. My Wheezy. That's what he called Ron during the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. Dobby was the one that told me what they had taken. Ron looked disgusted. He called me your Wheezy. Harry really began to laugh at the expression on Ron's face. Yes, he did. Several times actually. The others joined Harry in his laughter. Harry finally got up off the floor and pulled out his potions homework and set to work. All of the others but Ron did the same. Ron stood up and said, I'm going to go for a walk. Everyone waved and set back to work. He headed out the portrait hole. The others continued with their homework, occasionally making comments. Ginny and Neville finished first and went upstairs to the dormitories. Harry and Hermione continued working diligently. They had just finished when Ron came back in. Hey, guys, you know it's about time for dinner. Harry stood and stretched. Yes, Ron, we're done. I'm going to go chunk my stuff in the dorm room. I'll be back in a sec. He rushed upstairs to get rid of his books, and then hurried back down the stairs. Ron and Neville were standing waiting for him. He looked around. Where are the girls? Ron shrugged. Hermione went upstairs and said she'd be back in a bit. She told us not to wait. She said her and Ginny would meet us in the Great Hall. Harry nodded. All right, then. Let's head to dinner. After that the three boys left the tower to make their way down to the Great Hall. Hermione had walked upstairs to her dorm room, and heard a hiss from the fifth-year girls' dorm. Hermione. She turned and looked to see Ginny motioning for her to come. What is it, Ginny? Asked Hermione in amusement. Am I crazy, Hermione? Ginny beeped. What are you talking about? Asked Hermione in bewilderment. Ginny squirmed. Am I imagining things or has Harry been flirting with me? Hermione smiled. Well, Ginny, I'm no expert, but I would have to say that he has been. He did tell you that you were beautiful. Ginny flushed. Oh, I'm sure he just said all that in the hospital wing to get me to stop yelling at him. Hermione shook her head. No, he said that was just a bonus. What was just a bonus? Hermione laughed. He said after you ran out, that he meant every word of what he said. Then, he said the fact that you stopped yelling at him was just a bonus side effect of the compliment. He asked you to go to the ball. He said you were the right girl. It all sounds like flirting with me. Ginny sighed. Then, why hasn't he asked me to be his girlfriend or something? Hermione shrugged. I asked myself the same question about Ron. At least he's key ed you. Ginny complained. Hermione looked surprised. You mean that the two of you haven't key ed yet? Ginny shook her head. He hasn't even tried to key me. Don't take it the wrong way. The only girl that Harry has really liked before you was Cho, and that was somewhat of a disaster. I think he's just trying to take it slow. Be patient. He'll come around. I'm tired of being patient. I've been waiting for Harry to notice me for 5 years now. It's getting tiring. Complained Ginny some more. Hermione shrugged. Well, you know what to do about that. Ginny shook her head. What? Make the first move. Ginny looked almost scared. I couldn't. I can barely speak in front of him. There's no way I could actually make a move on him. Then, just wait on him then. Let's go down to eat. The two girls followed the same route that the boys had taken just minutes before on their way to the Great Hall. Dinner passed by in a blur as Harry began to wonder more and more about what Dumbledore wished to speak with him about. After they had finished eating, the 5 teenagers left the Great Hall. Harry stopped in the corridor and said, I'll catch up with all of you in the common room. I'm going to go ahead and go to Dumbledore's office. It's almost 8 o'clock. See y'all later. They waved as Harry took off in the opposite direction. They then finished making their way through the castle to Gryffindor Tower. Harry came to a halt in front of the gargoyle that marked the entrance to Dumbledore's office. Acid pops. The gargoyle sprang to one side and Harry made his way up the revolving staircase to the door of Dumbledore's office. He knocked on the door. Come in, Harry, rang out the voice of the headmaster. Harry walked into the office and looked around. The office was basically the same as it had always been. Knickknacks galore abounded through the room. Fawkes was on his customary perch. Harry took the seat that Dumbledore pointed to. "I presume you are wondering why I have asked you here this evening, Harry." "Yes, sir." Professor McGonagall bustled in just then. "Ah, Minerva, you are just in time," said Dumbledore. "I was just about to explain to young Mr. Potter why I have called him here this evening." McGonagall nodded and sat down. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. "Harry, I wish to ask you about the DA." "What about it, sir?" inquired Harry. "Would you like to continue the club?" continued Dumbledore. Harry shrugged. "It was a lot of fun doing the DA meetings, but I don't really see that we need it anymore, now that we have a decent defense against the dark arts teacher. I'm sure Professor Tonks is going to be able to handle it." Albus smiled. "Yes, I'm sure she can. However, I was thinking of transforming the DA into a dueling club under your leadership, Harry." "If you think that I can handle it, sir, I would love to do it," answered Harry. "Excellent. Now speaking of transforming, Minerva has given me to understand that you have demonstrated an innate ability at human transfiguration." Harry shrugged. "I suppose. She believes, as I do, that you would benefit from animagus training. Unfortunately, if you were to take up this training, it would mean certain sacrifices on your part," said Dumbledore. Harry's face fell. "You want me to give up Quidditch?" McGonagall interrupted. "Not entirely, Mr. Potter. It had been my intent to offer you the captaincy of the team this evening. In light of your natural ability, I believe that your time would be better spent on animagus training than captain's duties. You would still be able to remain on the team, though." Harry smiled. "How long would it take to complete the training?" McGonagall answered, "If you pressed hard, I believe that you could achieve the full transformation by the end of May." Harry shook his head. "I would like to be Quidditch captain, Professor. I don't think that I need to worry about animagus training. It isn't that difficult to accomplish." McGonagall replied sternly, "I am somewhat disappointed in you, Mr. Potter. I expected better. I assure you that the transformation is most difficult." "I beg to differ, Professor. I worked it out in a single afternoon," responded Harry. Dumbledore started. "What was that, Harry?" "I said that I worked out how to do the transformation in a single afternoon," repeated Harry. McGonagall shook her head. "Are you saying that you are already an animagus?" Harry nodded as Dumbledore's eyes began to twinkle. She continued, "I find that difficult to believe, Mr. Potter." Harry stood up and transformed into a Black Panther. McGonagall leapt back in shock, but Dumbledore merely chuckled appreciatively. Harry reverted to human form as Fawkes trilled impressive, "Young one." Asterisk. Harry turned and smiled. "Why thank you, Fawkes." Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged glances, but didn't say anything. Dumbledore spoke up. "Harry, how long have you been able to do this?" "About 3 or 4 weeks," responded Harry. "Why haven't you already told us about it?" inquired Dumbledore. Harry looked sheepish. "Sorry, Professor, but you always seem to know everything that is going on in the castle. I couldn't resist finally getting a chance to surprise you. I don't know many people that can say they have done so." Fawkes trilled again. "Even I don't know many people that have done so." Harry laughed. "That's good, Fawkes. You understand me, young one." Harry nodded. "Of course I do." McGonagall interrupted. "Harry, are you speaking to Fawkes?" "Yes, Professor." "Harry, that is impossible. No witch or wizard has ever had the ability to understand Phoenix song," protested McGonagall. Harry smiled. "Then, I am proud to say that I am the first." Dumbledore shook his head. "You don't understand, Harry. It's not an ability that has ever been recorded in wizarding history." Harry ran his hand through his hair. "There's a reason for that. I've looked through the animagus lists in the library. Only one person has ever had an animagus form that was a magical creature." McGonagall interrupted. "Godric Gryffindor could transform into a griffin. This is known to us, Potter." "I realize that, Professor. One of the byproducts of transforming into a magical creature is that you learn their language. My animagus form is a phoenix," stated Harry. McGonagall protested yet again. "Harry, you have already shown us that your animagus form is a panther. How can it be a phoenix?" Harry smiled. I have shown you one of my animagus forms. Harry paused to let the enormity of that statement sink in. McGonagall paled, and the twinkle disappeared from Dumbledore's eyes as his mouth fell open in shock. McGonagall finally found her voice and muttered, "Impossible." Harry smiled again. "I assure you, Professor, that it is not." Harry then proceeded to transform into a magnificent golden phoenix. He trilled at Fawkes, and then Fawkes trilled back. Harry then reverted to human state. Dumbledore leaned forward and swallowed carefully. "Harry, you do realize that what you just did has never been done before?" Harry nodded. "Yes, Professor Dumbledore, I do realize that. I'm not the child of the prophecy for nothing." McGonagall asked, "Do you have any more forms?" Harry shook his head. "Not yet. I'm working on it though. It gets harder with each transformation that I add." Her eyes widened. "You mean that you think that you can add another form?" Harry nodded. "Give me another 2 or 3 weeks, and I should have it." Dumbledore smiled weakly. "Minerva, I believe this answers the question about Gryffindor's Quidditch captain." She nodded. "Yes, I believe it does." Dumbledore turned back to Harry. "Harry, what nights would you like to run the dueling club?" Harry pondered for a moment. "I think that twice a week should be plenty. How about Mondays and Thursdays? We could meet at 5:30 in the dueling chamber. That would give us plenty of time before dinner. We can put notices up in the common rooms, and start this Thursday." Dumbledore nodded. "I will see that the notices are drafted and posted. Unless you have something else with which to shock myself and Professor McGonagall with, you may return to your common room." Harry shook his head. "I'm sure there are other things that I could tell you, but I believe that you have bitten off as much as you need for the day. I'll see you both at breakfast in the morning. Night." Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, deep in thought. He had just had a lot of new responsibility thrust upon him. Although, if he was honest with himself, he rather liked the idea of being in charge of the dueling club. He climbed through the portrait hole to find the others waiting for him. Hermione and Ron jumped up. "Well, what did he want?" they chorused. Harry shrugged. "I'm not really ready to talk about it right now. I promise I will tell you about it tomorrow." Ginny looked concerned. "Harry, are you okay?" Harry smiled at her and winked. "Yeah, I'm all right. I just have a lot to think about. I'm going to go to bed." Ginny asked, "Is it bad?" Harry shook his head. "No, it's good, but just a slight bit overwhelming." "Good night." Harry walked up the stairs to the boys' dormitory. The other 4 exchanged glances, and then sat back down to chat for a while longer before bed. Later that night Harry awoke to the sounds of the other 4 boys sleeping. He got up quietly and pulled on his dressing gown and walked down to the common room. He sat down in front of the fire and began to muse out loud. "I have to teach a dueling club. I need to know some things that would help me. I guess it's time to see what I can find in Tom's head." He settled and relaxed his own consciousness to tap into Voldemort's brain. As he searched through looking for information, he came across something interesting. Voldemort was apparently an excellent swordsman. Harry figured that this would be something interesting for the dueling club at some point, so he began to process the different forms and exercises that went along with sword fighting. While Harry was occupied downstairs, Ginny lay in bed restless. She had been completely unable to sleep. All the events of the last 2 days kept replaying in her mind. Yesterday, filled with worry that Harry had been hurt. The enormous relief she felt when she discovered that he was all right. The amazement and embarrassment, not to mention pure joy that overwhelmed her when she had actually heard Harry speak the words proclaiming that she was beautiful. Her utter disbelief when Harry had asked her to go to the ball this morning. She spent the entire day expecting to wake up and discover it was a dream. Now, she was loath to go to sleep for fear that when she woke up in the morning that it would have been just that. She sighed. "I need to go for a walk. Maybe that will help me sleep." So, she got up and slid into her dressing gown, and headed down to the common room. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, she saw Harry floating again. "Harry," she said gently. Before she could have even blinked, Harry had leapt forward and then tucked himself into a roll that brought him up right in front of her with his wand held at her throat. He stopped as Ginny's face came into focus. He quickly put away his wand, and then reached out to draw Ginny into a hug. I'm so sorry, Ginny. You startled me. Ginny pulled back from his arms and looked him in the face. Why are you so jumpy, Harry? Harry grinned sheepishly. I'm usually not that bad, but when I'm rifling through Voldemort's brain, I tend to be on edge. Ginny nodded. I guess that's understandable. Can I ask you a question? Of course. I'm just not promising that I'll answer it. What would have happened just now if I had been a threat? Harry shifted nervously and removed his arms from around Ginny completely. I would have been hurling hexes before I had even completed getting up from the roll. Ginny walked over and sat down on the couch heavily. Oh. Harry sat down beside her. Don't worry, Ginny. I've got really good reflexes. I might scare you now and again when you startle me from meditating, but I would never hurt you. You know that. Ginny turned and smiled. I do. Why were you down here? Couldn't sleep. Harry shrugged. Basically, I had a lot on my mind from what Dumbledore told me earlier. I just wanted to sit and think about it. I decided as long as I was awake, I might as well pilfer Tom's mind for anything useful to help me. Ginny stood up. Oh, well, if you want to be alone, I will go back to bed. Harry reached out quickly and snatched Ginny's hand. Don't go. Ginny turned back around and said, Okay, if you want me to stay, I will. She sat back down on the couch beside Harry. Do you want to talk about it? Harry smiled. If you don't mind. Do you remember, back in your first year, the dueling club that Lockhart started? Ginny nodded. Of course. Dumbledore wants to start it up again to replace the DA, continued Harry. Ginny nodded enthusiastically. That would be great as long as someone good is teaching it. Is Tonks going to be running it? Harry shook his head. Ginny beeped. Tell me it's not Snape. Harry grinned. No, it's not Snape. Then who is it? Squealed Ginny. You're sitting next to him on the couch. Harry commented dryly. Ginny looked confused for a moment. Then comprehension dawned on her face. That's amazing, Harry. You'll be the best teacher ever. Harry snorted. Don't you think that you are just a little bit biased considering you're my date to the ball? Ginny shook her head. No, I'm biased because I'm in love with you. Ginny froze as she realized what had just come out of her mouth. She attempted to run from the room, but Harry was too fast for her. He caught her by the waist and pulled her back down onto the couch. He pinned her arms down so that she couldn't get away. That's enough, Ginny. I'm tired of you running away from me all the time. Everyone in this school basically knows that you have feelings for me. It's nothing for you to be embarrassed about. Instead of running for a change, why don't you actually try talking about it with me? Harry said. Then, he let go of her and waited to see if she would try to run again. She didn't. Harry, it's hard to try to talk about something like this to someone who doesn't feel the same way. She broke off as Harry grabbed her and pulled her into his lap. He ran one of his hands back along her cheek and then into her hair. He smiled and then leaned in towards Ginny and planted a key right on her mouth. She almost jumped up in surprise, but then wrapped her arms around Harry's shoulder and keyed him right back. A moment later the two of them broke apart. Harry looked into Ginny's chocolate brown eyes and smiled. Ginny, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Ginny asked confused. Harry leaned in towards her again and whispered, for not doing this a long time ago. Then, he keyed her again. The next morning the 5 teenagers awoke and met in the common room to head down to the Great Hall for breakfast. They stopped for a moment to look at the bulletin board, because of the large sign proclaiming the start of a dueling club. Ron looked excited. Maybe it will be all right this time. I wonder who they got to run it. Harry grinned sheepishly. Guilty. Ron, Hermione, and Neville looked shocked, while Ginny just laughed. Harry shrugged. That's one of things that Dumbledore wanted to talk to me about last night. Even Ginny looked surprised at this. One of the things. She echoed. Harry nodded. Yeah, I'm Quidditch captain. Ginny grabbed him in a hug. That's great, Harry. Hermione and Ron congratulated him as well. Ron appeared to be completely overwhelmed. Hermione slapped him on the arm. He spoke up quickly. Sorry, mate, I zoned out there. Congratulations. Harry grinned. Thanks, guys. He turned to Hermione. Do you think you could do me a favor? She nodded. I guess. Harry sighed in relief. Good. I need to make a bulletin to announce Quidditch tryouts next Friday, and my handwriting is really bad, so I was hoping that you would do it." Hermione smiled. "Of course, silly." The five of them walked out the portrait hole towards the Great Hall, chattering excitedly about the dueling club. Once they had sat down at the Gryffindor table, Harry asked the million-galleon question. "So, Ron, have you asked Hermione to be your girlfriend yet?" Ron flushed. "No." Harry shook his head. "Well, mate, you had better hurry up. Someone else might come along and snap her up. Hermione is in pretty high demand, you know." Ron flushed even deeper. "You're one to talk, Harry. You don't have a girlfriend either." Harry looked as if he were thinking for a minute. "You know you're right, Ron. I don't have a girlfriend." He turned to Ginny. "Do you want to help me rectify that problem?" "What?" she replied. "Ron just told me that I didn't have a girlfriend. I am saying that I would be honored if you wanted the job," grinned Harry cheekily. "Job," echoed Ginny. Harry nodded emphatically. "Definitely a job. Putting up with me is a full-time job. Unfortunately, it only pays with hugs and kisses. For some reason, I can't seem to get any volunteers." Ginny laughed. "So you're asking me to be your girlfriend, Mr. Potter?" Harry smiled. "Yes, Miss Weasley, I would be so happy if you were to consent to be my girlfriend that I would be tempted to say something nice about Snape and Malfoy in the same sentence." Ron and Neville looked dumbfounded, while Hermione just smiled. Ginny sat in shock at this pronouncement. Harry leaned forward. "Well." Ginny smiled. "Of course. I love you, Harry Potter." Harry took her hand in his. "And I love you, Virginia Weasley." Now, even Hermione looked dumbfounded. As far as Ginny was concerned, none of them existed. There was no one else in the world. She had just heard the most wonderful words in the world. She had been waiting her entire life for this moment. Harry Potter was in love with her. Not much was said for the rest of breakfast. It was quickly time to head to the morning classes. The 4 sixth years got up from the table to head for double charms, and Harry leaned over and pecked Ginny lightly on the cheek. "I'll see you at lunch." Ginny smiled. "Yes, Mr. Potter, you will." As Harry caught up to the other three on their way out of the Great Hall, Ron looked at Harry and shook his head in mock disgust. "The idea of you keying my sister is going to take a lot of adjustment." Harry grinned. "Well, I suggest that you get started with whatever adjusting you need to do, Ron, because Ginny couldn't get rid of me now if she beat me with a stick." Hermione looked at Harry as if he had lost his mind. "What has happened to you, Harry? You've never been the type to be affectionate like this. It's weird." Harry chuckled lightly. "I've never had such a good reason." Hermione smiled. "You're really in love with her, aren't you?" Harry nodded. "Yes, Hermione, I am. Now, let's get to class. I would like to have a few secrets left at the end of the day." After that they walked the rest of the way to Charms in silence. The morning class passed quickly as they were having a practical lesson dealing with conjuring. This was extremely difficult for everyone, even Harry and Hermione. They were attempting to conjure sewing needles. Only Harry, Hermione, and surprisingly Neville were able to accomplish this task. Once class was over, the 4 students made their way back to the Great Hall for lunch. Harry smiled and sat down beside Ginny, leaving Ron, Neville, and Hermione to sit across from them. They discussed their morning classes. Then, Harry consulted his timetable. "Ha!" he exclaimed. The others jumped in surprise. "What is it?" they chorused. Harry grinned sheepishly. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. It's just that we finally get to go to Dada after lunch. I haven't spoken to Tonks since I've been here. I was a little excited. I need to talk about the dueling club with her. Professor Dumbledore told me that she was going to observe and help me keep order." Ron looked up from his food again. "Are you going to be like a teacher when you're doing the dueling club?" Harry nodded. "I have to. If I want to make sure that people are going to pay attention, I have to act as if I am in charge. That means I have to conduct myself properly in the club. Once class is over, however, I get to go back to being a student." Ginny smiled and laid her hand on Harry's arm. "Don't worry about it. You're going to be fine." Harry winked at her. "I know, but I still want to talk to Tonks beforehand. I have to plan what we're going to do at the first meeting. I want to start it off with a bang." The 5 of them ate quickly and then practically ran to the dormitory to get their books for the afternoon lesson. Harry keyed Ginny goodbye at the portrait and headed for the Defense Against the Dark Arts corridor. They walked into the classroom to discover that they were the first to arrive, but that Tonks was already sitting at her desk. She looked up and saw Harry. She jumped up and ran across the room, and swept Harry into a hug that Mrs. Weasley would have envied. "Harry Potter, if I weren't so glad that you were actually alive, I would kill you. If you ever jump in front of an Avada Kedavra curse like that again, you had better hope it hits you, because if you live I'm going to strangle you." Hermione looked at Harry accusingly. "You didn't tell us that you were almost hit by Avada Kedavra." Harry shrugged unconcernedly. "Imagine how I forgot to mention that. Or why I forgot to mention that." He looked pointedly at Hermione until she turned away with a tear trickling down her face. "I just don't want to see you hurt," she said as her voice shook. Neville and Ron nodded in agreement. "I know, Hermione, but I wasn't in any danger of getting killed. As far as getting hurt is concerned, I'm not going to experience anything new after having Voldemort hit me with the Cruciatus curse twice, while I was in that graveyard the night Cedric died." The others winced as Harry said Voldemort's name, but Tonks spoke up. "Harry, just because you've experienced a lot of pain before doesn't mean that you have to throw yourself in harm's way." Harry nodded. "Yes, Tonks, you're right. However, if I hadn't thrown myself in harm's way, as you put it, you would be dead right now. I think that the risk was justified. As you can see, I'm still here. It's not as if the Avada Kedavra spell could have killed me anyway." Ron looked bewildered. "What are you talking about? It's the killing curse. Of course it would have killed you." Harry pulled his hair up to reveal his scar. "It did a real good job last time, didn't it? It's supposed to be impossible to block or survive Avada Kedavra. I've done both, and that was up against the most powerful Dark Lord of the era. I'm not worried about any spell that his pathetic Death Eaters hurl at me. I will handle what is necessary for me to handle. It would do the rest of you a lot of good to stop worrying about things that you can't change. It doesn't accomplish anything." "But, Harry," Harry interrupted Hermione. "Don't but Harry, me, Hermione. It doesn't do any good to worry about things that you can't change. I'm still here, and that's all that matters. If something happens to me later, it will happen. There's nothing that can be done about it right now." The others nodded to show that they understood, and they were going to drop the subject, but the expressions on their faces clearly showed that they were less than happy about the idea. Harry turned to Tonks. "If you are free after class, I would really like to talk to you about the dueling club." Tonks nodded. "That will be fine, Harry. Dumbledore told me about it a few weeks ago. I expected him to drop the idea on you at the last minute so that you couldn't say no. So, I came up with a few ideas for us." Harry grinned. "Good, I expect I'm going to need all the help I can get." They broke off their conversation as the other students filed into class. Harry and the other took their seats at the front of the class. Tonks stood in front of her desk and addressed the class. "I am Professor Tonks. Since I am the 6th Defense Against the Dark Arts professor that you have had, I intend to begin the term by reviewing a selection of things that you should have already been exposed to. Some of the things we will do, you have already done. Others were skipped due to inadequate teachers. We're going to begin with the shield charm. I assume you have all had some experience with this charm. It will stop most minor jinxes and hexes. Once I am sure that everyone has firm control of this shield, then we will begin studying more advanced levels of hex deflection and reflection. Everyone, pair off." Harry and Neville paired, while Ron and Hermione squared off against each other. They took turns practicing the shield charm, while the other one hurled hexes such as jelly legs and the tickling charm at the shield. There were many hexes that had to be reversed through the course of the class. Before any of them knew it, however, the class was over and the bell was ringing. Tonks stepped up to the front of the class. "Excellent work, all of you. I want 12 inches of parchment on the various hexes that can be deflected with the basic shield charm by Friday morning." The class groaned slightly at the homework, but began packing their things up to leave. Harry walked up to Tonks with the others following closely behind. He turned to look at them. "You guys go on ahead, I want to talk to Tonks alone." Ron complained. "We want to hear what you are going to do in the dueling club." Harry shook his head. If you knew about it ahead of time, then it wouldn't be a surprise. You'll just have to wait until Thursday. Now, go on, shoo. Harry motioned for them to leave. Oh, by the way, if you see Ginny in the common room, tell her that I will be up in just a little while. The other three grinned. Of course, we'll tell her, smirked Ron. We'll also tell her that the reason you're late is because you were talking to another girl. Tonks grinned. Oh, so I'm just another girl now. Harry waved his hand. Be my guest. You're welcome to tell her whatever you want to. I wouldn't want to be the one on the bad end of her temper when she finds out you lied to her. Ron paled. Yeah, you're right. I'll tell her that you're talking with a professor. Harry smiled knowingly. Good choice. I'll see you later. Then, he turned to Tonks. I guess we need to discuss how we want this to go. She sat down. I guess that we do. Harry started off. I want the first meeting to be exciting, so what I was thinking was that we could have a few exhibition duels. We'd obviously have to put a limit on the spells that could be used. Tonks nodded. Who did you have in mind for the exhibitions? Harry shrugged. I don't know. It all depends on who shows up. I was thinking that we definitely need to have Ron and Hermione face each other. I figured that I could ask for a volunteer to face me. After that I figured on pairing off a few of the DA members. I'm sure most of them will be there. I guess that would work. Any ideas on the course of the class? She asked. Yeah, actually, I want to go over a lot of attack hexes and have them practice them. I'll have them use the hexes on me. I would rather not have to send a lot of my students to the hospital wing. I figure Madame Pomfrey's so used to having me in there that she wouldn't complain too much. Tonks laughed. At least you're candid about it. Harry grinned. I suppose. Well, I guess that covers what we needed to go over. I better get up to Gryffindor Tower. Tonks smiled. Yes, I'm sure you don't want to keep Ginny waiting. Harry blushed. I'm sure that I don't. Not to mention that I have a lot of homework from my defense teacher that I need to get done. Go on. Have some fun. Smirked Tonks. Harry grinned. I intend to. Harry left the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom with a smile on his face and a spring in his step as he headed for Gryffindor Tower. A couple of hours later, after everyone's homework was done except for Ginny's, Neville and Ron were playing a game of wizard's chess while Hermione sat in her chair reading a book and occasionally glancing at the two boys. Harry was sitting next to Ginny helping her with her charms homework. Hermione made a comment, and Ron snapped something back. Before long the two were involved in a full-scale argument. Harry leaned in and whispered to Ginny, do you want to take a little break, and go for a walk? The afternoon classes are all over by now. We could go visit Hagrid. Ginny smiled and giggled very quietly, it will also get us away from those two. Harry grinned, okay, you caught me. Let's sneak out. Ginny nodded, and the two of them quietly got up from their corner and tiptoed over to the portrait hole. It was several minutes before Ron, Hermione, or Neville noticed that the two were missing. Harry and Ginny laughed all the way down to the entrance hall. They walked outside holding hands and made their way down to Hagrid's hut. They knocked on the door, and Hagrid answered his door while Fang barked away. Harry and Ginny both scratched Fang behind the ears and greeted Hagrid. Hi, Hagrid. Come in, boomed Hagrid. How about some tea? They both nodded as they removed their cloaks, and they both sat down into one of Hagrid's enormous chairs. Harry casually and almost instinctively slipped his arm around Ginny's waist. Hagrid smiled into his beard and raised his eyebrows at this sight, but wisely chose not to comment on it. Where's Ron and Hermione? He asked casually. Harry snorted, in the middle of one of their arguments. I doubt they have even noticed that the two of us have even left the common room. Hagrid laughed. Well, those two are always on about something. Harry and Ginny nodded together and then laughed. Ginny spoke up. I don't get it myself. It's obvious to everyone that they like each other, but Ron won't ask her out. It's actually quite pathetic. Harry snickered. Ron's just being stubborn. He wants to ask her out. He knows she'll say yes. He just won't do it because of all the teasing that he's afraid that he will have to deal with from his brothers. Hagrid cleared his throat. Well, Ari, what about the teasing you and Ginny are going to take from her brothers? Harry snorted. I don't have anything to worry about. Ginny looked at him. Why not? All of your brothers are afraid of you. They won't dare tease me in front of you. Besides, if they do tease me, it's only because they're jealous of the fact that I have the most beautiful girl in all of Hogwarts as my girlfriend, proclaimed Harry. Ginny blushed as Hagrid's eyes widened. You've changed a bit o'er the summer, Ari. Harry grinned. Yes, Hagrid. Yes, I have. I can't think of a better reason to have changed, though. He gazed unblinkingly at Ginny, who blushed and looked down into her lap. Hagrid laughed. Well, I'm happy for you. It's about time, too. Harry turned and flushed slightly himself. Hagrid, he exclaimed. I know I took a while to notice her, but it wasn't completely my fault. Ginny looked up. Then, whose was it? Harry looked at her. Part of it was yours. Ginny looked horrified. How could any of it be my fault? You've known that I've had a crush on you, forever. Harry grinned. That's exactly why part of it was your fault. Ginny now looked confused. I don't get that. Hagrid was looking from one to the other in amazement as he grinned happily to himself. Harry was grinning in triumph as he continued. Well, you see, if you had been able to stay in the same room with me for more than 5 minutes before last year, I might have noticed how wonderful you were a long time ago. Ginny blushed again and looked down. Hagrid's laughter burst out and interrupted them. Ye two remind me so much of your parents, Ari. Ginny looked at Hagrid in amazement. Did Harry's parents really act like us? Hagrid shook his head. Nah, they were more like Hermione and Ron. They fought all the time. They always tried to be one up on the other, though. Not to mention, you look a lot like Lily did at your age. Harry leaned forward. Ginny looks like my mum. Hagrid nodded. Pretty close. The eyes are different. Other than that, it's really close. Ginny leaned her head on Harry's shoulder. Harry leaned back into the overlarge chair and drew Ginny closer to him. He turned to Hagrid. So, Hagrid, how have you been? How are your classes going? Hagrid grinned happily and began to talk about the different creatures that they were studying in his classes. The three of them talked for about an hour before they left to make their way to the Great Hall for dinner. Harry and Ginny bade Hagrid goodbye and went to sit at the Gryffindor table. Ron and Hermione looked at the two of them as they sat down. Hermione asked, Where have the two of you been? Hagrid's. Ginny answered easily. They all tucked into their meal and soon enough dinner was over and they were making their way back towards Gryffindor Tower. Harry leaned over to Ginny. I'm going to go practice. I dare say you'll get more of your homework done without me hanging around. Ginny smiled. All right, but you had better be back before bed. I want a good night key. Harry raised his eyebrows and then swept into a bow. I am your humble servant. Don't worry, I'll be back in an hour or so. Then, he slipped out of the crowd of Gryffindors and disappeared down a side corridor. After they were back into the common room, Ginny sat down at the table in the corner where she had left her books earlier. Hermione sat down across from Ginny. Ginny looked up expectantly. Well. Hermione continued to look straight at Ginny. Spill. What is going on with you and Harry? Yesterday, you were complaining to me about him not noticing you. Then, this morning he asks you to be his girlfriend, and the next thing that we know the two of you are telling each other that you love each other. Things changed rather quickly. Ginny grinned. Well, I couldn't sleep last night, and I came downstairs to the common room. Harry was down here. We talked for a while. Hermione smiled. Did you key? Ginny blushed, but continued to smile. Yes. It was rather nice. Hermione asked, Was that your first key? Ginny shook her head. No, I key-ed Michael. It wasn't anything like this, though. When I key-ed Michael, it was okay. When I key-ed Harry, it was like magic. I can't explain it any better than that. Hermione continued to smile at Ginny. Good for you. Now if I could just get your prat of a brother to be as romantic as Harry has been the last 2 days. Ginny giggled. He'll come around. Harry said that the only reason that Ron hasn't asked you out is because he's afraid of all the teasing he will take from our brothers. Hermione shook her head. I said it this summer, and I'll say it again. Harry is getting extremely perceptive. Ginny snorted. No, he's not. He's always been this perceptive. He understands people, Hermione. He's just never been able to express it. Now, that he can, it seems amazing, but really he's been this way all the time. How do you know? Asked Hermione. Ginny shrugged. I don't know how I know. When it comes to Harry, I just do. While this conversation was going on, Harry had made his way to an empty room. He conjured 2 swords from thin air. Wow, that was easier than I thought it would be. He turned to one of the statues in the room and pointed his wand at it, animata statue. The statue staggered almost drunkenly over to Harry. He handed it one of the swords. He took the other himself and then Harry began to duel the statue. He continued doing this for about 45 minutes until he could maintain the concentration necessary to control the statue no longer. He took the sword from the statue and then it walked back to its niche in the wall. It ceased to move. Harry looked at the 2 swords, and then waved his wand at them and whispered, Evanesca. The 2 swords disappeared. Harry smiled to himself. Then, he walked from the classroom. When he got back into the common room, he found Ron sitting by himself in front of the fire. Where's Hermione and Ginny? He asked. Ron looked up. They're out on prefect's rounds. What happened to you? Harry looked down at himself. Oh, I was practicing. I guess I overdid it a bit. I'm going to run up and take a shower. Tell Ginny where I am if she gets back before I come back down. Ron nodded as Harry ran up the stairs. A few minutes later Hermione and Ginny came back into the common room. Ginny looked around. Where's Harry? He told me he would be back by now. Ron sat up on the couch as Hermione sat down beside him. He's upstairs. He said he would be back down in a few minutes. Ginny smiled. Okay. And sat at the other end of the couch. Several other people began coming back in as curfew approached. Some of them made their way up to the dormitories. Others sat down for games, or started with homework. Ginny leaned back into the couch, and closed her eyes while Ron and Hermione talked softly. Suddenly she felt hands cover her eyes. Guess who? She smiled. Michael, I'm so glad you came. Harry pulled his hands away from her face. Hey, that's not funny. Yes, it was. She countered. Harry sat down beside her and pulled her into his lap. Okay, maybe it was. Hermione looked over at the 2 of them and cleared her throat. Harry. Yes, Hermione. I made out the announcement for the Quidditch tryouts. All I have to do is put the date on it, said Hermione. Harry grinned. Thanks, Hermione. I booked the pitch for next Friday afternoon. Hermione nodded and pulled out a piece of parchment. She added the date of the tryout and then put it up on the bulletin board. Harry squeezed Ginny slightly. Are you still planning on going out for Chaser? She nodded. Harry continued. Excellent. Hey, Ron. Ron turned around. What? I'm thinking about fielding a full reserve team this year. Katie's leaving after this year. Next year will be it for me and you. We need to think about the future of the team. Ginny, I'd like to keep you on as reserve seeker. Ginny interrupted. I thought you wanted me to go out for Chaser. Harry continued. I do. However, you're the best alternate for me that we've seen. Since I'm the most likely player to get injured, we need an excellent backup. That way if I'm hurt, you can switch over to Seeker, and one of the reserve chasers can take over for you. Ginny smiled. The way you talk, Mr. Potter, it sounds as if you've already decided that I'm going to be on the team. Harry shook his head. There isn't going to be any favoritism shown at the tryout. The best players will play. However, I've seen you play, Ginny. I'm not worried. Quidditch is in your blood, just like it's in mine. Harry yawned. Anyway, it's been a long day, and I really think that I should be getting ready for bed. He got up and allowed Ginny to slide from his lap into a standing position. The 2 of them walked over to the base of the stairs leading up to the dormitories. Harry drew Ginny up to him and the 2 keyed. Then, they parted and walked up to their rooms. Ron covered his face with his hands. I could have done without that mental image. My best mate snogging my little sister. Hermione slapped him playfully on the arm. I think it's sweet. Ron shook his head. You would. Girls, what exactly is that supposed to mean? Asked Hermione indignantly. Nothing. I'm just confused, muttered Ron. Hermione smiled. Well, then, let's see if I can enlighten you. Then, she grabbed him and pulled him into a key. Ron pulled back a moment later. Hermione. Yes, Ron. Will you be my girlfriend? It's about time you asked. Yes, Ron. So does this mean that I have a date to the ball? Slipped in Ron slyly. Hermione nodded, as long as you don't do anything too stupid between now and then. The two of them got up and went upstairs to bed. The next 2 days seemed to pass by in a flash. Before Harry knew it, he was standing outside the room that would host the dueling club on Thursday afternoon. He walked in and looked around. No one had arrived yet, but they would all be here shortly. Dumbledore had agreed to come down and introduce the club, before Harry would take over. He smiled in anticipation, while at the same time his stomach was churning with nervousness. Excited? Asked Dumbledore as he walked into the room with Tonks. Somewhat, Professor, answered Harry. Nervous? Asked Tonks. Harry merely glared at her in answer. Then, the first of the students made their way into the room. They were quickly followed by others. Soon the room was filled and it was time to begin. Dumbledore climbed onto the slightly raised dueling platform. Welcome to the newly reinstated dueling club. Someone asked, are you going to be teaching us, Professor? Dumbledore smiled. No, I will not. My duties as headmaster leave me little time for such pursuits. However, I have entrusted the teaching of this club to someone that I believe will do an excellent job. Again, I welcome you all to the dueling club, and I give you your teacher, Mr. Harry Potter. Harry stepped up onto the platform beside Dumbledore. Everyone but the Slytherins had burst into applause at the announcement that Harry would be teaching them. The DA members clapped the loudest of all. Harry smiled and raised his hands for quiet. Thank you all for coming. Since this is our first meeting, I decided that we are going to have a small demonstration. I would like a volunteer to come and duel with me. Immediately, a voice was heard from the midst of Slytherins that were off to one side. I'll do it. Harry turned to see who it was and grimaced as Draco Malfoy walked forwards. Yes, Mr. Malfoy, I expected you to volunteer. After Mr. Malfoy and I have completed our duel, I would like for a few others to pair off and duel in front of the class. This will give, especially the younger students, an idea of what is possible. He turned to Malfoy. You will restrict yourself to non-lethal hexes and jinxes, Mr. Malfoy. Basically anything that we learned in our first couple of years at Hogwarts. Before you even think about it, this does not include Serpensortia. If you cast that spell, be prepared for the snake to attack you. Malfoy nodded in acceptance. Harry walked up to him and pulled out his wand. Now we bow. The two nodded curtly at one another. Then, they turned and walked 5 paces from each other. Malfoy spun and fired off a curse, Tarantalagra. Harry dropped and rolled under it. As he came to his feet, Malfoy threw another curse at him, Rictusempra. Harry brought his wand up, Protega. He allowed the jinx to bounce off the shield charm, and then dove to Malfoy's left and pointed his wand to Malfoy's right and said, Accio Crab. Crab was pulled up from the ground to fly towards Harry. He slammed full into Draco as Harry was on the other side of him. Draco quickly pushed Crab off of him, and rolled to his feet. As he was doing this, however, Harry fired off 3 stunners in rapid succession. Stupefy, stupefy, stupefy. Malfoy had little choice but to dive forward to dodge them. As he struggled back to his feet, Harry hit him with a disarming charm full-on, Expelliarmus. Draco was thrown backward as his wand flew into the air to be collected by Harry. Excellent. Mr. Malfoy, here is your wand. You may return to the class. Draco marched over and took his wand from Harry. He straightened his robes as he walked back down to his place among the Slytherins. Harry looked over the crowd of students. That is a small taste of what we will be doing in this class. I have no intention of teaching you how to defend yourself in this class. I'm going to teach you how to attack someone. During the course of this class, you will all duel with people that are close to your own skill level. Occasionally, I will pair you with someone better. That way you will improve. You will be restricted to using hexes, charms, and jinxes similar to the ones Mr. Malfoy and myself were just using. I have no desire for any of you to end up in the hospital wing. However, we will be learning more powerful hexes and jinxes in this class. Some of you will have the opportunity to test out these more powerful spells on me. One of the Slytherins raised their hand. What about the Unforgivables? Harry nodded. some of you have been exposed to the unforgivables. Some of you haven't. If I can get permission from Professor Dumbledore, we might possibly experiment with the Imperious Curse. There should be little danger with that one as long as I'm the only person that you are using it on. Draco spoke up. Why is that? Harry looked Malfoy directly in the eyes. Because, Mr. Malfoy, there is not a wizard or witch alive that can hold me under the Imperious Curse for more than a few seconds. A Ravenclaw third year raised her hand. What about you-know-who? Harry nodded. Excellent question, Miss Quirk. Voldemort was successful at keeping me under the Imperious Curse for about 10 seconds. Most of the students in the room flinched or shuddered at the mention of the Dark Lord's name, but Harry paid no attention to the fact. He continued, now, I believe that it is time to set up another exhibition duel. Wait, interrupted Draco Malfoy. Harry turned to him. Yes, Mr. Malfoy. What about the other two unforgivables? Asked Malfoy. Harry shook his head. We will not be working with the other two unforgivables. Why not? Persisted Malfoy. The look on Harry's face turned hard. Because, Mr. Malfoy, I have experienced both of those curses firsthand. The next person that ever casts the Cruciatus Curse on me, I will kill. No questions asked. As for the other unforgivable, I doubt there is a person in this room that does not know the story of what happened to the last wizard stupid enough to cast Avada Kedavra at me. Harry, gaze swept the rest of the class to make certain that everyone understood that he meant what he said. Now, can anyone tell me why it would be useless to study the other two unforgivables? No one raised their hand, not even Hermione. The reasoning is actually quite simple. Those two curses cannot truly be blocked or deflected with magic. Solid objects will stop them. So, can anyone tell me what the best block is? Ginny raised her hand. Move. Harry nodded. Excellent, Miss Weasley. Reflexes and dodging is another thing that we will be working a great deal on in this class. Harry paused to look at his watch. I'm afraid that our time is almost up. We will not have time for another exhibition match. The next dueling club meeting will be on Monday. We will have meetings every Monday and Thursday barring the unforeseen. If there is a problem, you will all be notified of it as soon as is feasible. If there aren't any more questions, I'll see you all on Monday. Everyone began to file out. Ginny ran up and grabbed Harry in a hug and planted a key on his cheek. Harry, you were great. Ron and Hermione came up. Ron looked impressed. That was excellent, mate. Hermione smiled. I'm proud of you, Harry. Dumbledore and Tonks walked over and Dumbledore smiled down at Harry with his eyes twinkling. Most impressive, Mr. Potter. I dare say you will make an excellent instructor one day. Harry smiled. After Voldemort's dead, I might have to come back here and take Tonks' job. Tonks waved her hand. You can have it anytime you want it. I'm not much cut out to be a teacher. I only took the job because they can't seem to get anybody else to do it. All of them laughed, and the Gryffindors turned and walked out. The next morning, Harry walked downstairs to the common room to see Ron standing at the bulletin board. Harry walked over to him and asked, "What's up, mate?" Ron glanced over at him. They've posted the notice for the first Hogsmeade weekend. Harry grinned. Good. He looked at the notice to see that the first weekend was the week after their Quidditch tryouts. While the two boys looked at the bulletin board, the girls made their way down from the dormitory. Harry turned around and smiled. Good morning, beautiful. Hermione smiled. Why thank you, Harry. Harry looked at her. I wasn't talking to you. He jerked his thumb over at Ron. He's the one that's supposed to tell you that you're beautiful. The best compliment I'm allowed to give you is that you look nice. Hermione pouted while Ginny laughed. Then, Hermione turned to look at Ron. Well. Ron looked uncomfortable. Well. Harry laughed. Just spit it out. You look great, Hermione. Ron blurted out quickly. Harry snickered as he reached out and took Ginny's hand. See, that wasn't so hard. Neville joined them and the group of Gryffindors went to breakfast. After they finished eating, the 4 sixth years headed for double defense against the dark arts, while Ginny went off to join her classmates. Once Ginny was out of sight, Harry turned to Hermione. You've got to help me. With what? Asked Hermione. We've got the Hogsmeade weekend coming up, and I want to get Ginny some new dress robes, said Harry. Hermione grinned. What do you need my help for? Harry jerked his head at Ron. Well, if she's anything like Loverboy over here, then trying to buy her something is going to be a headache. I'm just afraid she's going to think that I want her to buy new ones, because I don't want to be seen with her in her old ones. Hermione looked piercingly at Harry. Is that why? Harry returned her look stonily. You know better than to even ask me that. Hermione smiled again. I just had to check. I'll help you drag her into Gladrags. Once I get her to start trying them on, you can just buy the ones she likes best. Then, you can give them to her whenever you want. Harry grinned widely. I knew there was a reason that we keep telling people that you're the smartest witch alive. Hermione blushed at the compliment. The quartet had reached the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. They went in and took their seats. The defense class was relatively similar to the previous one. They continued their work on the shield charm. Then, after lunch, Harry and Hermione headed to potions. They arrived in the dungeon and checked on their polyjuice potion. While they were unpacking, Snape swept in. The conversation in the room seemed to be centered on the dueling club the night before. Snape frowned as he heard what the students were discussing. Well, Mr. Potter, it seems that you have succeeded at making yourself the center of attention once again. Snape sneered. Harry yawned widely and obviously at the veiled insult. The other students snickered. This seemed to infuriate Snape. It seems that you are still as arrogant as your father. Snape stopped short as Harry vaulted the desk at which he was sitting and snapped a kick into Snape's face. Before Snape even began to realize what had occurred, Harry had taken Snape's wand away from him, and touched it to the tip of his throat. Harry touched his own wand to the bridge of Snape's nose. I warned you the last time, Snape. I would suggest that you not finish that sentence if you would like to live to see daylight. Snape swelled with fury, but then seemed to realize the predicament that he had gotten himself into. He looked up into Harry's eyes, and suddenly it hit him. He was not dealing with James Potter. He was dealing with a wizard that was perfectly capable of destroying him, and would have no remorse about doing it. He pulled himself under control, 100 points from Gryffindor. Now, you will return my wand. We are going to see the headmaster. I will see you expelled for this, Potter. Harry smiled as he handed back Snape's wand. Perhaps. If you keep pushing me, I will see you dead for this, Snape. Harry hissed in so low a voice that only Snape could hear him. Snape paled slightly at the implication behind Harry's words. He stood up and swept from the room with Harry following in his wake. The class merely stood still and stared in shock at what they had just witnessed. The two made their way through the corridors to the gargoyle that guarded the stairs to Dumbledore's office. Acid pops, Snape said, and the gargoyle sprang to the side. The two continued their way up the stairs into the office. The headmaster sat behind his desk and sighed heavily as the two walked into the room. Snape appeared to be livid, but Dumbledore had been around long enough to recognize the fear that lay behind Severus' eyes. Albus, this has gone far enough. The boy attacked me in potions class. Dumbledore appeared to age dramatically in that moment. Harry, why? Harry shrugged. You witnessed what happened at headquarters. I warned him. He insulted my father again. Quite frankly, you should be glad that I didn't kill him. That's what I wanted to do. Dumbledore's eyes flashed as he turned back to Severus. You deliberately provoked him. Snape quailed under the furious stare that he was receiving from Dumbledore, but he nodded. Dumbledore continued, I told you that if you did so, that the consequences would be yours to bear. You knew better, Severus. You knew what he would do, and you pushed him anyway. Deal with it. I presume you will find it difficult to control your students after this. I suggest you tend to your other students. I will deal with Harry. Snape nodded grudgingly, and then spun and left the room, pausing only long enough to throw Harry a menacing glance, to which Harry merely rolled his eyes. Once Snape had left, Dumbledore looked at Harry. Harry, you can't attack professors. I know that, sir. I warned him, though. He can talk about me being an attention-seeking prat or anything else that he wants. However, I've had enough of him insulting my father. I will not stand for it. I don't care if you throw me out of school, or if I get sent to Azkaban. The next time, I will kill him, and I don't intend to blink an eye about it. Dumbledore asked wearily, Harry, do really believe that you are capable of cold-blooded murder. Harry's expression turned hard. I've spent the last several years of my life being hunted by Voldemort. I've experienced his thoughts. I've seen him torture and kill various people. So, what do you think? The weekend passed quickly after Harry's conversation with Dumbledore. Hermione had expressed concern that Harry might be expelled. Harry assured there was no chance of him being expelled as long as it didn't happen again. He informed them rather dismally that the 100-point deduction would stand. Ginny was furious. She yelled at Harry for doing something so stupid. She broke down and cried and told him that she didn't want to see him hurt. Harry soothed her and told her not to worry. Ron, Ginny, and Harry went down to the Quidditch pitch on Saturday to practice. The weekend was a great deal of fun. No professors, no classes, just a bit of rest and relaxation. The next week seemed to fly by just as quickly as the weekend. They began studying more advanced shield charms in defense against the dark arts. They continued light conjuration in charms, and human transfiguration in McGonagall's class. The dueling club continued with Ron facing Hermione in an exhibition. Hermione defeated Ron rather handily. Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch-Fletchley went head-to-head and Justin came out on top. Before they knew it, it was Friday afternoon and time for the Gryffindor Quidditch tryouts. Harry stepped onto the pitch and looked at the gathering of students. There were a few older students, but it was mostly younger students standing around with eager expressions on their faces. Harry tapped his wand to his throat, sonorous. Then, he turned to the mass of hopefuls. "May I have your attention?" Everyone quieted and looked at Harry. "I want everyone to divide up depending on which position you will be trying out for. I want anyone that is trying out for reserve keeper to go with Ron. Anyone trying out for chaser, go with Katie. Beater tryouts to me." He tapped his wand to his throat, again, quietus. A couple of second-year boys made their way over to Ron. The only tryouts for beaters were Andrew Kirk and Jack Sloper, the replacements from the year before, and Dean and Seamus. By far the largest number of tryouts were for the chaser position. Harry called out, "Oi, Katie, I'll be through with the beaters quickly. Then, I'll come help with all the chasers." Harry put the 4 boys through their paces quickly. Then, he flew over to the chasers and helped Katie work all of them out in alternating pairs. After a couple of hours of Quidditch practice, Harry tapped his wand to his throat, sonorous. "All right, everyone to the ground." Harry remained on his broom. "That was excellent. I will post the team roster by tomorrow morning. If you are on the roster, then I expect you to be at practice on Tuesday afternoon at 5 o'clock. We will be having a mock game between the starters and reserves. Depending on performance in this mock game and others that will follow it through the season, it is possible that there will be changes between the reserve and starting team. So, if you make the starting team, you better stay in shape if you want to keep your position. You are dismissed." He tapped his wand to his throat again, quietus. Then, Harry landed and walked over to Katie and Ron. "Well, I'll meet you back in the common room. We have to discuss who we are going to put on the team." The other two nodded and Harry walked back over to Ginny. He smiled at her and said, "You were amazing." She glowed with pride. "Thank you." The two walked hand in hand back up to the castle and headed into the Great Hall for dinner. Later that evening Harry walked over to Ron and Katie in the common room and said, "It's time to discuss the team." They each got up and walked with Harry over to the corner where he normally sat with Ginny. Ginny got up from the chair that her and Harry had taken to sharing, and said, "I'll let you get on with it." Harry stopped her with a hand on her arm. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked. Ginny turned to look back at him. "I was going to let you all talk about who to add to the team." Harry smirked. "Since you're already on the team, then you need to be here to help. Your opinion counts just as much as anyone else's." Ginny smiled happily. "I'm not on the team, though." "Yes, you are," returned Harry. "You're the reserve seeker." The others nodded. So, Ginny sat back down with Harry. Harry turned to look at Ron and Katie. "Okay, let's get the beaters out of the way. Quite frankly, I wasn't very impressed with Kirk and Sloper's performance last year as replacements for the twins, and I wasn't really all that impressed with them today. Dean and Seamus weren't much better, but I think that they should go as the starters, and we'll keep Kirk and Sloper as the reserves. Is that all right with all of you? Ron spoke up. Yeah, I was kind of paying attention out of the corner of my eye. It seemed like Dean and Seamus were doing a bit better of a job. Harry nodded. All right, then. How about the reserve keeper, Ron? Ron shrugged. I don't know, but I think that our best bet is to go with Ewan. Katie raised her eyes. Ewan. Ron nodded. Yeah, he's a second year. I know he's kind of small, but he's quick, and he has a natural talent for goal. I think with a little practice, he could be a better keeper than Wood. Katie smiled. That's a heck of a compliment. Harry nodded. Okay, that's handled. Now, we need to figure out the chasers. Ginny seemed to work quite well with you, Katie. Katie smiled at the insinuation. Yes, actually she did. Ginny blushed slightly at the compliment and then put in, well, if you want my opinion, I think that we need to go with Natalie MacDonald as the third chaser. Harry nodded. Yes, I agree. I was watching her closely. She seemed to have a knack for the game. Ginny slapped his arm playfully. Oh, so you were watching her, huh? Harry looked amused with himself as he realized what he had said. Oh hush. I didn't mean it like that, and you know it. The other three laughed at his obvious discomfiture. Anyway, now that we have the starting team down, let's discuss the reserve chasers. Katie spoke up immediately. Dennis and Colin Creevy for two of them. Harry groaned. I was afraid you were going to say that. Ginny smiled. Your three biggest fans all on the Quidditch team with you. Pitiful. Harry snorted. I can tolerate the president of my fan club, but the other two are a little overzealous. Ginny looked at Harry and smiled. Oh, so I'm the president of your fan club. Harry shrugged. That's what I figured. I was under the impression that you founded it after you stuck your elbow in the butter dish at the Burrow. Ginny blushed at the reminder of her clumsiness around Harry the summer before her first year. Harry continued. Now, for the final chaser. What do you think, Katie? I think we should go with Emma Dobbs. She's not that great, but she's got potential, answered Katie. Ginny nodded. I agree. She showed some real spunk out on the pitch today. Harry clapped his hands together. That does it, then. I'll post the team in the morning. For now I'm ready to relax for the rest of the weekend. The others all agreed heartily. The next morning Gryffindor Tower awoke to find the following message on the common room bulletin board. Team members for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Starters. Position player. Keeper Ron Weasley. Seeker Harry Potter. Chaser Katie Bell. Chaser Ginny Weasley. Chaser Natalie MacDonald. Beater Seamus Finnegan. Beater Dean Thomas. Reserves. Position player. Keeper Ewan Abercrombie. Seeker Ginny Weasley. Chaser Colin Creevy. Chaser Dennis Creevy. Chaser Emma Dobbs. Beater Andrew Kirk. Beater Jack Sloper. There were squeals of delight from those that had made the team, and beeps of disappointment from those that didn't. Harry grinned as he watched people's reactions from his customary corner of the common room. The weekend seemed to slip by. Monday passed uneventfully, and suddenly it was time for another dueling club meeting. Harry walked out onto the platform and raised his voice. May I have your attention? Everyone turned to Harry. Tonight, we are going to be practicing dodging. I want everyone to pick a partner. The group of students began to pair off. Now, I want one of you to begin throwing hexes at the other. I don't want to see any shielding spells. Just dodge. If you are hit, then it is time to switch places. Begin. Suddenly the room was filled with the sound of people calling out curses. Tonks walked over to Harry. I don't know if this was the greatest idea, Harry. We're going to have to be using a lot of counter curses. No one seems to be doing a very good job of dodging. Harry noticed a shielding spell flare out of the corner of his eye. Stop! He bellowed. Everyone in the room froze in shock. Mr. Malfoy, what were my instructions at the beginning of the lesson? Malfoy's eyes widened. You said not to use a shielding charm. What did you just use? Harry continued in a lethal voice. Malfoy gulped visibly. A shielding charm. Why? Because it's impossible to dodge curses for that long when you can't fight back, responded Malfoy defiantly. Harry grinned. That remains to be seen. Come here, Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy walked up to the stage with a haughty expression on his face, but Harry could see the tinge of fear in his eyes. Now, Mr. Malfoy, since you seem to think that it is impossible to continuously dodge hexes, we will be putting your theory to the test. He turned to Tonks. Professor, if you would kindly step off the stage. Tonks nodded and stepped down to the main floor where the rest of the dueling club were watching in anticipation to see what was about to happen. Harry returned his gaze to Malfoy. He motioned with his hand. Whenever you wish to begin, Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy stared at Harry in shock as he realized that Harry wanted him to throw hexes at him. Malfoy grinned as if Christmas had come early this year. He began shouting out hexes and jinxes and sent them flying at Harry. Harry easily sidestepped the first few. Then, he began ducking and rolling out of the way as Malfoy began hurling the curses faster and faster. When it was obvious that Draco was not going to be able to hit Harry, Harry decided to end the duel. He quickly dove under a jinx and then spun on the ground into a sweep that flipped Malfoy off his feet. Harry quickly leapt to his feet, and kicked Malfoy's wand out of his hand. Then, Harry drew his own wand and pointed it at Malfoy. Do you yield? Malfoy nodded dumbly and croaked, yes. Harry smiled. Accio wand. He dropped Malfoy's wand onto his chest and then turned to the rest of the dueling club. As you can see, it is not always the wizard with the strongest magic that comes out on top in a duel. There are many other ways to defeat an opponent than with a hex. We will continue practicing dodging next time. Dismissed. After all the students had filed out except for Ginny, Tonks turned and smiled at Harry. Watch her, Harry, that was brilliant. All three of them turned as they heard clapping coming from the corner. Dumbledore walked up to them. Excellent, Mr. Potter. That was one of the finest displays of physical coordination that I have seen in many years. Harry nodded and smiled. Thank you, Professor. I've been working hard. Dumbledore smiled as his eyes twinkled. I can see that, Mr. Potter. I am impressed. I would say that you would be able to stand against most Aurors in a duel. Wouldn't you agree, Tonks? Tonks nodded emphatically. I've seen some of the senior Aurors dueling in practice, and it's amazing. Harry could keep up with them, though. Harry snorted. Unfortunately, however, I will be dueling Voldemort, not senior Aurors. It's going to be a slightly different story. Dumbledore frowned as he became serious. You will be ready when the time comes, Harry. Harry nodded, but smiled grimly. I hope you are right, sir. I really do. The next day's classes passed just as quickly as the day before. Harry smiled in anticipation as he walked up to his dormitory to grab his firebolt. This would be his first Quidditch practice as captain. The excitement coursed through his veins. Gryffindor had won the Quidditch Cup the last 2 years that it had been held. He was determined to continue the winning tradition. Harry got to the changing rooms ahead of the rest of the team. He changed, and then sat down in the captain's office. The others showed up and changed into their Quidditch robes. Ginny looked around. Where's Harry? The others turned around in circles to look for him. Harry grinned as he walked out of the captain's office. All right, team. It's time for our first team practice. Everyone jumped in surprise. Harry chuckled. Starters, on the left, reserves on the right. The two teams lined up and headed out onto the pitch. Harry stepped up in front of them. Okay, we're going to play a mock game. No seekers. I'm going to be the referee. We'll play to 150. So, chasers, the bulk of it is going to be on you. I want to go for a few new strategies. Beaters, I want you to concentrate on the opposition's chasers. I want to control the game on goals. Don't worry about the seeker that much. If you see him or her after the snitch, belt a bludger at them, but other than that I want you backing up our chasers and hammering the bludgers at theirs. Take it to the air. I'll release the balls. Harry watched the game in literal awe. Katie, Ginny, and Natalie were the perfect team. If anything, they were a better functioning unit than Alicia, Angelina, and Katie had been. However, the real surprise came from the Creevy brothers and Emma Dobbs. They worked extremely well together. The two Creevies in particular seemed to be able to anticipate each other's thoughts. It was a much closer game than it should have been. The major difference came in as Dean and Seamus began to hammer the bludgers with better and better accuracy. The final score was 150 to 90. Harry landed and leapt from his broom in excitement. The Quidditch Cup is as good as ours. If we all play half that well throughout the season, it's in the bag. That was amazing, guys. I'm impressed. Next Tuesday, same time. Be ready. Dismissed. Katie raised her hand. Harry, you do know that we're not in class. Harry grinned at the jibe. Yeah, I know, but it's habit forming when it comes to speaking in front of a group of people to adopt my teacher mode. Ginny hugged him. Harry smiled down at her and they made their way back to the changing rooms to get their school robes. The rest of the week flew by, and it was Saturday morning. Harry awoke with a smile on his face. He jumped up and ran over to Ron's bed and upended him from the covers onto the floor. Ron jumped up in a rage. What did you do that for? Harry headed for the door, but managed to throw back over his shoulder, hurry up. We're going into Hogsmeade. Ron muttered under his breath as Harry walked out the door. What is he so ruddy happy about? We go into Hogsmeade all the time. The five of them met at the Gryffindor Tower for breakfast. They all ate fairly quickly, and then got up to head out for Hogsmeade. Harry stopped, and asked, Hey, shouldn't we see if Luna wants to come into Hogsmeade with us? She might want to hang out with us instead of the Ravenclaws. Ginny beamed at him. That's very sweet, Harry. I'll go ask her. Ginny wandered over to the Ravenclaw table and leaned over to Luna. Hey, Luna, do you want to go into Hogsmeade with us? Luna looked up with her usual dreamy expression fixed on her face. Yes, I would like that very much. She smiled doughtily and got to her feet, and followed Ginny back over to Harry and the others. Ron, Hermione, and Harry greeted her warmly. Neville flushed slightly at the sight of Luna. Harry and Hermione exchanged knowing glances, and then Harry smiled evilly. Quick, let's get going, Harry said. He grabbed Ginny by the hand and pulled her along quickly. Hermione did the same. This left Neville to walk next to Luna. The two Weasleys squawked protests at being pulled along so quickly. Harry smiled and whispered to Ginny, Neville has got a crush on Luna. We're just making sure that they have to walk beside each other. Ginny smiled and followed docilely. Harry glanced over and saw Hermione whispering tea in Ron's ear. He figured she was saying much the same thing that he had just said to Ginny. Harry managed a quick look over his shoulder to see Neville and Luna side by side fighting to keep up with the other two couples. Harry grinned as they stepped out the main doors of the castle, and headed down the road to Hogsmeade. So, where do we want to head, first? Asked Harry as a tension breaker. Ron's eyes lit up. Zonkos. Hermione snorted. What do you want to go in there for? Ron looked indignant. Zonkos is always good for a laugh. Harry chuckled. I'll say. However, I think that we should head over to Honeydukes. We need to pick up some candy. Ginny nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, I want some chocolate. How about you, Harry? Harry shook his head. No, all the chocolate I need is stored right in those beautiful brown eyes of yours. Ginny blushed slightly, while Hermione and Luna smiled slightly. Neville appeared confused by the sappy statement, while Ron faked a gag. Hermione slapped him in the back of the head. What did you do that for? Ron asked. Hermione put her hands on her hips and said heatedly, You know, Ron, if you would pay just a little bit of attention to the way Harry treats Ginny, then you might learn something about how to treat a lady. Then, she turned around and stomped off towards Honeydukes. Ron scratched behind his head. What is she on about? Harry snorted. Well, mate, I would say that she's a little upset by the fact that you make fun of me for being romantic. I think you might need to try saying some things that are a little bit sappy. Ron looked at Harry. So you mean I need to say really stupid stuff that sounds like poetry, and she won't be mad at me anymore? Harry shook his head. Ron, it doesn't work for you just to say stuff like that. You have to mean it, or they'll know you're just saying it. Ron looked confused. How will they know if you mean it or not? Harry shrugged. Don't ask me how they know. Girls just have a way of knowing if a compliment is really sincere. Ginny stepped up beside Harry, and laid her head against his shoulder. Then, she looked at Ron. You can be really thick sometimes, Ron. Girls want to hear about how you feel about them. How do you tell them that? Asked Ron bewildered. Harry shook his head. It's a little bit different for each person. I just tell Ginny the first thing that comes into my mind. It usually covers how I feel pretty well. Ginny smiled up at him. It does. I love hearing what you have to say. Ron shook his head. I don't get it. Harry laughed lightly. You don't have to get it, Ron. Just talk to her. Then, he stopped, and looked around in bewilderment. Where did Neville and Luna go? The three of them looked around the street, but they were nowhere to be seen. So, the three of them made their way into Honeydukes to find Hermione. Neville and Luna was there as well. Harry managed to maneuver close to Hermione for a moment and whispered, "Remember, you have to get Ginny into Gladrags without raising any suspicion." Hermione smiled back at him. "Don't worry. I'll get her there before the day is out." Harry smiled and nodded his thanks as Ginny pulled him over to the barrel of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The six of them spent a while in Honeydukes and then they walked outside. "Let's take a walk up to the Shrieking Shack. By the time we walk up there and back, it should be lunchtime and then we can go to the Three Broomsticks," said Harry. The others agreed and they strolled towards the outside of town. Once they reached the Shrieking Shack, they stopped and sat chatting for a little while. Then, the group headed back down to the Three Broomsticks for lunch. Once they had finished their lunch, Hermione stood up and said, "We need to head into Gladrags." Ginny asked, "What for?" As Ron groaned. Hermione sniffed at Ron. "I want to browse for dress robes. I'll need them for the ball." Luna smiled. "I suppose that I could get some dress robes as well. Maybe someone will ask me," she said wistfully. Ginny's face fell at the conversation. Harry smiled where she couldn't see him. He knew what she was thinking about. He also knew that he fully intended to rectify that situation. The six of them walked over to Gladrags. Harry, Ginny, Ron, and Neville walked over to the boys' dress robes. Neville and Harry began trying on various robes. Ginny stopped Harry after the third set that he put on. "Those are perfect, Harry." The robes in question were a bright emerald green, lined with stripes of purple at various places. Harry smiled at Ginny. "So, you really like them?" Ginny nodded. Harry walked back into the dressing room, and changed back into his Hogwarts robes. "If they're what you like, then, that is what I will get." Hermione and Luna came over and dragged Ginny over to the girls' robes to try different ones on. Harry and Ron helped Neville pick out his robes, and then Harry walked up to the counter. He waited until Ron and Neville were paying attention to the girls. He leaned over to the sales clerk and whispered, "Do you see the young redhead over there?" The sales clerk nodded. Harry continued, "She's trying on robes, but she isn't planning on buying one. However, when she tries on the one she likes best, I'm going to signal you. Get the price for it and I'll pay for it, when I pay for mine. I'm going to leave them right here. Then, I'll want the robes delivered to Hogwarts later this evening. I'll pay for the delivery charges. I'd like to have them delivered to Harry Potter." The woman's eyes widened as she realized to whom she was speaking. Harry smiled and walked over to the girls. Shortly after he walked over to the girls, Ginny came out of the dressing room wearing a set of robes that appeared to be made out of solid gold. The robes looked as if they had been made for Ginny. Harry smiled in disbelief as he looked at how beautiful Ginny was. He signaled the clerk, who nodded in reply. She waited until Ginny had changed into a different pair of robes, and then took the gold ones and marked them sold. Once Hermione and Luna had chosen their robes, the group filed up to pay. Amidst the confusion, Harry paid for his and Ginny's robes. The clerk winked at Harry as he passed. Once outside, Ron stretched. "Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm tired. I think I'm going to head back to the castle and take a nap before dinner." Harry nodded. "I know what you mean, Ron. I think I'll join you. Ladies." The girls all smiled and nodded. The group walked back up to the castle and then headed for their respective common rooms. Harry pulled Hermione aside. "I'm having the robes delivered a little later. I'll distract Ginny before bed, and I want you to put them in her dormitory." Hermione smiled. "Harry, I'm surprised at you. Why? If someone had told me that you could be this hopelessly romantic 2 years ago, I would have laughed in their face. Now, though, it seems like you were born to the prospect," stated Hermione. Harry grinned. "I just needed to find the right inspiration. It kind of fell in my lap." The robes came later on in the afternoon, while Ginny was in her dorm room. Harry hid them behind his chair in the corner and then told Hermione before dinner where they were. After dinner, Harry held Ginny back, and gave Hermione time to dash ahead and put the robes in Ginny's room. The 5 Gryffindors sat in front of the fire and chatted for a couple of hours. Harry keyed Ginny goodnight and allowed her to head up the stairs to get ready for bed. Harry smiled to himself when he thought about what was about to happen. Sure enough, a moment later there was a scream of shock, and suddenly Ginny was running back down the stairs into the common room. "Harry James Potter!" she screamed at the top of her lungs. Harry stood up from the couch and said in a very light tone, "Yes, dear." "What is that on my bed?" she demanded vehemently. Harry raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you open the box?" "Yes, I did." "Did you like them?" Harry asked smilingly. "Yes, I liked them." "That's not the point. You shouldn't have bought them," yelled Ginny. "Why not?" Harry asked simply. Ginny stopped at this simple question, and then seemed to regain her momentum. "They were too expensive." Harry snorted. "Ginny, I wanted to buy the robes for you. In case you've forgotten, I'm rich, and if I can't spend my money on the people that I love, then what good does it do me to have money?" Ginny spluttered. But, Harry smiled. "Don't give me any excuses. You can consider them a Christmas present if it makes you feel any better." Ginny smiled this time. "Oh, thank you, Harry." She grabbed him in a hug, and then keyed him fully on the lips, hard. As she backed away, Harry smiled and said, "Look at all the pretty fireworks." Ginny smiled and headed back up to bed. Ron, who had been watching the exchange from the beginning, asked, "So, are you really going to not buy Ginny anything come Christmas this year?" Harry looked at Ron patronizingly. "Ron, you really do have a lot to learn when it comes to girls." "Of course, I'm going to buy her something at Christmas." Ron looked confused. "But you just told her to consider that her Christmas present." Harry grinned. "Yes, I did. I just didn't say which Christmas." Hermione grinned. "Harry, you can be positively devilish." The legacy. The Gryffindors spent Sunday doing their homework, and soon enough it was time for bed. They got up the next morning, and headed down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Ron looked over at Harry groggily. "So, what are we doing tonight at the dueling club?" Harry shrugged. "You'll just have to wait and find out." Classes flew by for the day, and soon enough everyone was gathered for the dueling club meeting. Harry stepped up on the stand. "Tonight, we are going to be practicing the Patronus charm." Everyone gasped in surprise and delight. Harry spent the rest of the lesson explaining the wand movement for the Patronus charm. He allowed each member of the DA come up onto the stage and demonstrate their Patronuses. Once the club meeting ended, everyone filed out talking rapidly. The 5 Gryffindors made their way out of the dueling hall, and then followed the rest of the student body down to dinner. After dinner, Harry held back and said, "I'm going to go practice for a while." Ginny smiled. "All right, but you had better be back in the common room before I go to bed." Harry smiled. "Don't worry. I know better than to keep you waiting for too long." He leaned over and pecked her on the corner of the mouth, and then headed for his training room. Harry walked in, and then conjured his swords. He then animated the statue, and began his regimen of attacks and parries. He continued this for close to an hour before he heard a sharp intake of air from the doorway. "Harry, what are you doing?" Harry turned around to see Professor Dumbledore standing in the doorway staring at him in amazement. Harry grinned. "I was practicing." While he was saying this, the statue laid the sword it held on the ground, and then moved back into its niche in the wall, and ceased to move. Dumbledore replied, "I can see that. But how?" "I conjured 2 swords, and then animated the statue to fight back." Harry returned. Dumbledore smiled. "Will you follow me to my office, Harry?" Harry nodded. "Of course, Professor." He laid his sword down on the ground beside the other one, and then pulled out his wand and banished the 2 swords. He followed Dumbledore to his office. Dumbledore sat down behind his desk, and began, "Harry, I believe that it is time to tell you about your heritage." Harry looked at Dumbledore quizzically. "What are you talking about, Professor?" Dumbledore smiled. "Do you remember what I told you in your second year?" Harry smiled. "Actually, you told me a lot of things in my second year." I needed quite a bit of guidance to handle that basilisk. I was talking about after you defeated the basilisk, Harry. The part concerning the sorting hat," continued Dumbledore. Harry nodded. "Of course. You told me that only a true Gryffindor could have pulled that sword out of the hat." Dumbledore asked, "Did you not wonder what I meant by that statement?" Harry shook his head. "No. I was 12 years old, and I had just been in a fight with a 60-foot snake. After that I don't suppose that I ever thought of it again. There has been just a little bit of excitement around here since then." Dumbledore chuckled. "I suppose you are right. However, Harry, you are the sole surviving descendant of Godric Gryffindor." Harry smiled. "That kind of figures. Gryffindor and Slytherin fought over the school. It seems only right that the fight between the pure-blood supremacists and those that feel that blood doesn't matter should be decided by their heirs." Dumbledore stood and walked over to his wall. "I guess it is time to return this to you, Harry. You are its rightful owner." He picked the sword of Godric Gryffindor off the wall and handed it to Harry. Harry smiled even broader. "It is a fine weapon, sir." Dumbledore sat back down behind his desk. "Now, Harry, speaking of weapons, where did you learn to duel like that?" Harry sat down and sighed. "I guess that it's time to tell you a few more things that you don't know. We have discussed my connection to Voldemort on many occasions. However, neither of us have ever truly realized the extent of the connection. I've finally tapped the depths of it." Continue. "Well, as you know, I have been getting flashes of things Voldemort sees and feels for over 2 years now." Dumbledore nodded. Harry continued, "You also know that I have learned to induce that contact at will." Dumbledore nodded again. "What you don't know is that I also can look through Voldemort's mind. I can perceive his memories and knowledge like I was looking at a book in the library." Dumbledore sat very still. The expression on his face showed that he was completely stunned. He visibly swallowed. "Are you saying that you know everything that Voldemort knows?" Harry grimaced. "Not exactly. I know the things that I have actively sought out and learned from him. That's how I became an animagus so easily. It's also where I learned how to fight with a sword." Dumbledore leaned forward eagerly. "What else have you learned?" Harry grinned wryly. "I know what you're hinting at. The answer is yes. I know everything that Voldemort did to become what he is today. I also know how to reverse the process." Dumbledore smiled. "So, you weren't bluffing when you told Lucius Malfoy that you knew how to kill Voldemort?" Harry made a seesawing motion with his hand. "Yes, and no. I have the knowledge, but currently it is useless." Dumbledore looked curious. "Why?" Harry answered, "The only way to reverse the immortality rites that Voldemort has undergone requires 4 extraordinarily powerful wizards to cast a spell on the wizard in question at the same time. Currently the only wizards that have the power and ability to cast the spell are Voldemort, Bellatrix Lestrange, you, and me." Dumbledore nodded. "I see. So, there is no way for us to remove his immortality." Harry grinned. "Voldemort is not immortal." Dumbledore looked hopeful. "Then, why can't he be killed?" Harry proceeded to explain. "The rites that he went through raised his level of mortality to the point that the Avada Kedavra spell can no longer exercise enough power over him to rob his life force. However, there are ways to kill him. Unfortunately, no one controls enough power to kill him." Dumbledore shook his head. "You have the power, Harry." Harry nodded. "I know I have it, but I don't control it. It still doesn't do us any good." "Explain," Dumbledore requested. "Well, as you know, the prophecy says that I will have power that the Dark Lord knows not." "It's correct. I do have a power that he can't even imagine. I can sense it within me, but I can't touch it," explained Harry. "I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Harry." Harry elaborated. "Have you ever been able to see something, but then not been able to reach it?" Dumbledore nodded. "Of course. Similar concept. I know that the power is within me, but it's as if it is trapped behind an invisible door that I don't have the key for. I can't figure out how to tap it. That's why I have been doing everything within my power to try and make Voldemort hesitate to attack me. I need time to unlock the power," said Harry. "Let me get this straight. If you unlock your power before Voldemort attacks, then we win. If he attacks before you discover it, then we are doomed," said Dumbledore resignedly. Harry nodded. "That about sums it up. Dumbledore allowed his shoulders to slump. Then, all we can do is hope and pray. The fate of the world is in your hands, Harry. I only wish that things could have been different. Harry smiled at the aged headmaster. Don't worry so much, Albus. I'll find a way. Dumbledore looked up quickly at Harry's use of his first name. Then, he smiled and the twinkle returned to his eye. I wouldn't call me by my first name in front of the other professors. Minerva especially would have a fit. Harry laughed. I was wondering, sir. I need to spend some more time in my animagus forms. I would like permission to go running in the forest. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. I don't know, Harry. It's not exactly safe. Harry snorted. No offense, Professor, but what is there in the forest that could catch me to even attempt to hurt me? I have a phoenix form, remember. I would just run on the grounds, but I don't think most of the students, or the professors for that matter, would take to the idea of a full-grown panther running around. Dumbledore grinned appreciatively as he nodded. Good point. You have permission to go. Just don't stay out after curfew, much. Out of curiosity, who knows about your ability to transform? You, Professor McGonagall, and Ginny, stated Harry firmly. Dumbledore seemed surprised. You mean you haven't told Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger? Harry nodded. I figured the less they knew the better. The only reason Ginny knows is an accident. She only knows about my panther form though. She has no idea that I have more than one form. Dumbledore asked, that reminds me. Have you made any progress towards a third form? Harry shook his head. Unfortunately, no. I haven't really had the time to devote to it with all the time that I have been spending honing my sword technique. Why have you been working so hard on the sword fighting skills? Queried Dumbledore. I was hoping to introduce it in the dueling club. I was planning on letting them use blunted practice swords. I want to make sure that I'm confident with what I'm doing before I start trying to teach other people, replied Harry. Dumbledore smiled. Excellent decision, Harry. Now, I believe that I have kept you waiting long enough. I think that a young Miss Weasley will be highly upset if you do not return to the common room to give her a goodnight key soon. Harry flushed slightly at the jibe. I'll be going, then. Thank you for the sword, Professor. Not at all, Harry. It was already yours. I was merely returning it. Harry smiled. Well, I'll see you later, Professor. Dumbledore smiled as Harry walked out of his office. Harry made his way through the corridors to the portrait of the fat lady. As he walked into the common room, he realized that he must have been in Dumbledore's office considerably longer than he thought. It was empty except for one fiery-haired young girl that had a dangerous expression on her face as she stared at Harry. Harry gulped as he realized that he was in for an earful. Harry James Potter, where have you been? Bellowed Ginny. Harry squirmed under her gaze, and said meekly, I'm sorry, Ginny. Professor Dumbledore found me practicing, and asked me to come up to his office. He had some things to explain to me. Ginny suddenly noticed that Harry was holding a sword in his hands. What's that? Harry followed her gaze to the sword of Godric Gryffindor. He smiled. This is what Professor Dumbledore wanted to talk to me about. Don't you recognize it? He handed it to her, and she replied, it seems familiar. Then, it hit her, and her eyes widened. This is the sword that you used to kill the basilisk. Harry nodded. Look at the name below the hilt. Ginny turned the sword over in her hand and saw the name engraved into the blade. She asked in awe, is this really Godric Gryffindor's sword? Harry nodded again. Yes, and now it belongs to me. Professor Dumbledore just informed me that I am the sole remaining descendant of Gryffindor. The heir of Gryffindor. Ginny breathed in shock and awe as she gazed at Harry. And as the heir of Gryffindor, it is my fate to face the heir of Slytherin in battle, said Harry matter-of-factly. Ginny shook her head. No, it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to face you-know-who. Harry sighed. Yes, Ginny, I do. I will have to stand and face him one day. Ginny looked stricken. But, you can't. I don't want you to die, Harry. She dropped the sword onto the couch beside them, and flung herself at Harry. He held her in his arms and soothed her. I have no intention of dying, Ginny. I have too many things to live for. I plan on killing Voldemort. Ginny flinched at the sound of the Dark Lord's name, and then began to cry. Harry sat with her on the couch until both of them fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning Hermione woke up and made her way down to the common room. There she discovered Harry and Ginny lying asleep on the couch in each other's arms. She noticed a sword lying on the floor beside them. She bent over to examine it, but the moment she touched it she felt a wand tip touch her nose. She froze and looked up as the wand was quickly withdrawn. Harry smiled sheepishly. "Sorry. You kind of startled me." Ginny stirred at his words, and snuggled into Harry's side more firmly. Harry smiled as he looked down at her. Hermione smirked slightly as she asked, "So what exactly happened down here last night?" Harry looked at her coldly. "Nothing happened. She was just upset, so I held her until she fell asleep. I couldn't take her up to her dormitory since boys can't climb the stairs. So, I just stayed down here with her." Hermione smiled. "Well, I believe you, but I suggest you get up before Ron wakes up and discovers you down here with his baby sister. He might not take it too well." Harry snorted. "Ron never takes anything too well. It's a byproduct of acting before you allow your brain time to function. He has a really bad habit of that. I guess you're right though. I wouldn't want him to catch me in a compromising situation. He'd probably attack me before I could explain anything." He nudged Ginny. "Wake up, love. It's almost time for breakfast." Ginny opened her eyes and smiled broadly. "I could get used to waking up to a face this handsome." Harry smiled in bemusement while Ginny rolled off the couch to stand up. He stood and stretched. "I'm going upstairs to change. I'll meet you back down here in a bit." Ginny grinned as she scampered for the stairs to the girls' dormitory. "You had better hurry, Mr. Potter." Harry leaned over to pick up his sword, and then headed for the stairs. Hermione stopped him by asking, "Where did you get that sword, Harry?" Harry looked over his shoulder as he headed up the stairs. "I'll explain later." Within 20 minutes, most of Gryffindor Tower was awake and ready to head down to breakfast. Harry joined Ron, Neville, and Hermione as they waited for Ginny. A minute later she came down the stairs and took Harry's hand. The 5 Gryffindors walked out the portrait hole, and headed for the Great Hall. "So, Harry, are you going to tell us where you got the sword?" asked Hermione. "Dumbledore," replied Harry. Ron looked from Hermione to Harry. "What sword?" "The sword of Godric Gryffindor," inserted Ginny. Ron merely gaped in amazement. Neville's mouth dropped open in shock. Hermione blinked, and then asked, "Is it really the sword of Gryffindor?" Harry replied evenly, "Yes, and now it's mine. Dumbledore returned it to me last night." Neville echoed, "Returned?" Harry smiled. "Yes, returned. I am the sole surviving descendant of Godric Gryffindor." Ron stammered, "Seriously?" Harry nodded in amusement at their reactions. Ginny continued to smile for the same reason. Ron turned to look at his sister. "You knew?" Ginny winked. "Of course I knew. I know many things." Ron looked bewildered. "What's that supposed to mean?" Harry chuckled. "One of these days, you'll find out." "Are you saying that she knows things about the Order that you haven't told me and Hermione?" asked Ron hotly. "Not about the Order. She knows things about me that you don't know, though," grinned Harry. Ron continued, his ears beginning to turn red. "Why does she get to know things that we don't?" Harry shrugged. "She is my girlfriend, and if you don't mind, Ron, I will keep my own counsel as to who I tell what. If you would like to ever be filled in on anything again, I suggest that you learn to control your jealousy and your temper," responded Harry icily. He fixed Ron in a penetrating gaze with a firm look set in his eyes. Ron stared him in the eyes for a moment, before he gulped and then broke eye contact. "Sorry," Ron mumbled under his breath. Harry nodded. "I know. Now let's get to breakfast. Don't forget it's Tuesday. We have Quidditch practice this afternoon." The others nodded as they went in for breakfast. The rest of the day was spent in class or the library working on things for class. Time for Quidditch practice rolled around, and it found Harry in the captain's office working on strategy, while the others got changed. Harry walked out. "Today we're going to play a little haphazard. I want all 4 beaters to hammer the bludgers at the chasers and me." He turned to Ginny. "Ginny, next practice, you and I will switch. I'll pretend to be a chaser as best I can, and I'll let you practice at seeker." Ginny smiled and nodded. The team marched out onto the pitch. The practice went quite well. Harry was extremely pleased with the team's performance. Great job, team. I'll see you all later. Dismissed. All of the team members smiled at Harry's adopted tone of authority. Harry walked into the dressing room and quickly changed back into his school robes. Since it had been a short practice, there was still about an hour before dinner. Harry decided that now was as good a time as any to work on his transformations. He hugged Ginny. I'm going to go for a walk before dinner. Don't worry, I'll be back in time. Ginny protested. I want to come with you. Harry shook his head. I'm going for a walk in the forest. I'm afraid that it's out of bounds for you. Ginny looked at Harry accusingly. It's out of bounds for you too. No, it's not. Professor Dumbledore gave me permission to go in last night, so that I can spend some more time in my four-legged form. Harry replied, grinning. Ginny looked apprehensive. Be careful, Harry. Harry smiled down at her. Don't worry. There isn't a creature in that forest that can catch me. There's precious few that would survive an encounter with me if they did, come to that. Harry keyed her lightly on the lips, and then headed off for the forest. Ginny sighed as Ron and Hermione came over to her. Where is Harry going? Asked Hermione. Ron wisely refrained from opening his mouth. Ginny shrugged. Into the forest. Ron looked shocked, but Hermione was indignant. Why is he going in there? Ginny shrugged. You'll have to wait for him to tell you. Ron looked at Ginny piercingly. You know something about this that we don't. It was a statement, not a question. Ginny sighed. As Harry told you this morning, Ron, I know many things that the two of you don't when it comes to Harry. He said that he would be back before dinner, so let's just go up to the common room. I've got a lot of homework to do. Hermione and Ron followed, but Hermione muttered to Ron, I have half a mind to give him detention for running off into the forest. He knows that it's out of bounds. Unfortunately for Hermione, Ginny heard the comment. She rounded on the slightly older girl. Now I know why Harry doesn't tell the two of you anything anymore. Both of you are complete idiots. After I tell Harry you said that I wouldn't be surprised if he decides that the two of you aren't even worth the time it takes to be friends with you anymore. And for your information, little Miss Perfect Prefect, Harry has permission from the headmaster to go into the forest, so I would just like to see you try and give him detention. Ginny spat out acidly. Then, she turned and stormed off, leaving Ron and Hermione standing with their mouths hanging open. Ron looked at Hermione. My own, I'm surprised at you. That was something that people would expect me to say. Hermione looked ashamed. I know, but I just can't help it. I'm so frustrated. I want to know what's going on and Harry won't tell us anything. Ron nodded. I understand, but we just have to wait on Harry. He's bound to have a really good reason for not telling us things. He's always told us everything before. I know it's hard being left out of the loop, but we have to trust Harry. Hermione looked at Ron in amazement. When did you get so smart? Ron shrugged and laughed. It happens sporadically. I have to say something smart if you say something stupid. It has something to do with some law of conservation or something in Muggle chemistry that Dad tried to explain to me once. Hermione giggled, and the two followed Ginny's wake up to the castle. They found her in the common room working on her homework. Hermione walked over to Ginny and said hesitantly, Ginny, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by what I said. I was just upset. Ginny said, I know, but you need to get over it. It's Harry's decision on what to tell you and Ron. If he doesn't want you to know certain things, then there is a reason for it. Hermione sighed. I know, but it's still hard not to know. Ginny snorted. How do you think I've felt for years? I knew the three of you were up to stuff, but none of you ever saw fit to let me in on anything that you did. Ron and Hermione looked at each other in amazement. Neither of them had ever thought about the fact that Ginny had been left out of the loop during her first 3 years at Hogwarts. Neville came in and joined the other three, and they all sat down to do homework. While this was occurring in Gryffindor Common Room, Harry had made his way into the forest. He changed into his panther form, and began to run. When he felt that enough time had passed, he changed into his phoenix form. Then, he flew from the forest back up to the castle. He flew over to one of the windows of the common room in Gryffindor Tower. He perched on the sill and looked in. He saw Ginny sitting at a table by herself. He pecked on the window and she looked up. She seemed surprised, and came over to the window and opened it. Harry flew in and perched beside her, and began to trill. Ginny was shocked by the sight of the magnificent golden phoenix. She petted its feathers as it trilled in greeting. She smiled at the beauty of the creature. "I've got to show this to the others. I hope Harry comes back in. He loves phoenixes," Ginny said to herself. She looked at the phoenix and asked, "Will you follow me down to the Great Hall?" Harry took flight and began making circles just above her head. Ginny began walking towards the portrait hole. She noticed that the phoenix was following her. She smiled as she left the common room and headed for the Great Hall. When she walked into the Great Hall, several people noticed the phoenix circling over Ginny's head. Several of the girls squealed in delight at the beautiful animal. Most of the boys just gaped in awe. Ginny sat down across from Ron and Hermione. They both looked at her almost stupidly. Harry settled down on the bench directly beside Ginny. Ron managed to say, "Where did the phoenix come from?" Ginny shrugged. "It pecked on one of the windows in the common room. I let it in, and now it's following me." Hermione finally shook herself out of her shock. "This is impossible." "Why?" asked Ron. Hermione looked at him with a patronizing expression on her face. "Ron, phoenixes are rare. However, amongst phoenixes, the most rare color to see is gold." She pointed to the phoenix. "This is probably the only golden phoenix in all of Britain. The chances of it just happening to fly up and tap on a window in Gryffindor Tower are next to nothing. Someone must have sent it here." As Ginny was about to reply, the three Gryffindors heard a coughing sound behind them. They looked to see Professor Dumbledore standing gazing at them. He smiled. "Miss Weasley, I must ask where you found such a magnificent companion." "I don't know where he came from, Professor. He just came up to the window in our common room," replied Ginny. Hermione interjected, "I believe that the creature must have been sent here by someone." Dumbledore gazed at the phoenix for a moment. The phoenix cocked its head and looked back at him. Then, it nodded at the unspoken question in Dumbledore's eyes. Dumbledore smiled as he realized that the phoenix was indeed Harry. He smiled down at the Gryffindors. "I don't believe that you have anything to worry about from this phoenix. I know its master very well." With this mysterious statement, Dumbledore turned and walked away. Once Dumbledore had walked off, the phoenix spread its wings, and then flew from the Great Hall. Harry found a deserted corridor off the main hall and then transformed back into his human form. He then ran back towards the Great Hall for dinner. He came in and then settled down in the seat he had vacated only moments before. "Sorry, I took so long." Ginny gushed out. "Oh, Harry, you missed it. The most beautiful phoenix came into the castle." Harry smiled and nodded. "I know." Hermione looked over at him. "What do you mean you know? Did you see it leaving or something?" Harry shook his head. "No, I didn't see it leaving. However, I did send it to Ginny in the first place." Ron jerked his head up from his food. He finally found the conversation they were having more interesting than his mashed potatoes. "What do you mean you sent it?" Harry smiled. "Well, in a manner of speaking, it mine." "Yours," the three other Gryffindors said at the same time. Hermione continued, "You mean you are the phoenix's master?" "I hesitate to call myself its master. Phoenixes are extremely intelligent creatures. I prefer to call myself its friend," replied Harry. The others seemed content with this explanation, and conversation turned to other matters. Ginny continued to make comments about how beautiful the phoenix had been. Harry smiled at these compliments, which Ginny did not completely understand. She merely shrugged it off as Harry indulging her when she was being overenthusiastic. The last week of September and then the entire month of October seemed to slip by in a blur. Harry balanced his time in between teaching the dueling club, practicing his animagus forms, perfecting his swordplay, keeping up with his class work, and last but definitely not least, spending time with his beloved Ginny. Over the past 5 weeks Harry had managed to work out his third animagus form of a chameleon. Only Dumbledore knew about it, however. He continued to maintain the charade with his phoenix form, and spent a great deal of time with Ginny in this form. His schoolwork came much more easily since he had learned most of it through his time spent musing inside Voldemort's brain. He had honed his swordplay down to an art, and was now ready to begin instructing the dueling club members in swordplay. He decided to have the first meeting with the usage of swords on Halloween night. He went to Dumbledore's office to tell him of his plans. He entered the office to find Dumbledore sitting behind his desk with Fawkes on his customary perch beside the desk. Harry smiled. "Hello, Fawkes." Fawkes trilled greetings, "Young Phoenix kin." Harry continued to smile as he turned to the headmaster. "Professor, I came to talk to you about the dueling club." "Is there a problem, Harry?" asked Dumbledore. Harry shook his head. "No, Albus, there isn't a problem. I just thought that you would like to know that I plan on introducing the sword to the dueling club tonight. I was hoping that if you weren't too terribly busy, that you might drop by for a few minutes." Dumbledore smiled. "Well, it is Halloween. I think that a break from some of my tasks this evening could be quite pleasant." Harry grinned, and replied playfully, "Somehow I expected you to say that." Dumbledore snorted. "I suppose you are trying to tell me that I am becoming predictable." It was Harry's turn to snort. No sane wizard or witch would ever use the word predictable in the same sentence with your name, Headmaster. Dumbledore chuckled merrily. "I suppose not. Half the wizarding world believes me to be a little crazy." Harry gave a loud, fake cough. "I think that you are being kind, sir. Half the wizarding world does think that you are a little crazy. The other half think that you are completely bonkers." Dumbledore laughed out loud at this statement. "True. Very true. However, there are a select few that know the truth." Harry nodded. "Yes, there are a few of us. We know that you are completely bonkers instead of just thinking it." Harry made this statement so matter-of-factly that Dumbledore stopped and stared at Harry in amazement. He finally managed to find his voice. "Now, Harry, that isn't exactly nice." Harry chuckled now. "No, Professor, it wasn't, but a little jocularity is what people like us need once in a while." Dumbledore nodded soberly. "Yes, we do. Harry, you know that if I felt that things could have been different, I would have looked for the way to make it so." Harry waved him off. "Don't worry about it. There are a lot of things that I would change about my past if I could, but for all we know the consequences of doing things any other way than we did could have been worse than anything we have had to face. I wish that Sirius were still here. I wish that my parents were still here. However, if they were, I might not be who I am. If I wasn't, then Voldemort might have won. It was a heavy price that I have had to pay, but I am willing to follow the path to the end. I will die if necessary, but I will take Voldemort with me. That is an oath that I make to you, Albus. One that I must ask you to convey to the rest of the wizarding world if I fall in battle." Albus continued to stare in amazement at the young man standing before him. Never before had he seen a child put through so much, or have so much expected of him. Yet, here stood a mere 16-year-old boy, that was ready to throw his life away if that was what was needed to save the world. The pure unselfish love that ruled this young man's heart must truly be the most powerful force on earth. Dumbledore blinked and spoke. "If you are going to begin the dueling club meeting on time, Harry, we had better be moving." Harry stood up and headed for the revolving staircase with Dumbledore on his heels. "Bye, Fawkes. Goodbye, Phoenix kin. I will fly with you the next time you are out." Harry laughed. "I would like that." The two wizards walked down the corridor, and Dumbledore turned to Harry and asked, "What did you tell Fawkes that you would like?" Harry looked around him to ensure that no one was within earshot, and then replied, "He told me that the next time I was out flying, he would join me." "Has he ever flown with you before?" asked Dumbledore inquiringly. Harry nodded. "Yes, he has been out with me once. We flew over most of the Forbidden Forest. He told me about many things that have occurred in your office since you became headmaster." Dumbledore asked quickly, "Like what?" Harry grinned broadly. "I shall never tell. Secrets between brothers should never be uttered, and that is exactly what Fawkes and I are now. Brothers." Dumbledore sighed. "I suppose that means that I'm not going to get anything out of you." Harry nodded. "That would be correct." The two of them walked into the dueling chamber to find the dueling club quiet and attentive, waiting for Harry to begin. Dumbledore raised his eyes at Harry. Harry merely shrugged and then headed for the dueling platform. It was readily obvious why everyone was so quiet. Arrayed on a long table were various sized practice swords. Harry smiled at everyone. Tonight, we will begin studying methods of dueling that do not require magic. For the rest of the term we will be practicing swordplay. I will teach all of you the basics. You will be expected to practice forms and parries outside of dueling club time if you expect to become even remotely good at this. Once everyone has mastered the rudiments of swordplay, we will begin practicing combining swordplay with magical spells in dueling. The practice swords that are laid out behind me simulate the true weight and balance of a sword of similar size. They are blunted and padded, so that the only damage that you can really do to each other with them will be a bruise. I still want you to be careful and treat them as if they were a real sword, however. This will teach you proper safety measures, because some of you will be allowed to duel with real weapons before the end of the year. Now, I would like everyone to come up and test out different swords to find one that is best suited to you. You will be expected to keep up with your practice sword and bring it with you to dueling club meetings. Don't you think that it would be more interesting to have them see a real duel before they pick their sword, Potter? Came a snide voice from a corner. Harry turned. That would be quite educational, Professor Snape. I presume you have someone in mind to be participants in this duel. Snape revealed that he was carrying a sword. It was a finely crafted blade, and had obviously been specially made just for Snape. It was just as obvious that he took painstaking care to keep the blade in top condition. Well, Potter, since you claim to be able to instruct the students in swordplay, I think that they should get a taste of your skill. Harry nodded. Very well. I assume that since you have brought your own sword that you intend to be the challenger. Snape answered coldly. That would be a natural conclusion, Potter. I intend to show you what a true sword master is capable of. Harry smiled patronizingly at Snape. We shall see, Professor, we shall see. Until then, since you have challenged me, you may set the terms of the duel. Snape stepped up onto the platform opposite Harry. No magic, sword only, first blood. Harry nodded, and then pulled out his wand, Wingardium Leviosa. He moved the table of practice swords back off the platform. Then, he turned and called out, Accio sword. The sword of Godric Gryffindor soared over to Harry from a stand next to the wall. Harry pocketed his wand within his robes as the sword came to him. He caught it easily in his right hand, and then stepped back and swung the sword in a quick X shape in the air in front of him as he set his feet. Then, he set the sword to the en-garde position and smiled at Snape. Whenever you are ready, Professor. Most of the students realized quickly that Harry's sword was very finely crafted. However, very few people in the room recognized the sword for what it truly was. Snape was one of these few, though. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the blade. They widened still further at the obvious ease with which Potter wielded the blade. He began to think to himself that perhaps this had not been the best idea. Potter seemed to be full of surprises this year. This may very well be another to add to his list. In spite of himself, Snape found himself admiring the young man. He shook himself from his reverie and then advanced on Harry. Harry waited for Snape with a smile on his face. He was going to enjoy this. Snape lunged to the attack. Harry parried easily, and then the fight began in earnest. The swords struck each other fast and furiously. It was completely apparent to everyone in the room that Snape had not been bluffing. He was a master swordsman. His form was basically flawless, and his skill was unprecedented. However, it was also immediately apparent that as good as Snape was, Harry was better. After several minutes of blows being exchanged back and forth, Harry finally saw his opening. He caught Snape's sword high, and then circled it around low. Then, he flipped his sword around and struck straight up with all his might. This sent Snape's sword straight up, but to do Snape credit, he managed to hang onto the sword. However, this moment was all Harry needed. He slipped past Snape's guard and wrapped the flat of his blade against the back of Snape's sword hand. Harry quickly reversed his blade and knocked Snape's sword from his hand. It skittered across the platform, and before Snape could have possibly blinked, Harry's sword tip was touching Snape's throat. Harry smiled again. Hold out your hand, Professor. Snape extended his right hand. Harry brought his blade down and across it. Blood began to well from the cut. First blood. Harry then turned and threw his sword up into the air. He quickly drew his wand out and banished the sword across the room to its stand. By the time the class had watched the sword settle onto its stand, and turned back to Harry, he had pocketed his wand and was looking at the class expectantly. "Well, are you lot going to sit there, or are you going to choose practice swords?" No one moved. Harry began to get mildly annoyed. "If anyone is still sitting by the time I count to 5, they will have to fight me one-on-one with swords and magic, tonight." 1. The group of students scrambled out of their chairs to head for the sword-laden table so quickly that it was almost comical. Tonks walked over to Harry while the students were picking out their swords. She looked at him in awe. "Watch her, Harry, I didn't know that you were that good with a sword." Dumbledore walked up beside her. "Nor did I." Harry shrugged. "I practice a lot." The three of them heard Snape's voice break in. "That is obvious." He held out his sword to Harry. "By dueling rights, this blade now belongs to you." Harry looked from the blade to Snape in surprise, and then he answered, "Keep your sword, Professor Snape. A blade that magnificent deserves an owner worthy of it. It has one right now." Snape nodded curtly, and then walked from the room without another word. Dumbledore looked down at Harry in absolute amazement. "Harry, your parents would be very proud of you. You do know that, don't you?" Harry smiled and flicked a single tear from his eye. "Yes, Professor Dumbledore, I know." The students all seemed to have picked out a weapon, and were standing around fidgeting. Harry smiled. "Well, I suppose I should teach them a bit before they start poking each other's eyes out." Dumbledore chuckled at Harry. "I am going to return to my office. I will see you at the feast in a while." Tonks and Harry both nodded to Dumbledore as he turned to leave. Tonks returned to her position as an observer, and Harry strode to the center of the dueling platform. "Now, everyone, pair off. I want you to attack in an overhand lunge like this." He demonstrated with one of the practice swords. "I want your partner to block like this." He demonstrated a high cross block. "You will take turns doing this for the next 15 minutes and then we will change maneuvers. Begin." The class paired off and completed his instructions. Then, he gave them a new attack and its corresponding block. They went through 4 different sets before Harry announced that it was time to quit. All the students filed out of the room, most of them talking excitedly about the lesson or the upcoming feast in about half an hour. Harry turned to his friends as they walked up to him. "So, what did you think?" Ginny hugged him, and then placed a delicate key on his lips. "You were simply wonderful." Ron looked at Harry in awe. "I had no idea you could do anything like that, Harry." Harry grinned. "What do you think I've been doing when I keep slipping off by myself to practice?" Ron shrugged, but Hermione asked forcefully, "So, this is what you have been spending all your time doing? You could have let us in on it." Harry shook his head. "No, I couldn't. I'm not trying to be insulting, Hermione, but you are nowhere near my level when it comes to combat abilities. You would only be in the way. Besides, that isn't the only thing that I have been practicing." Ron looked hesitant, but he decided to ask anyway. "Would you tell us what else you've been practicing?" "I'll understand if you can't." Harry looked surprised. "Ron, you're learning." "Yes, I'll tell you what else I've been working on. I decided to follow in the Marauder's footsteps." Ron looked bewildered. "You decided to pull a lot of pranks." Ginny snorted, and Hermione swatted Ron's arm. "I swear, Ron, sometimes you can be a bit slow." "He means that he has been trying to become an animagus," said Hermione. Ginny spoke up proudly. "He hasn't been trying, he's been able to transform completely for a while now." Hermione shook her head. "That's impossible. It takes years to become an animagus, and I know that Harry wasn't working on it before this summer at the earliest." Harry looked at Hermione shrewdly. "Hermione, do you know what your problem is?" Hermione bristled. "I wasn't aware that I had a problem." "Well, you do. You think too much with your head, and not enough with your heart. Don't trust your brain too far, it's not always right, Hermione. You have to follow your heart sometime, even if it gets you into trouble. Sometimes the trouble your heart gets you into makes you a much better person in the long run. That's something your brain, studying, and logic will never truly be able to do," continued Harry. Harry started to walk away, but Ron stopped him. "Wait, aren't you going to tell us what form you take?" Harry shook his head. "You'll just have to wonder until we're alone later. Then, I'll show you my form. Ron smiled, but Hermione continued to frown as she thought about what Harry had just said to her. Ron nudged her from her thoughts. Come on, Hermione. You can try to figure out if Harry's right about you later. It's time for the Halloween feast. The Gryffindors entered the Great Hall and sat at the Gryffindor table. The feast appeared before them. The hall was decorated with floating jack-o'-lanterns, and bats flew throughout the hall. All of the students quickly tucked into the scrumptious meal. Conversation erupted all around the hall. It was immediately noticed by Harry and his friends that the majority of the conversations revolved around the dueling club meeting. Hermione gazed over at Harry. It seems that your dueling club is a hit. Ron snorted. That's an understatement. Everyone that goes to the meetings talk about them constantly. I get sick of hearing all the girls discuss how handsome Harry looks when he's teaching, or how smart Harry must be to be in charge of the dueling club, or how courageous he was to face the Dark Lord all by himself. It's all a load of dung anyway. Half the girls that are saying the stuff are the ones that talked about him behind his back last year because they thought he was crazy. Harry blushed at the idea of girls calling him handsome, but Ginny's face was red for another reason. Ron Weasley, exactly who has been talking about my boyfriend like that? Ginny asked, a dangerous note to her voice. Harry immediately tried to placate her. Now, Ginny, don't go flying off the handle just because some goofy girls complimented me. It doesn't mean anything. Ginny responded adamantly, oh, yes it does. It means that they are planning on making a pass at you. It took all of Harry's willpower to refrain from smiling. He didn't want to row with Ginny. Ginny, I don't think any of the girls are dumb enough or brave enough to make a pass at me. Hermione and Ron giggled. Ginny rounded on them. Just what is so funny? Ron stopped laughing, but he continued to smile knowingly. Well, Gin, he does have a point. No girl that knows he's dating you would come near him. They wouldn't want to have to face you. Hermione continued. Besides, anyone that has seen the way Harry looks at you, Ginny, would know that he's off the market. This somewhat mollified Ginny. All right, I guess I won't have to kill them. Harry smiled. Good, because I hate to think of how lonely I would be if you ended up in detention for the rest of term for hexing Pansy Parkinson or some other Slytherin. Ginny slapped his arm. Hey, that is not funny, Mr. Potter. I don't even want to think about that cow having her hands on you. Harry shuddered at the mental image that came with that statement. Good point. Neither do I. It's not a pretty picture. All of the others laughed at the expression on Harry's face. They continued to eat and talk for the next hour. When the feast was winding down to a close, an owl came flying in the window and landed at the head table next to Dumbledore. Harry watched in interest as Dumbledore removed the letter from the owl's leg. He then unrolled it, and his eyes widened in alarm. He looked up and locked eyes with Professor McGonagall, who immediately got up and left the Great Hall. Dumbledore then looked out into the crowd of students and locked eyes with Harry, who had been staring at him. Harry raised his eyebrows in question. Dumbledore nodded firmly, and mouthed, 1 hour, to Harry. Harry bobbed his head to indicate that he understood and that he would be there. The other three looked at him quizzically. What was that all about? Asked Ginny. There has been an attack by the Death Eaters. For Albus to be this worked up about it, it must have been huge. I'll bet my firebolt that it was against the Ministry. Why the Ministry? Asked Ron. It's obvious. Replied Harry. They've got 17 Death Eaters locked up in the Auror Division of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Hermione looked surprised. How do you know that? Simple logic. Answered Harry. We caught 5 in Diagon Alley, and then 10 more at Platform 9 3/4. They caught 2 in the attack on the minister's home. They took them to the Ministry since they can't send them to Azkaban anymore. I've been watching the Daily Prophet quite closely, and there has been nothing to indicate that they have been moved to stand trial. It stands to reason that they are still there. It would be the best place for them under the circumstances. The other three nodded. Harry continued on grimly. Although if Voldemort has attacked the Ministry and managed to free them, then I'm going to have to propose something to Dumbledore that I don't think that he's going to like. Hermione looked at Harry in concern. What are you talking about, Harry? What are you going to propose? Harry shook his head. Nothing that any of you need worry about right now. I may discuss it with you depending on what Albus' reaction is. Ron finally asked, "Why do you keep calling Professor Dumbledore by his first name?" Harry smiled. "I didn't realize that I was doing it." Ginny looked at him appraising Ly. "You wouldn't use his first name unless you were accustomed to doing it." Harry continued to smile. Very shrewd observation. "When it's just him and me, I call him by his first name, occasionally. I try not to make too much of a habit of it, and I especially try not to do it in front of other people. I guess you'll just have to keep my little secret." Ron decided to interject playfully, "What if we don't want to keep it a secret?" Harry drew his wand and pointed at Ron's forehead. "Ever had your memory erased?" Ron paled. "Calm down, mate. I was just joking." Harry continued to stare into Ron's eyes. "I know. I wasn't." The three of them gulped at the obvious threat hanging in the air. This definitely was not the Harry of a year ago. He had grown up a great deal. They all had different feelings about this. Ron missed his best friend. Ginny swelled with pride that he had chosen her amongst all the girls that he could have had. Hermione, however, was concerned that his maturity was bought at too high a price. Once dinner was over, the other Gryffindors headed for the tower while Harry made his way to the gargoyle in front of Dumbledore's office. Acid pops. The gargoyle sprang to the side, and revealed the spiral staircase up to Dumbledore's office. Harry climbed the stairs and walked in to find a great deal of the Order members already assembled. They included Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Tonks, of course. Also present were several of the people that had come to get him from the Dursleys the first time that he had went to Grimmauld Place. There was Elphias Doge, Hestia Jones, Daedalus Diggle, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Emmeline Vance. The core members such as Arthur Weasley, Alistair Moody, and Bill Weasley were also there. Dumbledore was not in evidence, but that really meant little where he was concerned. He could have been sitting behind his desk, and not a person in the room would have known it. However, it was apparent that he was not in the room, as several of the members seemed to have been waiting for a while. Dumbledore burst into the room a moment later. "I'm afraid that we will have to postpone the meeting for just a few minutes. If all of you will wait in my private chambers, I must deal with the Minister of Magic, who will be here in just a moment," stated Dumbledore quickly. He waved his wand and the bookcase on the far wall swung out. The group of Order members headed through the opening. McGonagall stopped and asked, "Albus, what does the Minister want?" Dumbledore cast a quick glance at Harry, and then looked back at McGonagall. "I think that he is a little distressed by the attacks and is looking for someone to blame, Minerva." McGonagall looked distressed for a moment, and then pressed her lips into a firm line. She followed the others into Dumbledore's chambers. Harry stood from his seat and cleared his throat. "If you don't mind, Professor Dumbledore, I would like to remain. If the Minister plans on accusing me of certain things, I would like to at least be present to hear what the fool has to say." Dumbledore looked stern. "Harry, calling the Minister a fool is not going to accomplish anything." "I'm aware of that, Professor. It doesn't change the facts of the matter, however. I'll stay over here in the corner." Harry pointed to a corner between two of the bookcases. Dumbledore nodded, and then sat down behind his desk as the bookcase closed behind the other Order members. A minute later, Cornelius Fudge burst into the room. Dumbledore smiled up at him from his seat. "Good evening, Cornelius." Fudge nodded curtly. "Dumbledore, I'm here to discuss your handling of the Potter boy." "What is it that you wish to say about him, Cornelius?" asked Dumbledore mildly. However, there was a hint of steel beneath his words. Cornelius seemed not to notice the warning in Dumbledore's tone. "There have been 2 attacks on my home, and now there was an attack at the Ministry this evening to free several Death Eaters that we had in custody." Dumbledore nodded. "I am aware of all of these attacks, Cornelius. I fail to see what that has to do with young Mr. Potter." Cornelius huffed. "Well, then, I will tell you, Dumbledore. It has come to my attention that the boy in Mad-Eye Moody ordered Dawlish to release one of the prisoners to take some ridiculous message back to you-know-who. That is the reason that you-know-who knew to send the Death Eaters to attack the Ministry tonight to free the others that we had captured. So, I decided to see what the boy has been getting up to at school. I have learned that you are letting him teach dueling to the other students, and that the boy has attacked a teacher. This is inexcusable. I, for one, will not allow you to give the boy a free run anymore. I am having the misuse of magic office charge the boy with multiple counts of flagrant disregard for magical safety. I intend for him to be expelled from school." Harry snorted loudly from the corner. "Well, Minister, you are of course entitled to do as you please. However, I would not recommend it." Fudge spun around to gape at Harry. Then, he advanced slightly. "Boy, you would do well to remember who you are speaking to. You will address me with a proper amount of respect." Harry smiled coldly, and stepped right up into Cornelius' face. "As I was saying before I was interrupted, I would not recommend the course of action that you are planning. I have read the bylaws concerning an accusation of the sort that you are making. I am well within my rights to challenge you to a duel." Fudge spluttered as he realized what Harry was saying. Then, he laughed. "If you think that you have a chance of defeating a fully trained ministry official in a duel, then I encourage you to try." Harry's smile grew broader. "Cornelius, I don't think that I could beat you in a duel. I know that I could mop the floor with an incompetent buffoon like you. I have faced Lord Voldemort in combat." Fudge winced at the sound of the Dark Lord's name. Harry continued, "Whereas you cannot even stand to hear his name mentioned. You are nothing more than a blustering coward. I released Lucius Malfoy, whom I might add would not have been captured and identified as a Death Eater if it had not been for me. You would still be pocketing his bribes, and be in the employ of the Dark Lord." Cornelius paled as he realized the implication behind what Harry had just said. Harry began again, "I will keep my own counsel concerning Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters. I suggest that you scurry back to your office and hide. If you ever bother me again, it will be as I told Dawlish in Diagon Alley. You will face the business end of my wand." Fudge seemed to gain a little bit of composure. "I will not stand for this. After your transgressions concerning your use of magic outside of school last summer, the misuse of magic office will have no choice but to listen to my view of matters." Harry laughed in his face. "Considering the fact that I was cleared of the charge due to the presence of Dementors in Little Whinging, I don't see how that is relevant. I wouldn't advise dragging up that incident anyway, unless you want to be facing charges yourself." Even Dumbledore was surprised at this. "What do you mean, Harry?" "I mean that the order for the Dementors to come to Little Whinging and attack me came from the office of Cornelius Fudge. I have proof," answered Harry confidently. Dumbledore rose from his desk and rounded on Fudge. "What is he talking about, Cornelius?" Not even Fudge could fail to note the dangerous tone in Dumbledore's voice this time. "I don't know what he's talking about, Dumbledore. I didn't send Dementors after him. I wanted to discredit him, not kill him." Fudge continued to cringe before the furious stare that was in Dumbledore's eyes. Harry interrupted. "He's telling the truth, Professor. Fudge had nothing to do with it. His beloved senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge ordered the attack." Dumbledore turned to Harry. "Are you sure?" Harry nodded. "I've got witnesses to her admitting it, right before she was about to cast the Cruciatus Curse on me." Dumbledore blazed with fury. "She cast the Cruciatus Curse on you?" Harry shook his head. "No, she was about to. Hermione stopped her by telling her what she wanted to know." By now Fudge was looking on in interest. What was it that she wanted to know? She wanted to know where Dumbledore was hiding the weapon he was developing to use against the Ministry, answered Harry. Cornelius struck his thigh. "I knew it." Harry looked at Fudge in disgust. "Are you really that stupid? There was no weapon. Hermione just made it up to get Umbridge not to cast the curse on me. She figured that we would have more time to get the upper hand on Umbridge and get away if she thought we were leading her to the weapon. We did." Fudge sat down into a chair heavily. "I would have never expected this." Harry looked Fudge in the eyes. "Now, Minister, go back to your office, and stay out of our way. If you let the people that know what they are doing run this war, we'll let you keep your office. Otherwise, I will see you thrown out of the Ministry so fast that your head will spin. Do I make myself clear?" Fudge nodded. Then, he got up and wordlessly walked from the room. Dumbledore smiled at Harry. "I can't believe you just did that." Harry returned Dumbledore's smile. "Someone had to put that idiot in his place. We need him out of the way if we're going to handle Voldemort and his followers." Dumbledore waved his wand, and the bookcase swung open again. The Order members filed back into the office. Dumbledore saw the looks of bemusement on most of their faces. He looked disapprovingly at McGonagall. I presume that you were listening. Bill Weasley cracked a smile. You can hardly blame us, sir. That had to be the funniest thing that I have ever seen. Dumbledore smiled back. Yes, I believe it was. Now, let us get down to business. Yes, what exactly happened at the Ministry this evening, Albus? Asked McGonagall. A group of Death Eaters invaded the Ministry's Order Department in order to free the Death Eaters that we captured in the events leading up to the beginning of the school year. They were successful. All of the captured Death Eaters were freed, explained Dumbledore. Harry broke in. How many casualties did we take? You get right to the point, don't you, Potter? Asked Kingsley grimly. Harry shrugged. I need information. Asking direct questions is the easiest way to get it. Kingsley nodded, but it was Arthur who answered heavily. We lost 3 Aurors, and 1 visitor was killed. Harry nodded solemnly. Did we get any of the Death Eaters? Kingsley shook his head. We managed to stun several of them during the battle, but the other attackers grabbed them when they dissipated. Harry turned and looked directly at Dumbledore. Sir, I think that it is time that we abandoned your way of doing things. Snape interrupted. What exactly is that supposed to mean, Potter? Simply, that I think that it is time for us to fight fire with fire. If all we're going to do is take Death Eaters prisoner, then they will simply keep rescuing their fellows. More and more people will go to Voldemort's side, and we will lose this war. It's time to stop taking prisoners, and start killing Death Eaters on sight, said Harry determinedly. Several of the people in the room gasped in surprise. Hestia Jones leaned forward. You can't be serious, Potter. That would make us just as bad as them. To use the dark arts would turn us as well. Harry snorted in response. In essence, magic cannot be divided into good and evil. It's the intent with which you use the spell that determines good and evil. Granted, there are some spells that you can't think of any use besides evil for, but there are precious few of those. Elphias Doge interrupted. What are you talking about, Harry? The Unforgivables are most definitely evil. There are many other curses that are totally evil. Harry shook his head. People consider being a Parseltongue a dark art. Do you think I'm evil just because I can talk to snakes? No one thinks that you are evil, Potter, but the fact remains that some spells are evil, responded McGonagall. Harry looked her squarely in the eye. I agree that there are a few spells that can only be used with an evil intent, but as I said, there are precious few of them. The only one that I can think of right away is the Cruciatus Curse. The broad range of spells that people call the dark arts are nothing of the sort. Daedalus Diggle stuttered. Surely, you're not suggesting that you can find a use for the Killing Curse and the Imperious Curse that aren't evil? That is exactly what I'm suggesting, Daedalus. I can think of several situations where those 2 curses could be used for good, proclaimed Harry. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I fail to see a reason to use the curses that could result in good, however, I am prepared to be enlightened. So, by all means, continue, Harry. Harry smiled. I presume that all of you would consider Voldemort dying a good thing. Everyone but Dumbledore nodded in acquiescence. I guess that covers the Killing Curse. Diggle raised his hand. Can you know who be killed by the Killing Curse? Harry shook his head. I'm afraid not, but if he could, then that would be a good use for the spell. To take a life is a horrible thing, but to take a life to save 100 is nobility. The wizards around the room nodded in agreement. Dumbledore frowned, but refrained from comment. Tonks asked, Okay, that covers the Killing Curse, but I'm interested to see what use you can come up with for the Imperious Curse. Harry shrugged. It's completely situational. Hypothetically, let's say that you're on the top of a tower, and it's collapsing. The only way to survive is jump off. The problem is the person you're with is terrified of heights, and won't jump. You put them under the Imperious Curse and make them jump. You just saved a life with one of the horrible unforgivable curses. Even Dumbledore raised his eyes in astonishment at this scenario. No one in the room had ever thought of magic in the light that Harry had just presented it. Furthermore, who's to say that the stunning spell isn't a dark arts spell? The Death Eaters use it all the time, said Harry plainly. Hestia Jones protested. We don't use the spell for the same reasons that the Death Eaters do, though. Harry smiled. which is exactly what I'm trying to tell you about all spells. Everyone believes certain spells and abilities to be dark simply because dark wizards have used them. It all boils down to prejudice and ignorance. All that truly matters when you cast magic is what you're trying to accomplish. If your aims are good, then you won't step over into the dark arts. Harry took a deep breath. That is why I think that it is time for us to start killing the Death Eaters. It's time that we fight fire with fire. The room erupted into a mixed babble until Dumbledore cleared his throat. The noise died down instantly. I believe that you are merely repeating yourself, Harry. Harry shrugged. Whatever it takes to make my point. Dumbledore nodded. I understand your feelings on the matter, Harry, but we cannot stoop to the Death Eater's level in this fight. It is my feeling that to take a life whatever the circumstances is horrible. It must be avoided at all costs. Only in the most dire of circumstances should you kill another wizard. Harry returned Dumbledore's nod. I understand how you feel, Professor. What you seem to be missing is the fact that these dire circumstances that you keep espousing are at our door. If we don't take drastic action, people are going to start dying left and right. I, for one, have no intention of laying back and giving Voldemort a free run. Your feelings be damned, Professor. I don't know about the rest of the Order, but if I see a black cloak and white mask, the wizard or witch wearing them dies. I don't intend to compromise either. It's time to take this war right back to Voldemort. If the rest of you are too squeamish, then I'll take them all myself. Professor McGonagall interrupted. Come now, Potter. You are only a student. You can't be serious about fighting the Death Eaters. It's time you realize that even though you are exceptional, you are not a fully qualified wizard. Harry looked at McGonagall in disgust. You really don't get it, do you? He pointed at Dumbledore. He is the strongest wizard alive. He can do magic that none of you can imagine being possible. He has accumulated all this power and knowledge over a long and full life. What you don't seem to see is that as strong as he is, he still can't beat Voldemort. In 6 months, I will be Professor Dumbledore's match in power. At the rate I'm increasing my power, in a year he won't even be able to touch me. McGonagall's mouth grew quite thin. Mr. Potter, you are being arrogant. It will be many years before you are a match for Professor Dumbledore. Harry snorted. You had better pray that it doesn't take me years to attain his power. According to the prophecy, I'm the only one who can defeat Voldemort. To do that, I need to be Dumbledore's superior. So unless you want to be fighting Voldemort for a long time, you need to listen to me. Several of the Order members began clamoring. What does the prophecy say? Is this true, Albus? Dumbledore stood up and raised his hands. I'm afraid that everything young Mr. Potter has said is true. He will surpass me in power, and when he does I will be handing over the leadership of the Order of the Phoenix to him. The room erupted at this statement. Harry seemed quite amazed, but merely smiled in response. McGonagall was the one that finally managed a coherent sentence. Albus, you cannot mean this. Harry is an exceptional boy, but he is still just that, a boy. Harry didn't give Dumbledore a chance to respond. Professor McGonagall, do I need to repeat the conversation I had with Molly Weasley this summer? McGonagall's eyes widened. No, Mr. Potter, I don't believe that I need to hear that speech. Harry nodded. Very well, then, by what standard do you measure adulthood? Age or life experience or hardship? McGonagall cleared her throat. I think that all three of them are measures of maturity. Harry nodded. I agree. I may be lacking in the first category, but I have the other two in spades. How many of you have faced the things that I have faced in my short life? How many of you have borne up under the scorn and ridicule that I have faced in my short life? How many of you lived the first 11 years of your life without even knowing who you truly were? Stuck in a cupboard, beaten by your cousin, insulted and ignored by the only family that you knew. Then, once I finally find out who I am, it's not good news. I discover that I have a crazed Dark Lord, whose ultimate goal in life is to see me dead. How many of you could face that? All of the witches and wizards in the room paled at the idea of Harry's childhood. Even McGonagall seemed moved. I had no idea that those muggles treated you this badly. Harry looked at her stoically. It was worse. I would have rather faced Voldemort 1,000 times over than to spend a minute in that house with the Dursleys. At least Voldemort was an enemy I could fight back against and feel like I was accomplishing something. Everyone remained silent for a moment, and then Dumbledore broke the silence. I think that it is time for those that are present to hear the prophecy. Some of you have heard it before, but I ask that you indulge those that have not. Dumbledore opened one of his cabinets and withdrew his pensieve. He placed his wand to the side of his head and withdrew the tendril of thought and placed in the pensieve. The by now familiar vision of a younger Sybil Trelawney emerged. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The members of the order that were hearing this for the first time seemed to be in complete shock. Even the members that were hearing this for the second time still thought that it was amazing. Dumbledore finally spoke into the silence. As you can see, Harry is the natural choice for me to pass leadership of the order to. He will literally be the savior of the world. Arthur stood. I don't know about anyone else, but I've heard enough for the night. I don't think that any of us are in any condition to decide anything tonight. I say that we meet later. It's time for all of us to call it a night. The rest of the order members nodded in agreement. Harry and Dumbledore smiled indulgently at the rest of them, and Harry looked to Dumbledore, and then said, I think that Arthur's right. It's time to call it a night. If we stay here any longer, they're going to want me to show off some of my skills. Dumbledore nodded, and all of the others stepped up to Dumbledore's fire and began to disappear through the flow network. Soon, the only people remaining in Dumbledore's office were the professors and Harry. Harry sighed. I think I'm going to head back to the tower. I'm a bit tired. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. I understand, Harry. I will see you in the morning at breakfast. Harry nodded, and left the office. He returned to Gryffindor Tower, to find Ron, Hermione, and Ginny waiting for him in the common room. He sighed in trepidation. They looked at him expectantly, and he shook his head resignedly. The attack was against the Ministry. All 17 Death Eaters escaped. The three gasped, and Ginny asked, was anyone hurt? Harry nodded. 4 people were killed in the attack. 3 of them were Aurors and 1 civilian. Ron asked hesitantly, was it anyone we knew? No, I'm tired, and I think that I'm going to go to bed, said Harry simply. Hermione burst out quickly, what did you propose to Dumbledore, and how did he take it? I can't answer that question, Hermione. It's privileged information for the time being, responded Harry in a dead voice. Hermione looked as if she was about to ask something else, but Ron grabbed her hand and squeezed it warningly, and she stopped. Ginny got up and walked over to Harry. Go ahead and get some rest, Harry. I'll see you in the morning. She gave him a quick key on the lips and Harry climbed the stairs to his room. As soon as he was out of earshot, Hermione rounded on Ron. Why did you stop me from asking him some more questions? She asked heatedly. Ron shook his head. Hermione, you weren't going to get any answers out of him. All you were going to accomplish was making him mad. She got up and stomped around the room. We deserve to know what's going on. Ginny looked at her and asked, why? Hermione stopped and looked at Ginny in wonder. What are you talking about? I asked a simple question. Why do you deserve to know anything? What have you done that makes you so necessary? Harry is the key to all of this. I don't know how I know, but I know that Harry is going to have to be the person to face you know who. When you come up with something that can compare to that, then you can say that you deserve to know. Harry has a reason for not telling us about the order. I don't know what it is, but I know that I love Harry, and that he loves all of us. If he doesn't want us involved, then that is good enough for me. Ginny walked up the stairs to her room. Hermione looked to Ron for support, but Ron merely shook his head. I'm sorry, Hermione. I don't like not knowing what's going on any better than you do. There's nothing that we can do about it, though. I have to agree with Ginny. Then, he got up and went up the stairs to the boys' dormitories, leaving Hermione to fume by herself. The week of the first Quidditch match came. The Gryffindors walked out onto the pitch for the last practice before the game. Harry beamed at the other Gryffindors. Now, I know that the Slytherins have been taunting all of you the last couple of weeks. I want you all to continue ignoring them. Let's save every bit of animosity for the game. I want to wipe the smirks off of their faces. Let's bury them on Saturday." The team cheered and then took to the air. The technique of the team was flawless. Harry called time to the practice after 1 hour. "Now, I want everyone to rest and relax for the rest of the week. I don't even want you to think about Quidditch until the game. We're going to win, and we're going to do it with smiles on our faces. The Slytherins can go crawl back into their stinking holes after we're done with them." The night before the match, Gryffindor Tower was in high spirits. It seemed like the entire house was bouncing around the common room. People clumped together to chat, and then dispersed and collected into different sets. Harry sat quietly with Ginny by the fire. Ron and Hermione were nearby, but the four didn't speak. Harry had come to enjoy his silent musings, and none of the others saw fit to interrupt him. Around 10 o'clock, Harry finally got up and said, "Team, get to bed." No one seemed to have heard him amidst the commotion. So, Harry drew his wand, and pointed to his throat, sonorous. Ginny, Ron, and Hermione saw him and knew what was coming, so they covered their ears. Harry yelled, "Quiet." Then, he tapped his wand against his throat again and muttered, "Quietus." The entire common room fell silent. Harry continued, "As I said before, team, it's time for bed." The Gryffindor Quidditch team immediately scattered and fled up the stairs to their dormitories. Ginny came over and keyed Harry lightly and then followed them. Only, Ron stayed in the common room. Harry looked pointedly at him until Ron responded surlily, "I don't have to go to bed just because you tell me to, Harry." Hermione sensed danger as Harry raised his eyebrows expectantly at Ron. Ron's ears turned slightly red and he said again, "I'm not going to bed this early on a Friday night, and you can't make me." Harry's eyes flashed, and Hermione groaned. Harry smiled icily. "If it comes to making someone do something, Ron, you would be surprised at what I can do. However, if you would like to play Quidditch tomorrow as Gryffindor's keeper, I suggest you get to bed." Harry turned and walked from the common room. Ron pounded his fist into the chair arm. "Who does he think he is? Ordering me around like some servant?" Hermione replied, "He thinks he's the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. I would do as he says." "I think he meant it when he said you wouldn't play." Ron snorted, "He wouldn't keep me off the pitch." Hermione shook her head, "I think he would." "Ron, just think about some of the things that you have done because you were mad at Harry. You ignored him for a month before the first task of the Triwizard Tournament." Ron gritted his teeth. "All right, I'll go to bed, then." He got up from his chair and made his way up the stairs. The next morning, Harry was up at dawn to go down to the Quidditch pitch. He walked back and forth along the length of the pitch breathing deeply. He began speaking out loud to himself, "I can do this. We're going to win today." Truth be told, Harry was feeling somewhat nervous over the prospect of his first match as captain. He bottled it up, and used the fear he was feeling as a tool. Then, he walked slowly towards the Great Hall. The rest of the team was there eating together. The Slytherins were shooting them nasty glares from across the room. Harry cleared his throat noisily, "I presume you all slept well." The Gryffindors nodded enthusiastically except for Ron. He continued to look surly. Harry continued, "Well, the match is at 11. Enjoy your morning, and report to the changing rooms at 10:15 for pre-match. Then, we'll go out and see who's laughing at the end of the day." Harry sat down beside Ginny, who smiled at him sunnily. Harry grinned back, and then dug into his breakfast. The rest of the morning passed quickly, and soon it was time to head down to the pitch. Harry and Ginny walked in and sat in the captain's office. The rest of the team filed in shortly behind them. They changed quickly, and then settled down for the pre-match pep talk and strategy. Harry stood in front of them, and began to pace back and forth. "Okay, Dean and Seamus, I want the two of you to hammer their chasers like there is no tomorrow. Don't worry about Malfoy, I can handle him. Katie, Natalie, and Ginny, the three of you just work your magic. You know your jobs well. I'm not worried. Ron, you know your job. Guard those hoops, like you think that if someone scores Hermione's going to go to the ball with Malfoy." Ron looked stunned. The other team members laughed at his consternation. Harry smiled merrily. Sorry, mate. I couldn't resist. To continue, we're an excellent team. Those stinking Slytherins don't have anything on us. We have won the Quidditch Cup the last 2 years that it was held, and I see no reason not to repeat that this year. So, when Madam Hooch calls us out, we'll head for the pitch and do our thing. I want to see a clean game. If we need to retaliate against something they do, we'll handle it after the match. I don't want to see them getting any penalty shots. The team nodded in enthusiasm. The Creevy brothers piped up, "You're awesome, Harry." Harry chuckled. "I appreciate the sentiment, guys, but in the future tone it down a little." They nodded meekly, and the others laughed, even Ron. There was some light chatter for a few minutes before it was time for the match to begin. They stepped just outside the changing rooms to await their names to be called. "This is Owen Caldwell speaking. I will be your new announcer this year. I would like to introduce the teams for our match today. Here is the Slytherin team." Harry didn't pay much attention to the names being called until he heard, "and their captain and seeker, Draco Malfoy." Harry shook himself out of his reverie, and exchanged glances with Ron. Ron shrugged his shoulders in response. Apparently neither of them had known that Draco had been made captain. Although they should have realized he was the obvious choice for Snape to make. Now, onto the Gryffindor team. Your keeper, Ron Weasley. The Gryffindors cheered for him. They remembered that it was Ron that had cinched the cup for them last year. Your chasers, Katie Bell, Ginny Weasley, Natalie MacDonald. There was a storm of applause for the 3 girls. Your beaters, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan. Another round of thunderous applause. And finally, last but definitely not least, your captain and seeker, Harry Potter. Harry flew out onto the pitch amid the loudest round of applause yet. Here was their hero, the boy who lived. Harry settled down to the ground in the center of the pitch with Malfoy across from him. The 2 teams arrayed behind their captains. Madam Hooch came over. "I want a clean game, gentlemen. Captains, shake hands." Malfoy and Harry grasped each other's hands and tried to break the other one's hand. Neither gave, and Madam Hooch spoke again, "Take to the air." The teams flew up into a loose circle. Madam Hooch released the snitch and allowed it to zoom out of sight. Then, she blew her whistle, and released the quaffle and bludgers. Katie immediately took the quaffle and zoomed for the Slytherin goal. She aimed for the right goal, but then at the last second, reverse passed to Ginny, who neatly tucked it into the left hoop before the keeper could respond. "It's 10-0 to Gryffindor," Owen shouted. Malfoy flew alongside Harry, as the 2 searched for the snitch. "It's time for you to lose, Potter." Harry smiled benignly over at Malfoy. "Let me think, Malfoy. You've said something similar to that 3 times before, and I believe on all 3 of those occasions, I caught the snitch. So, I think that I'll just have to catch it, today." Malfoy merely sneered back at Harry, but didn't comment. The 2 continued to circle the pitch with Malfoy marking Harry closely. It was apparent that Gryffindor was the superior team, but not by much. Crabbe and Goyle were doing a good job of keeping up with Dean and Seamus. The match had been going on for nearly an hour, and the score was 60-40 to Gryffindor. Harry finally caught sight of the snitch out of the corner of his right eye. He grinned, and took off to his left. Malfoy was hot on his heels, thinking that Harry had seen the snitch. Once Harry was sure that Malfoy was near top speed, Harry quickly rolled into a corkscrew maneuver, and changed direction to head for the snitch. Malfoy had no hope of copying the maneuver, and by the time he had turned around Harry was on the snitch. A moment later he had caught it. Madam Hooch blew her whistle signaling the end of the match. Owen Caldwell announced, "Harry Potter catches the snitch. Gryffindor wins 210-40. 3/4 of the crowd cheered while the Slytherins booed and left the pitch. The Gryffindors swarmed onto the pitch to celebrate. Harry raised his hands, "Party tonight. I'll handle the food and drink." The Gryffindors continued to cheer all the way back up to the castle. The rest of the day passed with casual and sporadic cheers from the Gryffindors whenever a member of the team passed. As dinner was ending, Harry leaned over to Ginny and asked, "Do you want to go down to the kitchens with me?" Ginny looked at him quizzically. "What are we going down to the kitchens for?" Harry grinned. "I ordered butterbeers for everyone from Madame Rosmerta a week ago." I had her send them up to the castle, and they have been stored in the kitchen. We've got some sweets from Honeydukes as well. I told Dobby that I would come down to the kitchen to tell him when they needed to be brought up to the common room. Ginny stared at Harry in amazement. You planned all of this a week ago. Harry nodded. I had faith. Ginny smiled. I can tell. Sure, I would love to go down to the kitchens. I've never met Dobby. Harry chuckled. That's probably a good thing. He tends to be a little bit excitable. He could give the Creevy brothers a run for their money in the biggest Harry Potter fan competition. Ginny laughed as the two left the great hall and headed for the kitchens. Harry stopped in front of the portrait of fruit. He tickled the pear and it turned into a doorknob. He entered the kitchen, and the instant he stepped in, he was almost knocked from his feet by Dobby. Harry Potter came to see Dobby. Harry Potter came to see Dobby. Harry managed to extricate himself from the house elf's embrace. Ginny smiled at him. Dobby looked over to Ginny and asked, Harry Potter, sir, who is you bringing with you? Who is this Mrs.? Harry smiled. Dobby, this is my girlfriend, Ginny Weasley. Dobby almost bounced up and down in excitement. Harry Potter is a great wizard. Mrs. Weasley must be a great witch to be Harry Potter's girlfriend. Ginny blushed at the praise being heaped on her by the overenthusiastic house elf. Harry almost laughed at her discomfiture, but managed to contain himself. Dobby, I came down here to tell you that we need the butterbeers and sweets that I had sent up from the village. Would it be possible for you and some of the other house elves to take the stuff up to Gryffindor common room? Dobby stopped for a moment. I is doing it gladly, Harry Potter, sir. The other elves is insulted by the clothes that were being left last year. Harry smiled. You can tell them that no one is going to offer them clothes. They are welcome in Gryffindor Tower at all times. Dobby nodded. I is getting to it right away, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby is glad to meet you, Mrs. Weasley. Dobby ran off to get the stuff, and Harry shook his head in amusement. Harry and Ginny then left the kitchen, and headed for the tower and the party. By the time that the two had gotten to the common room, Dobby and the other elves had delivered all of the party goods. The other Gryffindors were ecstatic. Dean looked at Harry. How did you pull this off? I have to have some secrets. Harry replied mysteriously. The party got into full swing before Hermione came over to him and asked, Harry, did you break rules to go get this stuff? Harry snorted. Hermione, you worry about the rules entirely too much, but to ease your conscience, no, I didn't break any rules. I placed the order with Madame Rosmerta a week ago. Hermione looked relieved. Harry just shook his head in exasperation and walked away from her. She looked hurt for a moment, but Ron walked up beside her. The party carried on well into the night. Finally, Professor McGonagall showed up to yell at everyone and get them to bed. The entire tower grumbled, but finally made their way up to the dormitories, and the tower settled down for the night. The rest of the month of November and then the beginning of December flew by. The Gryffindors balanced their time between homework, class, and dueling club practice. Harry was very proud of their progress with the sword techniques that he had been teaching them. Harry continued to spend time with Ginny in his Phoenix form. He also spent time running through the Forbidden Forest in his Panther form. He also spent time eavesdropping on the other members of Gryffindor in his chameleon form. Soon, it was the final week of term before the Christmas break. The Weasleys, Harry, and Hermione would be spending the holidays at Grimmauld Place. The last dueling club meeting of the term was actually quite festive. With Dobby's help, Harry had hung wreaths around the room, and put up a rather large Christmas tree. The students filed in, and looked around at the room. Harry stepped up onto the platform and announced, I've decided that we are going to have a little exhibition match this evening. I think that it is time for all of you to see how to combine magic and swordplay in dueling. I would like for 3 volunteers to come forward. Ron raised his hand quickly. I'll do it. Harry nodded and motioned him forward. Justin Finch-Fletchley volunteered as well. Then, to everyone's surprise, Neville jumped onto the platform. Harry smiled. Now, what I want the 3 of you to do is keep your sword in your strong hand. Use your wand in your off hand. The 3 of you will face me at the same time. This lends an air of difficulty to the task. Since the 3 of you are working together, you must take care not to injure your allies. Tonks will be judging wounds that would be created by the swords. If you are called with a mortal wound, you are out of the fight. If you are disarmed of both sword and wand, then you are out of the fight. If Tonks awards an arm wound, then you must drop the weapon in that hand. If she judges a leg wound, then you may longer walk. Any questions? The other three shook their heads, and then exchanged glances among them. They spread out into a triangle formation around Harry. He looked over to Tonks, and said, "Tell us when to begin." Ginny leaned over to Hermione and whispered, "I put a galleon on Harry to win." Hermione smiled back at her, "No bet. I figure he will. He wouldn't put himself in a situation where he thought he might lose." Tonks yelled, "Begin." Before the other three could even begin to move, Harry had lashed out at Ron. He disarmed him of his sword, and then hit him with a full-body bind. Neville attacked Harry from behind, and the two crossed swords, while Justin removed the curse from Ron. Ron leapt to his feet, and shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Harry reversed Neville's sword up and over his own head, and twisted out of the way of Ron's disarming charm. It hit Neville, and sent his sword flying. Harry struck in the blink of an eye and Tonks called out, "Left arm wound, Neville." Neville immediately dropped his wand, but Dovin picked it up with his right, while rolling back to his feet. Harry turned to meet the lunging attack of Justin, which he rolled his sword around, so that he could dive under the stunning spells that Ron had hurled at him. Ron retrieved his sword, and then he and Justin advanced on Harry, while Neville hung back. Dumbledore walked into the room, and asked Tonks, "What is going on?" Tonks never took her eyes from the fight. Harry is fighting Ron, Neville, and Justin at the same time. Practice swords and wands. Dumbledore began watching the battle as intently as everyone else in the room. In the short space of time that Dumbledore had spoken to Tonks, Ron and Justin had hurled tickling charms and leg-tangling charms at Harry. Harry merely vaulted into the air and flipped over them, landing within a couple of feet of the two. He crossed swords with Ron, again. In a matter of seconds, he sent Ron's sword flying. The movement cost him, however, as Justin caught him a grazing blow to the hip. Tonks called out, "Hip wound, Harry. No more jumping." Harry continued his offensive against Justin. Neville and Ron threw stunning spells at him, but Harry whipped his left hand around. "Protega," he called. The curses were deflected away as he disarmed Justin of his sword and kicked his wand from his hand. Harry immediately turned to the two other threats and sent a series of curses flying at them. "Stupefy, stupefy, stupefy." Ron and Neville dodged the curses, but while they were doing it, Harry called out, "Accio sword." Ron's sword flew up from the ground and hit Ron in the back. Tonks yelled out, "Mortal wound, Mr. Weasley." Ron groaned as he jumped lightly from the platform, rubbing his back. Harry used his advantage quickly and struck Justin in the chest, while he was retrieving his wand. Tonks called out again, "Mortal wound, Mr. Finch Fletchley." Justin smiled, and jumped from the platform. Harry stopped, and waved his wand. He spoke, "Tonks, we're going to say that I just healed both myself and Mr. Longbottom. He may retrieve his sword." Tonks nodded as Neville switched his wand to his left hand, and then picked up his sword. Harry smiled and bowed his head slightly to Neville. Neville returned the gesture. Harry said, "Well, Mr. Longbottom, you seem to be the last of my foes. Let us see what you are capable of." Neville gulped, but stood his ground. Harry lunged for him. Neville blocked several blows moderately skillfully, and then dove sideways, leaving Harry overstepping with nothing to slow his momentum. Neville quickly shouted, "Expelliarmus." He followed this just as quickly with, "Stupefy." Harry took the disarming charm, and let his wand and sword go flying. He did a quick back handspring to dodge the stunning spell, and catch his own wand as it fell. He spun it as he landed and sent a spell back at Neville as Neville tried to regain his feet. "Stupefy." The spell caught Neville square in the chest. Harry walked over and said, "Enervate." Neville got up and grinned at Harry sheepishly, "I tried." Harry smiled back at him, "You performed excellently, Mr. Longbottom. Rarely is there a wizard that can balance swordplay and wandmanship so well." Neville looked at Harry, "You can." Harry shrugged, "I am an exception to the rule. Let's leave it at that." Harry and Neville stood side by side. Harry motioned for Justin and Ron to join them. The entire audience was watching in utter amazement, and had yet to make a sound. Harry looked around the room. Let's give a big round of applause for our volunteers. The room exploded into clapping and hooting. Dumbledore looked at Tonks. I think that Harry is going to have to begin restricting his opponents to teachers. Tonks snorted. No offense to the faculty, Dumbledore, but I doubt that any of us could keep up with him. I know that I wouldn't like the idea of being his enemy. Dumbledore responded, yes, young Mr. Potter is gaining power very quickly. I just hope that it doesn't go to his head. Tonks smiled. Don't worry. Harry may have a temper, but he will never take you-know-whose path. He's too pure of heart. He cares too much. Dumbledore nodded and returned Tonks' smile. Yes, I know. I don't truly doubt him, but it is disturbing to think of the burden and responsibility that has been cast onto his shoulders at such a young age. Most full-grown wizards would never be able to cope. Yet, here he stands. The two were interrupted. Yes, well, Mr. Potter is a remarkable young man. They looked to see Professor McGonagall standing behind them. Tonks seemed surprised. How long have you been here? McGonagall replied, long enough. While this conversation was proceeding, Harry was announcing to the dueling club, that is all we will be doing this evening. I know that you are not allowed to do magic at home during the holidays. However, I would like all of you to practice wand movement in your offhand over the holidays. This will prepare you for training in combat like you just witnessed. Everyone started filing out of the room, and Harry made his way over to the three professors. Ginny joined him. He smiled down at her. Then, he looked to the professors and asked, so, what did you think? Tonks smiled enthusiastically. That was amazing, Harry. I didn't know that you were that fast. Harry smiled patronizingly. Thank you. Ginny looked at Harry. Neville almost got you, though. Harry nodded. Yes, he did exceptionally well. Better than I expected considering we haven't done any training with balancing the two. Dumbledore looked piercingly at Harry. You were holding back, I assume. Of course I was. It wouldn't have been much of a show if I had ended it in 30 seconds. That would have just been showing off, replied Harry. Ginny looked at him in shock. You mean you were holding back? You can do better than that. Harry nodded, and Ginny just shook her head in amazement. The professors smiled. I think that I'm going back to the tower, said Harry dryly. Harry and Ginny left hand in hand. The three professors smiled at the two as they left. Ginny continued to look at Harry in goggle-eyed amazement. Harry glanced over his shoulder at her. If you're going to continue to look at me like that, I think that I am going to leave you standing here. Ginny snapped out of her shock and said, just how powerful are you, Harry? Harry sighed, and stopped in the corridor. He pulled Ginny into his arms and asked, does it really matter? Ginny shook her head. No, Harry, I love you no matter what. I'm just curious. Harry nodded. Okay, but this goes no further than the two of us. You already know too much about my abilities as it is. Right now, I could give Professor Dumbledore a run for his money. The two keyed, and then continued on their way up to the tower. After they had left the corridor, Malfoy stepped out and smiled to himself. My lord will reward me greatly for this information. The next morning was filled with conversations about the duel the night before. Basically everyone seemed to be very impressed with Neville. Luna was sitting at the Gryffindor table with him at breakfast. Harry smiled when he saw them. Good morning. The two returned his greeting and then turned their attention back to each other. Harry sat down beside Ginny. Ginny looked at Hermione. I wonder who's taking whom to the dance tonight. Hermione shrugged. I don't much care. I have my date. Harry nodded. I feel the same way. I made sure I had the perfect date on our second day at Hogwarts. Ginny looked over at him. Oh, so I'm perfect, now. Harry snorted. What are you talking about, now? You've been perfect since the first day I laid eyes on you. Ginny smiled slyly. What day was that, Mr. Potter? Harry grinned just as slyly. September 1st, 1991. It was at King's Cross Station just before I began my first term at Hogwarts. You didn't even know who I was until I was already on the train. I guess that I am just going to have to come up with a harder question, Mr. Potter, returned Ginny. Harry leaned sideways onto the table and looked at her. Bring it on. Give me your best shot, Miss Weasley. Hermione smiled. I think that you're biting off more than you can chew there, Harry. Ron jumped in. Yeah, mate. Ginny could probably come up with something that you would never remember. Harry shrugged and looked expectantly at Ginny. Well. Okay. Here it is. What was the first thing that I ever said to you? Asked Ginny. Harry snorted. Is that the best you've got? Would you like to know the first thing that you said directly to me, the first thing you said in front of me knowingly, or the first thing you said in front of me period? Ginny and Hermione's eyes widened and they exchanged glances. Ginny swallowed and said, since you think you're so good, let's hear all three. Okay. The first thing that you ever said directly to me were the words, I've got to tell you something. You had just sat down next to Ron and I during your first year at Hogwarts. The first thing that you ever knowingly said in front of me was in Flourish and Blots before your first year at Hogwarts. Gilderoy Lockhart had just made his little performance with me, and Malfoy made a snide comment about it. I believe you said, leave him alone, he didn't want all that. The first time you ever spoke in front of me was on September 1, 1991. I had just arrived at King's Cross, and you and your brothers were heading towards platform 9 3/4 with your mother. She asked what the platform number was, and you said, 9 3/4. Mom, can't I go? So, is there anything else that you care to know? The other 5 students sitting around Harry stared in amazement. They could tell by the expression on Ginny's face that Harry was right. Ginny was almost in tears. How did you remember all of that? Harry smiled. I remember everything that concerns you, Ginny. I remember it like it happened yesterday. Ginny broke down completely into tears, and ran from the room. Harry looked over at Hermione. Go check on her. I don't know if she's going to want to talk to me right now. Hermione nodded, and she got up to follow Ginny. Harry turned to Neville and Luna. So, are the two of you going to the ball together tonight? Neville blushed and nodded sheepishly. Luna just gave one her goofy smiles. Ron looked at Harry in disgust. How can you just forget about my sister that quickly? She just ran out of here in tears, and you act like nothing happened. Harry sighed in exasperation. Ron, you really do have a lot to learn about girls. Those were good tears. She was happy. Ron looked annoyed. What are you talking about? If she was happy, why was she crying? Because I just showed her how much attention that I have actually paid to her over the years. She has always thought that I didn't notice her, and that was why I have never asked her out till this year. I just showed her that I have always noticed her. She realized that what I told her was true, explained Harry. What did you tell her? Asked Ron. I told her one time that the only reason I hadn't asked her out sooner was because she was so shy that I couldn't really get to know her. She thought I was teasing her. She just realized I wasn't, continued Harry. Ron looked confused. Then, she is upset. Yes, and no. She's upset at herself slightly because she didn't get over her shyness sooner, but she's also exceptionally happy because she knows how much I love her. Ron put his hands on his head. I don't understand this. How do you know anyway? Harry shrugged. Weren't you paying attention when Hermione was giving us lessons in how girls think last year? Ron snorted. Nothing she ever said on the subject made the slightest bit of sense to me. Harry shook his head. It didn't to me last year either. Somewhere between then and now though, it just started to make sense. Let's head to class. We don't want to be late for Dada. Professor Tonks would be highly upset. Ron laughed. It's been an entire term, and I still can't get used to hearing the word professor in front of her name. Harry nodded. Yeah, it is a bit weird. As the two left the Great Hall, Ginny came running up to Harry. She grabbed him in a hug and then kissed him quickly. I love you, Mr. Potter. Harry smiled back. And I you, Miss Weasley. Hermione smiled over at them as Ginny quickly took off down the corridor. Can I ask you something, Harry? Of course. He answered. Why did you and Ginny start calling each other Miss Weasley and Mr. Potter? Asked Hermione. Harry shrugged. I don't know that there is a reason behind it. She called me Mr. Potter when she was mad at me in the hospital wing. I called her Miss Weasley to be patronizing, and it just stuck. Ron laughed. as Hermione wrinkled her nose and smirked in amusement. The three walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, and the conversation ended as they took their seats and waited for Professor Tonks to enter the room and begin the last lesson of the term. After Defense Against the Dark Arts was over, the Gryffindors headed for lunch. Harry met Ginny outside the Great Hall. He looked at her. All better now? She smiled. Yes, I am. Ready for the ball tonight? Asked Harry. She shook her head. No, it's going to take me a long time to make myself pretty enough for the ball. Harry looked left and right quickly. You're going to make yourself look better than you do right now. Ginny nodded, perplexed. Of course. Harry shook his head violently. I forbid it. You're already the most beautiful girl in all of Hogwarts. If you make yourself look any better, I'm going to have to spend the entire night fighting all the other boys in the school off. I won't get to enjoy the ball with you. Ron, Hermione, and Neville laughed at the completely dumbfounded expression on Ginny's face. She didn't reply but smiled dazedly and allowed Harry to lead her into the hall for lunch. The afternoon was not as enjoyable as the morning since Harry and Hermione had potions with Snape. Snape entered the classroom and said, "Today, we will be brewing an antidote that is useful for several different types of snake venoms. Now, what are the two major problems with antidotes?" Hermione and surprisingly Harry raised their hands. Miss Granger. Most antidotes have very defined characteristics. They are only useful for a few poisons if more than one. This is a major limitation for their use, answered Hermione. Snape furrowed his brow. That is correct. Now, can any of you tell me the other major problem with antidotes? Only Harry raised his hand this time. Snape had no choice but to call on him. Yes, Potter. Harry cleared his throat. The other major problem with antidotes is that most of them are poisonous in nature themselves. The only safe time to ingest most antidotes is if you have the poison that they were intended to cure in your system. If you ingest an antidote, the only way to nullify its effects is to poison yourself with the poison it was intended to cure. This is a great limitation. It makes it absolutely necessary to know what kind of poison was ingested before you can attempt to use a cure. The classroom was stunned. No one more so than Snape. Hermione looked from Harry to Professor Snape and asked, "Is this true, Professor?" Professor Snape nodded dumbly. "Yes, it is." He flicked his wand at the board. "There are your instructions for the day." Hermione muttered to Harry, "How did you know that?" Harry merely smiled as the two set to work on the very complex potion. The bell rang some time later. As the class was packing up their cauldrons and preparing to leave, Snape called out, "Potter, you will remain behind after class." Hermione looked at Harry. "Do you want me to wait?" Harry shook his head. "No, I'm fine. I'll catch up to you and the others in the common room." Harry walked back towards Snape's desk and waited. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.